talking. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Directors Club podcast. Oh my God, it's 2026. I am your host, Jim Laskowski. And Huey Lewis once said, "If this is it, please let him know." Well, Huey, this is it. The episode that everyone anticipates each and every year, the year in review. Yes, time to talk about our favorite films of 2025, a year I just cannot wait to forget. But we have some movies that we actually liked. All three of us. Returning to do this are two of my absolute favorite guests and friends and podcasters. We had the one, the only former co-host of this here show and current co-host of 96 Greers, Patrick Ripoll, is back.
Hi, how's it going?
Yeah. We're good.
Yeah.
We're gonna do this.
I mean, that is true. I don't know how it's going to come out in the end, but we are going to do it first.
Yes, exactly. And film historian, commentator, host of supporting characters, which is also back and active. We're so happy about that. We have the one, the only Bill Ackerman. Hey, Bill.
Hey, thanks for having me back.
I'm so glad you are back. And I'm so glad that you asked me to do a commentary track with you, one of the highlights of 2025 with At Close Range, which I believe as of today will now be available, right? Again, on Vinegar Syndrome?
Yes, it should be available in 1 minute.
Wow. What timing. Perfect timing.
Yes.
Excellent. No, but thanks again for that. And you had quite the year yourself with those, with many commentary tracks and a lot of accomplishments, including bringing back supporting characters. So thanks for doing that too.
Yeah, it's been a busy year.
What was Keith Gordon's favorite film of 2025?
You know, I haven't heard back from him since I sent him the link for the episode. Hopefully I hear from him, but I don't know. I don't know. I will report back. He did offer to give me a favorites list for my website, but I don't really have guests on my website, so I don't know that I will actually take him up on that or not. But.
Jim, you've talked to Keith Gordon a bunch of times about movies you'd both love. What's your instinct? What's Keith Gordon's favorite film of 2025? It's right off the top of the dome. We got to get moving. Right off the top of the dome. Any moment now.
It was just an accident.
There you go. Perfect. That is such a Keith Gordon movie. It was such a...
Yeah, I can see that. For sure.
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, guys, 2025 happened. What'd you think of it?
It was horrible. It's the worst year of my life, other than 2026, which is undoubtedly going to be much worse.
Oh, how do you know that for sure?
Because this is... Look, here's how we're going to... Okay, we're sipping coffee right now. You understand, like, sort of, instinctually that the quality of coffee for the rest of your life is going to get worse and it's going to get more expensive because that's just sort of the nature of things that are grown in a terroir, which is when humidity and environment and altitude and temperature are all factors of how a plant is grown, then when climate change comes, all of those things are going to be affected and you're not going to get those, nicer beans. You're going to get the swamp beans or whatever. This is a metaphor for the film year of 2025 and also every other aspect of all of our lives until we die, which is that we both need to accept the fact that things are just going to get a little bit worse and you have to lower your expectations, while at the same time, part of the way we got here is by everybody just accepting everything's going to get a little worse and lowering their expectations. So your survival instinct is going to be the same thing that fuels things getting worse, and that's like gravity as far as I'm concerned. That's just a
it's
fact.
Cyclical.
That's
okay,
I mean gravity. I wish gravity was cyclical. That'd be really fucking funny if it was like, all right, we had a year of it going down, now everybody go up.
That would be fun.
No. So yeah. I mean, but there's still good movies this year. In 2025, there's still going to be good movies in 2026.
And guess what, folks? I am not ranking my movies this year. So that's a big change. I thought 2025 wasn't a great year for personal reasons, and also movies didn't excite me as much, honestly. I mean, new movies, that is. I did have the absolute pleasure of experiencing the Holy Mountain for the first time, thanks to my wonderful fiance and co-host of B-Side Me, Sharon Gissy, of course, I'm talking about. She showed me the Holy Mountain. I was like, holy shit, movies can be this? Cool. I'm glad. I'm glad I had that experience. And hope to talk about that more in this year when we do Jodorowsky on the podcast here. That'll be fun. But Bill, 2025, not the best year. Would you agree?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I may or may not be laid off from my job of nearly 20 years in a few months. So that's been hanging over me the whole year. So I've had that kind of pressure the whole year, and I've just kind of tried to forget about it and do a lot of traveling in 2025. I went to Italy for the first time.
Oh, wow.
I did a few podcasts in person in different states. I went to Texas to interview a couple of people, went to Ohio, went to a nice wedding in LA. So I did a bit of traveling, and I did commentaries pretty much back to back for like the first half of the year. So I was not really giving myself much downtime this year, and I wasn't really seeing a lot of new movies that I was crazy about until, and this is like every other time we do this, like the second half of the year, I started finding the films that I really liked. And by the end, I saw so many films that I wouldn't say like I was blown away by a lot of them, but I really liked a lot of them. And, the New York Film Festival was the first time I ever went to the whole thing. And I even paid extra for the fancy schmancy, little room where you hang out with the movie stars up, like sipping fancy wine and eating cheese. I did that. And, it was kind of weird because I didn't really know anyone up there, and I wasn't about to go up to Jodie Foster and make small talk. So it was just okay, but it was still a nice experience. And the films at the festival, I saw a lot of the highlights, but then a lot of things I saw on the list that I put on my list for today are just like smaller indie films and foreign films that haven't kind of gotten the same exposure as the Safdie films or Paul Thomas Anderson's film and other things that are getting more of the headlines. But yeah, no, I think the combination of the pandemic and the actor strikes and just the shifting nature of how people watch films, it's just, it's steadily altering the landscape. And doesn't mean there aren't still good things produced within it, but it's just like, yeah, there's a lot about the future that I'm not crazy about. And that's not even getting into things like AI that are going to impact every industry.
Oh, God. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to be worried about that. Yeah. And just the film industry as a whole. I don't know what it's going to become ultimately. And
you know what Roger Corman said?
What did Roger Corman have to say, Patrick?
He said the film industry will always exist, but it won't always be the film industry.
Well put. Yeah.
Have you
sure
gotten
Jean-Luc Godard didn't say that?
It might be Godard as well. It'd be funny if it was Roger Corman saying, Godard once said, and then someone else quoted Roger Corman and cut out the other part. Have you examined short form videos yet? There's a whole world of series that are like broken into 3-minute chunks that you can buy for like 98 cents a piece. And they're like 47-part serials, and like you buy token, like they have fully like gotten the full like DraftKings gambling kind of things into this video streaming service, and you can watch like Fell in Love with My Boss's Pregnant Wife over the course of 56 episodes that are all shot in vertical video because they're meant to be. You're just sort of on the toilet watching the latest episode.
Oh.
So anyway, the film industry will always exist. It just won't always be the film industry.
Yeah, that makes sense. And also, I don't know. I think I had that conversation with you over text, Patrick, about how, like, I just want films to surprise me, and most of them don't anymore because I've seen so many damn films to where, like, oh yeah, I saw this weird random experimental film, and because I'd never seen anything like it before, it stood out. And it made me more excited about finding other types of films. Like you can go on YouTube and find a list of like 300 experimental films from all different people.
You are in a very blessed position to have this feeling because you live in Chicago where there are experimental films happening all the time.
Don't claw at
you
him.
can. I know. Your cat is attacking me. The claws are stuck in my skin. There we go. Now I'm bleeding.
We can kick her out.
Go to Chicago Filmmakers. Go look up Chicago Film Society. Look up Conversations on the Edge at Gene Siskel. There's a lot of avant-garde film screenings that are happening in your area, Jim.
I'm going to start doing that more. Let's kick out the kitty.
Okay.
Does Bill have anything to say about experimental
Jim had to walk away from the microphone to get this cat out of the room. But I'm fully expecting a Flintstone style thing where the cat locks Jim out of the room. Okay, Jim's back. Hi, Jim.
Hi, I'm back. Oh, I just thought, we could fill in.
Bill, do you see yourself becoming an avant-garde dirtbag?
Maybe just a regular dirtbag.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Or a teenage dirtbag. Well, that would
Yeah,
be weird
those
if I
days are long
regressed.
gone.
Yeah, if I regressed, that would be weird.
I turned 50 in 2026, so teenage dirtbag would be kind of a bad look for me.
25 movies in 2025. Again, I'm going alphabetical. Bill, I believe you're doing the same. Patrick, you're doing something a little different.
Yes. So over on Tracks of the Damned, I recently revived it in November. I did 30 commentary tracks on 30 Roger Corman directed films in 30 days. I did them chronologically. I started with his very first film. I ended with Gas, which is not his very last film, but to me sort of represents an ending to his career. And they were not well researched. They were just sort of podcasts where I was sitting down and watching them and talking through them and, reading interviews and just sort of like working through this guy who was in a very unique position to teach himself to make movies on the big screen. And I've gone back and re-listened to some of these podcasts. I have told friends like, hey, you don't have to listen to this. This is something I was doing for my own edification. I thought it would be interesting to learn this way. And so I just put out podcasts, but they're not actually for public consumption. I listen to them back. They're fucking good.
I'm sure they are.
They're not like Kino Lorber quality commentary tracks. They're doing a different thing, but like I am proud of it. So go on Tracks of the Damned. Check out those commentary tracks. Discover Roger Corman, one of my favorite filmmakers together.
It's like self-taught film school almost. Like you just kind of did that on your own. And...
Exactly. Well, yeah. I get into all that. I can't get into all that here, but he was in a very unique position, and the way that you can actually see every single thing he learns pay off years and years down the line, and like the things he returns to and everything. It was a real dream. So that was awesome. You should check that out. So instead of doing my 25 through 11 for like favorite films of the year, I decided I was going to give you guys my 15 favorite Roger Corman directed movies.
Wow.
I'm into that.
Me too.
Okay, so to start, number 15, Machine Gun Kelly. This is like Charles Bronson's first big starring role. This is the one that got him a lot of notice from French critics. It's more of a real movie than something like Attack of the Crab Monsters or something. It's a very good character drama. It's like the acting is good. He gets good performances out of people. That's like just one of the Roger Corman things that Bird Eye Gordon doesn't have. It's a little bit boring. So that's why it's at 15 and not higher. Number 14, Little Shop of Horrors. I think its reputation comes mostly from the musical, which is much better, but it is a very fun movie, and it has, of all the Roger Corman movies that feel like a bunch of people getting together and saying, hey, let's put on a show, this is the most let's put on a show movie he ever made. And there's something about those Charles Griffith scripted, like tossed off goofy black comedies that he made that really speak to me. So Little Shop of Horrors, number 14. Number 13, War of the Satellites, a body-snatching sci-fi horror movie that has some like really gnarly violence involving a blowtorch that you wouldn't expect to see in 1958. It's got Dick Miller as the hero, but he is like a full 10 inches shorter than the villain. And so there's some really fun confrontations there. I really don't like 50s sci-fi space movies because it's just like a wall of blinking lights and people saying, nonsensical jargon. This has more going on. So War of the Satellites is good. It Conquered the World, another body-snatching movie. This is the one where Lee Van Cleef says, I welcomed you to this planet, and you turned it into a charnel house. And then he blowtorches an alien's eye, and the alien looks like an upside-down ice cream cone. It's fucking cool. Number 11 is The Trip. This is Roger Corman trying to work out his artsy side. This is Roger Corman also exploiting drug culture of the 60s. This is also Roger Corman putting all of his Freudian psychology to use. It's also a mess, but it's a really interesting mess, and so I really like The Trip. Number 10 is The Undead, which is, if you want to see where the Edgar Allan Poe movies came from, The Undead is sort of the proto-Edgar Allan Poe movie. It's got weird story. There's all sorts of sci-fi and supernatural concepts in it that are just very strange and bizarre. It's not quite a horror movie, but it is really interesting. Number 9 is Attack of the Crab Monsters, which is just the weirdest goddamn giant monster movie you'll ever see in your life. Number 8 is Tales of Terror, which is a really fun, goofy, triptych horror anthology movie. It's the famous one is Peter Lorre and Vincent Price doing the Cask of Amontillado and the Black Cat sort of merged together, but the other two stories are equally good. Number 7 is The Intruder, which is William Shatner as a racist northerner who comes down to a southern town to sort of inspire riots about recent integration attempts. Fascinating movie. Goes really fucking hard in an era when no Hollywood movie at all was ever going hard on race. A huge bomb for that reason. Number 6, The Raven, hilarious, campy, goofy horror comedy. Vincent Price, Boris Karloff, Peter Lorre, Jack Nicholson. Just pure pleasure. Number 5 is X, The Man with X-Ray Eyes, which is a little campy, a little body horror, a little cosmic horror. It's got a bunch of weird special effects. I think Ray Milland is really good as sort of like the tortured scientist in it. Number 4 is The Pit and the Pendulum, which is probably the most immaculate production design of any of the Edgar Allan Poe movies. Barbara Steele's in it. It's a rerun on Fall of House of Usher, but sort of pumped up. Number 3 is A Bucket of Blood. A Bucket of Blood is a horror comedy that is a take on Mystery of the Wax Museum and House of Wax, where it's Dick Miller killing people and then putting clay on them and saying they're sculptures. Hilarious, really good, really interesting. It is written by Charles B. Griffith as a mockery of Roger Corman and the way Roger Corman got a big head after French critics started talking him up. So it is a weirdly, it is a movie made by someone from a script by another someone who's making fun of the director. So there's a lot of layers to it that are really fascinating to watch, especially if you have watched 20 Roger Corman directed movies before that. Number 2, Fall of the House of Usher. It is just perfect. Perfect Edgar Allan Poe gothic horror. And number 1, Mask of the Red Death. It is also perfect Edgar Allan Poe gothic horror, but exploded into a million different directions. So there you go.
That's perfect. That's also my pick for favorite Corman as well. There's definitely some on there I need to see.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah.
So, that's exciting.
Before we get to our lists here on the show, I wanted to hear from Chloe Warrian. Yay! From the Not Scared, a horror podcast hosted by Chloe, who you heard several times on this here show. And I hope that you go and support her work. She's an incredible podcaster and librarian. Let's see what her favorite films of the year were before we launch into our epic lists.
Hi everyone, this is Chloe Warrian from Chloe's Not Scared. I just want to say thank you, Jim, for having me back on to talk about my favorite movies of the year. I will also say that I have a podcast now on the Now Playing Network. It's called Not Scared, a horror movie podcast. We talk about our favorite horror movies and what makes them special to us. And a few guests of Directors Club have actually been on, as well as Jim himself. And I just wanted to publicly thank Jim for encouraging me to start this podcast. So thank you very much, Jim. I'm here to talk about my favorite movies of the year, and while Jim usually puts scary music behind my voice, I have to say there's only one horror movie on this list, and you can probably guess what it is, and you can probably guess that it's number 1. So, let the music play on if you want, but just, curb your expectations. As always, there are a few movies that I haven't seen yet that I probably would put on this list, but a podcast is a moment in time, so let's just crack into it. My number 10 favorite movie of the year is Zodiac Killer Project by Charlie Shackleton. It is a documentary about an abandoned documentary about the Zodiac Killer. And I saw this in the movie theater with Jim. Both of us were really shocked and happy about it. Both of us grew up kind of watching true crime documentaries with our moms. And it's a really, really smart commentary on those types of documentaries that just oversaturates the streaming platforms at this time. My number 9 favorite movie of the year is Sorry Baby by Eva Victor. And yes, the cat on the poster is okay. Just the most human movie I've seen this year. It made me laugh. It made me cry. It deeply moved me. And I just wanted to give the characters a hug. It is one of the best movies I've ever seen about trauma and one of the best movies I've ever seen about friendship. Number 8 for me is The Phoenician Scheme by Wes Anderson. I'm notoriously pretty mixed on Anderson's movies, but his last few movies have really blown me away. Benicio del Toro is just having the time of his life in this film, and it's just a fun adventure movie, and sometimes we just need fun adventure movies. I don't feel like this is style over substance here because there is a great story about a father-daughter relationship as well. Now we're getting to the part of my list where I'm going to talk a lot about how much I love theater. I was a theater major and I love playwriting, and this next movie, my number 7, is Materialists. Director Celine Song is a playwright, and so obviously I'm going to love every script that she does. This movie was extremely misunderstood in my opinion. Instead of seeing a love triangle, I saw 3 people completely losing themselves to capitalism in their 30s. To me, she doesn't choose a man at the end. She chooses a work-life balance. And as someone who doesn't have a work-life balance and needs a work-life balance, this movie felt very pertinent and moving to me. My number 6 movie is Blue Moon, directed by Richard Linklater. Linklater had 2 movies that came out this year. I thoroughly enjoyed both of them, but of course, Ethan Hawke playing Lawrence Hart, an all-in-one night movie. I'm going to love this. I thought it was such a moving portrayal of a misunderstood genius. Hawke just disappears into this role. I can't recommend it enough. My number 5 film, Sentimental Value by Joachim Trier. Gorgeous film. I will admit I didn't quite connect with Worst Person in the World, but this I was locked in. A Norwegian family headed by an absent film directing father attempts to reconnect with his daughters over theater and art. What's there not to love? Also, best house in a film this year. I stand by it. And the house is a character. I know it's kind of corny to say, but the house is a character. This film for me is tied with my next film, which is Marty Supreme by Josh Safdie. I thought Timothée Chalamet was amazing as Marty Mauser, a burgeoning ping pong or table tennis star. I was incredibly invested in his story. It's a great New York story. The character work, the ensemble, so standout though. This is a movie for people who want to see performances with a capital P. My next film is One Battle After Another by Paul Thomas Anderson. It's not my favorite PTA movie, but oh my God, Teyana Taylor, Chase Infinity, I love you. Benicio del Toro, A Few Small Beers. Best scene in a film this year. Best scene. Stole the show. And The Highway, how did they film that? Basically anything filmed with VistaVision, I'm going to put high, high, high on the list. And you're probably being like, well, this is too low at number 3. Well, it's tied with my next one. I will say, it's tied with my next one, which is Black Bag by Steven Soderbergh. You might be pretty surprised. I feel like a lot of people forgot about this movie at the end of the year. It's taut, it's pithy, it's fun, it keeps you guessing. Heists and domestic dramas are my 2 favorite subgenres, and there is not a minute wasted in this film. And of course, my number 1 movie of the year, I've talked about it and written about it extensively on my blog. It is Sinners, Ryan Coogler's Sinners. I'll just say, if you are looking for a character-driven, distinctly American story that incorporates many distinctly American genres, you'll find it in Sinners. The musical ancestors scene made me weep in the theater in a way that no other movie has in recent memory. It was basically exactly what I was looking for at exactly the right time in my life. And there you have it. Thank you, Jim, for letting me yap at you for 5 minutes. Again, Chloe Warrion. You can find me at Chloe's Not Scared everywhere, and listen to Not Scared, a horror movie podcast on the Now Playing Network. Thank you. Happy New Year.
The first one I had, and I'm going alphabetically, is a film called Alice Hart. And Alice Hart is still on the festival circuit, so hopefully people will have a chance to see it in 2026. I don't know what the director is doing with it, but I saw it at the Philadelphia International Film Festival. It's directed and written by Mike, I don't know how you say it. I think it's Massera. It stars Lisa Carradine Sweeney, and it's kind of, well, 2025 is the year with maybe my least favorite Noah Baumbach movie. I hate to say, Jay Kelly, I think is maybe his weakest movie. And so I was kind of charmed to see a film that feels like a Gen Z Francis Ha, shot in Philly.
Oh, good.
kind of so it's about an aspiring writer who drops out of college in her senior year, breaks up with her boyfriend, and it's just one of those kind of stories where she moves in with a friend and tries to figure out her life. It's not really that much a plot centered kind of movie, although it does have a coming of age story, but it's shot in black and white. It kind of aims for that same kind of romantic capturing of a city that you might associate with Manhattan. And it's, I guess, in the mumblecore vein. It feels a little bit improvisational in terms of the dialogue. I thought of the early Andrew Bujalski films like Funny Ha Ha, Mutual Appreciation a little bit at times. But like if the certain story beats feel like very familiar as far as like the romantic friendship kind of beats of it, they're handled in a really smart way in terms of the writing. It's really well acted and a very kind of just likable, charming film in that style. So I wanted to put that on my list. So that's Alice Hart.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'm looking forward to that. And you mentioned like films not being super plot heavy, and that's kind of the majority of my list looking at it. It's just, I enjoyed this movie. It was a simple story, and that's the case for my first pick in alphabetical order, which is The Baltimoreans. Kind of like the Alexander Payne movie of the year, where just like similar to The Holdovers, two random people meet around the holidays. I believe it's Christmas Eve, and they strike up some kind of, potentially romantic connection. But it just, this is a movie where just people are, kind of being imperfectly human, and I just like that. In that sort of, well, maybe not in the Ella McKay mold, but early James L. Brooks certainly. Those types of character-driven stories really speak to me still, even if, you can kind of reduce this like, oh, this is like a Sundance indie dramedy, but this is one that's done really well because, it's got people that just simply know how to handle awkwardness sometimes, and I struggle with that myself in real life. It just managed to make me laugh and feel good and, get a little melancholy because like this... this recovering alcoholic played by Michael Strassner. He's also a former improv comic. So again, you get those, you hear that off the top of your head. It's like, yep, typical indie dramedy, Sundance kind of a story. And then he just meets up with his dentist after breaking a tooth, and they go on some interesting adventures together because they're both more or less alone on Christmas Eve. And they go to an improv show, they meet up with a family, they have just very unusual encounters with random people. But it's like you talked about, Bill, it's got a little mumblecore vibe. Obviously this comes from
Jay Duplass.
Yeah,
sure.
Jay Duplass. And I thought of Bujalski as well. And, it was just one of, like, I sat down not having high expectations for this. I know it played the Chicago Critics Film Festival. I know it was a big hit with the crowd there. And I was like, this is just a nice, good, warm, funny movie that hit me in the right place. It's got a great script, a lot of funny lines, and I really enjoy Michael Strassner as your kind of unconventional lead character in this. And it's got a big heart. So I'm all for this possibly being a Christmas go-to every year with the Baltimoreans. So that's on my list.
I don't know if I should just jump right over my number 2 to my number 3, which is the Baltimoreans.
You can,
for the sake of efficiency. But all I'll just add to that is that, if you were to compare to the typical Sundance indie, I think a lot of those age gap romances tend to be older guy, manic, younger girl. And this is kind of refreshing in that the woman that he has this kind of tentative romance with is Liz Larson's character, who's kind of reminded me of Ellen Barkin a little bit, but is like someone who's like in a middle-aged kind of place in life, like not a typical love interest for that kind of movie. Maybe if it was told like 20 years ago, but I like The Puffy Chair when it came out, and I followed a few of the other Jay Duplass directed films like Cyrus and Jeff Who Lives at Home, but I think this is maybe my favorite one he's done since The Puffy Chair. It was a nice surprise because I think the title made me think it was going to be something a lot sillier than it is.
Right.
But to pick up off of Alice Hart, it's also it's the other major city that's an hour from me, because it's a Baltimore through and through film as opposed to a Philly film. So it's, again, like it adds an extra thing for me in that it's like streets that I know. Like it feels very kind of kind of warm and ingratiating that way, just because it's an environment I know. But yeah, no, it was a very nice surprise, because I really had like the title was like, oh, it's going to be something very wacky, and it's really not.
Yeah, it definitely. I do like, again, like, as someone who recently tried improv for the first time, I thought this was done well, and not like again, like my expectations. Oh, they're gonna just get wacky. It really gets sweet in the right ways for me. That entire sequence is really nice. Okay, what's so I should go next, or should you go next?
Should I do mine too, or you want to do yours?
I will go. I will go ahead with Black Bag. I think a lot of movies this year, the ones that stood out at least, went back to basics and just like told a simple story. And again, not too heavy on plots. It's just get together a solid cast and we just watch them interact. And the fireworks fly in this in the right ways. Like, I think I prefer Soderbergh in the low key, only a few characters, simple plot, like your Kimmies and I don't know if No Sudden Move would fall under that. There's a lot of characters in that, if I'm not mistaken, but it's just kind of a more intimate drama. It's a spy thriller on top of it too. It's really, it's kind of a little bit of a mashup where it's like taking a domestic marriage story mixed with us, who's the mole in this organization subplot and they kind of really work well together. Like, this was one of the earliest films of the year where I went, man, I want more movies like this again. It's just, and Soderbergh knows how to make those, and he does it in all the right ways. He just gets a few people, a few rooms, and still manages to make the camera move and, have really interesting characters. And you got Michael Fassbender and Cate Blanchett as husband and wife, so that alone should sell you on it being compelling. But I just love a good confrontation amongst different people that we get to know, throughout the film. It's like later on set at a table. That's sort of like when the big confrontation happens, and I love that whole sequence. It's just a well-made thriller, drama / domestic movie at the same time. It's like all these things that somehow work really well together, and it's just like a simple, streamlined 90-minute movie that I really liked seeing in a theater, because again, I don't go to the theater that much, but I went out to see this because I'm like, I'm down for new Soderbergh, and he had 2 movies this year, and if you look at Mike D'Angelo's list, apparently he had 3 movies, and I didn't even know about the third one. But yeah, I love Soderbergh, and this is kind of what he does best, in my opinion. So yeah, and it's a great cast doing great things, and yeah, it's just a fun, good time at the movies for me with Black Bag.
Hey! Come on! Hey!
But no, I liked Black Bag as well. So my next one, if I go back to my number 2, is April, which is written and directed by Dea Begashvili? I don't know if I've ever said it before, but she also directed a movie called Beginning, which is really good. But it's this melodrama about an OB/GYN risking her career performing abortions on the side. It's set in the country of Georgia. And she's kind of this kind of daring character in her personal life too, like getting into like kind of sexual kind of adventures on the road and such. But it's a melodrama, but it's also something of a eerie creature feature. Like, it has a slow burn allegorical horror element. It's hard film to talk about without spoiling things, but it's closer to the feeling of something like Under the Skin than Vera Drake for an abortionist narrative. But it's more politically challenging than Under the Skin. It's not like a fantasy-based kind of film so much, although it has this kind of creature feature element. But it's this really unusual, interesting film, kind of dreamy, a lot of long takes, a lot of disturbing, protracted scenes of medical procedure. So it's not going to be easy watching for everybody. But I thought it was one that I've just kind of been struck by ever since I saw it. And so I don't know again what the distribution pattern is for this. I know it played Chicago International Film Festival in 2024, and it's had commercial runs in other countries this year, which is why it made its way to me. But I don't know what they're doing with it yet. If it's going to have a theatrical release in 2026 or go straight to streaming, but it's eerie and creepy without being full on horror movie. But it's definitely a director whose work, because I liked Beginning a lot as well, and so I'm very curious to see what she does next. But um, yeah, this kind of eerie, menacing, slightly political territory. Again, it's kind of a slow burn, probably not going to be for all tastes, but if it sounds like something you might like, I would strongly recommend finding it.
I certainly will. I actually played the Chicago Critics Film Festival, but I missed it. Been meaning to see it. But yeah, with I've heard a lot of good things about it in general. So I'm very curious, and it's one of those many that I will eventually catch up with for sure. Next on my list is Blue Moon. I think I like this one just a little bit more than the other Linklater film. It's pretty close because I did like what he did with Novelle Vague. I can never say that right. Um, but it's fun to watch, and I it didn't give that one didn't give me as much to ponder about afterwards with Blue Moon. I just kind of went, man, I am here for the Ethan Hawke show, especially when he works with Linklater. It's just he's on fire in this movie. He's just like so fast talking and almost like a screwball comedy cadence and telling crazy stories and being really charming, being really funny, and also being really annoying at times too. But he's trying to cover up the fact that he's, socially awkward, sad, and lonely. And the only way he can sort of compensate for that is by doing what he does, by telling people stories and by having all this flowery language and just being a really great communicator and a very compelling, almost like a comedian at times around other people. But it's at the same time it's practically like a filmed play because it's contained in one space and one setting in this bar, and it's inspired by the letters of Lorenz Hart, of course, and Elizabeth Weiland, who's played by Margaret Qualley. And I love the scene between the two of them, sort of revealing their feelings in a way that only Linklater can do so well written, so well acted. Andrew Scott as Rogers here, his creative collaborator is great. It's mostly just what I find pleasurable from watching a Linklater film. Just a lot of dialogue, a lot of great acting. Ethan Hawke, of course, just firing on all cylinders. Even though a lot of people, I can see the argument for him being miscast. Just like even Sharon had like a disconnect a little bit watching this because she is just like that that Ethan Hawke looks weird with the hair piece and the fact that he's shorter. It's taking me out of the movie. So I guess that could happen. But for me, I went with it the whole way through because of how fantastic Ethan Hawke is in this. Just like again, being really fast paced and funny and clever in a lot of things that he says and does. But yeah, I just also like that it's about the creative process between two very different people who approach the creative process differently, and you see that within their interactions together later in the film. Um, but yeah, it's also kind of a sad, melancholy movie on top of it all. And I just again when I walked out, I was like, yeah, I love Linklater movies, and this is a showcase as to why. So yeah, Blue Moon on my list.
Did you see that one, Patrick?
I did not.
Okay. Well, I don't know how much we're going to be able to stay neck and neck alphabetically, but so far we're doing pretty well because my 4 is Blue Moon. And, I think looking at my list this year, there's a lot of kind of auteur type directors that I followed for a long time making kind of late stage, kind of contemplative, kind of maybe sometimes self-reflexive films that I'm kind of a sucker for that. I can see how that would be annoying for other viewers, but Blue Moon is one of my favorites of, very favorites of the year. I mean, if I was ranking these, it'd be near the top. And it's interesting because they quote Casablanca a bunch in it, and the my favorite scenes in Casablanca are the scenes set around the Cafe Americain that Rick manages, and this is an entire film kind of set in
Yeah.
a similar kind of environment, but like it does feel like a filmed play in that way. I thought it was interesting that it's written by Robert, is it Kaplow, the guy that did the was it me and Orson Welles, that film he
Oh,
did
right,
years ago, but like it's another film that has that like kind of Linklater kind of engaging with his old Hollywood influence as well as the new wave kind of thing he does elsewhere, like
right.
literally making a film called Nouvelle Vague. Um, but yeah, I thought this was kind of yeah, touching and sad and kind of perfect miniature kind of film for what it is. I think I mean obviously there's a lot of Linklater films that are just all talk, but I think that this is probably one of the most concentrated. It almost reminded me of something like Tape as far as like just being that constricted. But no, I love Ethan Hawke, and I don't have the same reservations with his appearance. I thought he was really good in
Yeah,
it,
I'm
and
just kind of like surprised a little bit, but I guess I get why. It's just like, oh, you could have casted somebody else, but I just,
yeah, maybe.
I'm
I
all
mean, it'd be a different film with a different actor. I mean, might be
yeah,
fine with another person as well. But no, I thought like as a study, I mean, not just in the desperation, like that the character feels for the uh, Elizabeth Weiland character, the Margaret Qualley character, but also the just that the competitive friendship between artists and teams that break up, I think is an interesting theme, and that one I think has been covered as much as the unrequited romantic aspect, which is fine. But I mean, I think that the friendship angle is a pretty touching one, and I don't know. I mean, I don't think of Linklater and Ethan Hawke as people that necessarily could identify with failures because they've like had like decades of success in a way that most of their peers from the 90s have not enjoyed. But I mean, it is still kind of an interesting reflection on those themes. And no, I mean, I again, it's like with Soderbergh, it's like I like Nouvelle Vague as well, and I certainly root for people like him to kind of retain their foothold in an industry that really does not have a whole lot of love for directors like that.
yeah,
Um, I mean, so yeah, no, I concur with everything that you said about it. I think it's a great movie.
yeah. Next up on my list is Begonia, Yorgos Lanthimos' latest film, which was just kind of just a really good time. And it's strange to say that about a Yorgos movie as being like, I don't know, but this to me is just like a kind of a pitch black comedy, and uh, I liked what Robert Daniels wrote about it in his review. Is that it's telling that a film about aliens judging the rottenness of our species comes from a Greek filmmaker using America as a setting, and I know this is also based on a film called Save the Green Planet, and it has a very similar ending. And again, I wasn't sure how I wanted this movie to end, but I found it to end on a very satisfying note, and I won't give that away, obviously. But it's just simple premise of, well, what if this corporate CEO uh, is an alien, and we get to find out if it's similar to Black Bag in a way, like who's the mole? And here is just one simple question, and we're spending a lot of time with three characters total in a basement for the most part. And the CEO is played by Emma Stone, who is always incredible, and the kidnapper, one of them is Jesse Plemons, and he's incredible. Like, to me, it was just like, I just want to similar to what I said about Ethan Hawke. I just enjoy watching these actors do what they do so well, and also being distinctive in how they're doing characters that they've never done before. But yeah, it creates like a real sense of paranoia. There's a really funny needle drop involving Green Day. um, but yeah, again, it's just like a confined space, people hashing it out, confronting each other, playing mind games, kind of like along the lines of like Death and the Maiden by Polanski, or that it was Alan Rickman's film Closetland. Is that the one, Bill?
I think that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, where it's just like, he's basically tied someone to a chair, and it's kind of like saying, did you do this thing, or are you working for, the Russians, or any number of scenarios like that. And this is just basically like a weird Yorgos sci-fi horror mystery kind of mashup, and his weird sensibilities and sense of humor are all over this thing. So if you like Yorgos Lanthimos, I have a feeling you're going to like Begonia. I know folks aren't often huge into cringe comedy in this way, but I do think there's a little bit going on. There's some conversations to be had about like those who go down these crazy Reddit rabbit holes and become conspiracy theorists and think they know everything. And um, where it goes is very interesting for me and very funny. So again, and similar to like what I say about a lot of movies often is just if it's two actors or one actor, sometimes just firing on all cylinders, that's enough to sell it for me. But on top of that, I just like Yorgos Lanthimos as a filmmaker, and this is him just doing a remake on his own terms. And I thought it was a good time overall. Like I just laughed a lot, and it's just Begonia is a good movie. That's most of what I have to say about a lot of 2025 movies. It's just it was good. I had a good time. So that's that.
Yeah, no, I like that one as well. I think it's a very funny movie, and I did not see the ending coming as well. I never saw Save the Green Planet.
Yeah,
Which,
that's probably a good thing then.
yeah, which probably helps, But no, I thought it was fun. I thought the performances were really good in it, and it almost made my list. But it's yeah, no, I thought it was a lot of fun. Um, my number 5 is Bob Trevino Likes It, written and directed by Tracy Lehman. This stars Barbie Ferreira, is it Ferreira, and John Leguizamo. But it's this kind of gentle comedy about a young woman with a really kind of emotionally abusive and manipulative father. Um, that they have a falling out, and when she goes looking for him on Facebook, she winds up inadvertently friending someone with the same name, and they develop this kind of uh, friendship online, both of them being very lonely characters in different ways. And so it's kind of this commentary on, I guess, the way people can kind of forge surrogate families, because he becomes kind of like a father figure to her, as the real father is just kind of like, if there's a flaw in the film, it's almost like the real life father is almost too awful to imagine. But it ends up, just being this very low key, sweet, funny, bittersweet comedy. Both of the leads are really good in it, and it's probably one of the most likable characters I've seen John Leguizamo play. He's an actor that can be kind of very manic and high energy, so it's nice to see him kind of dialed back. And yeah, I mean, it's not a film that there's a whole lot of plot to describe to it, but it's just one I found really charming, and so that's on my list.
Excellent. I'll have to catch up with that one as well. The next on my list is a movie I know Patrick has seen, so he can interject.
Sure.
Hot Stealing.
Yeah.
Speaking of a good time, Darren Aronofsky needs to lighten up and have fun. Perhaps make some, more genre pictures like this. This is based on a book of the same name, and Austin Butler being pretty likable for the most part in this, right? Like
Very good performance.
Yeah. So again, like a lot of folks early on brought up, "Oh, Jim, you're gonna love this. It's very After Hours esque," and well, that's the selling point, of course. And it's definitely in that spirit. And there's a cat involved. It ends with a Magnetic Field song. So, like, yeah, by the end, I was like, "Oh, that was kind of total Jim Nip for me." But at the same time, I was like, "I'm just glad that I watched something where it's just a solid movie that they don't really make that much of anymore." It's just, because like I guess a filmmaker like someone like I don't know Guy Ritchie would do something like this, but make it like over direct it and make it too stylish and stylized to the point of where it's becoming obnoxious. And some of the side characters come along and you go, oh, how wacky and weird are they going to be? But he still manages to ground most of this stuff to where like confrontations happen and you really feel them on a visceral level. Great score, just great dialogue, great characters, everything really. Again, I wasn't expecting much because I just kept hearing like, yeah, it's an Aronofsky, not not the usual Aronofsky, and yet like him just kind of coasting, or that's what I was hearing anyway. But this actually surprised me. It had a lot of suspense and uncertainty as to how things were going to play out.
It's the best Darren Aronofsky movie.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
It's the one that elides all of his most horrendous tendencies and then just takes advantage of the fact that he's a good filmmaker. Like every other movie has brilliant moments and then shit that makes you cringe. And this is just a really fucking well-made movie.
Yeah, and that's what I loved about it. I said that was just a really well-made movie like I'm not lingering on it too long afterwards. Like it was just like I watched it, I had a good time, and thank God that happened. Because again, low expectations could help in this case, but no, it's just I recommend this to everybody who just wants a good like kind of escapist film again. Yeah, simple as that, really.
Yeah, I would agree with both of you. I think it. I don't know if it's if I would. I don't know if I haven't seen The Wrestler in a long time to know if I would rank it above The Wrestler, but it would definitely be first or second place for me if I was ranking Darren Aronofsky's films. Also, I think I would compare it of films from this year. I would compare it to Marty Supreme as far as like a film that kind of builds into great kind of thriller action kind of set pieces, but is also very
Sure.
funny.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to me that one is getting all the attention and another one was kind of shrugged off. And I don't know if that says something about the profile of the filmmakers or the leads or whatever. But no, I thought this was a nice surprise. And I mean, I went into it with no real expectations one way or the other. Austin Butler, I haven't really kind of made up my mind on, like as far as like I wouldn't see something because he's in it, but it's like, oh right, if he's in it, that's fine. I mean, I think he's perfectly decent in everything I see him in.
It's such a physical performance, so he is just like well cast.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is not a movie that I walk away and I'm like, I need to see the next Austin Butler movie.
Yeah, because he's kind of forgettable in Eddington, in my opinion. That's a subplot that I wish hadn't been in that film. But anyway,
Yeah.
move on.
Yeah. No, but it's a great film. I almost put it on my list, but I knew we'd be talking about it, so But yeah, no, it's one I'm excited to see again. The one I put as number 6 on my list is another one that's on the festival circuit that I'm hoping will be very easy to see in 2026. And I think I've talked about this on Directors Club before, but I have a real weakness for music documentaries.
Sure.
And it's actually I have to resist not filling the list with music documentaries because they're like my favorite, escapist kind of like junk food cinematically. But the one that I wanted to talk about was Butthole Surfers, The Whole Truth and Nothing But. And Butthole Surfers is a band that I never listened to. They were like slightly before my time when they were like a big underground act in the 80s, and then by the time that the whole alternative rock thing in the 90s happened, like I knew about them. I mean, I like the Ministry song that Gibby Haynes is on, but I just never bought their records. And even there's a great book called Our Band Could Be Your Life. There's a pretty compelling chapter on them, but it just never
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I just never bought their records, and I didn't really, I don't know, like what I heard was like a little bit kind of like I respected it as like kind of punkish psychedelic rock, but I couldn't imagine a context where I'd ever be listening to it. So I went to this screening just because I love music docs, and it was playing at the Baltimore Film Festival. And I really found it compelling because the characters in the story are so interesting. I mean, it has a little bit of that animated shit that ruins every music documentary that incorporates it. With a puppet show thing that's like it's fleeting, but it's it's there. So trigger warning if you don't like that animated thing. It's definitely a part of it. But the no, it's just like the people that populate that band have such interesting stories, especially Teresa Nervosa, who cinephiles might know as the pap smear girl in Slacker, the Richard Linklater film, since we talk about Linklater. But and people might know Gibby Haynes from movies too. He was in The Sweet East. Yeah, what's interesting about it is like it has a whole ton of famous talking heads. I mean, everyone from Richard Linklater to Ian MacKaye, Steve Albini, one of his last appearances. But they're very fleetingly featured. I think Dave Grohl is in it. Like, I mean, Henry Rollins, but it's like all the people you'd expect, but they're only in it for like maybe 2 minutes. It's mostly focused on the real life, like on the band members and like their particular journeys. And I don't want to spoil anything about it, but it's just as like a study of a band. I like documentaries that make them look bad at times, like Steve Albini being the patron saint of like punk rock honor and virtue is perfect casting for this, because he really calls them out when they screw over their loyal indie label to go major label in the 90s. Like there's people that call them out for being rock star assholes at times, which I appreciate because I hate overly fawning music docs. But yeah, as a as a portrait of like alternative post-punk culture in Texas in the 80s and 90s. It's just, I mean, it could have been 12 hours long and I've been totally invested in it. But something that if you're interested in that subject matter at all, keep an eye out for it. But I assume it'll be
Not
easier to
playing anywhere?
see.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it's streaming or not.
Not yet.
Okay. I'll have to seek it out.
But yeah.
I'm very curious about that.
It's really good. And just a shout out, I did make my list because it technically came out in 2024 in theaters. I bought tickets to it twice. I couldn't make it either time. But the Red Cross documentary, Born Innocent,
Oh.
is also really good. Another kind of great post-punk kind of band that has a cult following, but is still kind of largely unknown. That really interesting story about two brothers who started a punk rock band as like really, really young teenagers and then evolved into something much stranger.
Well, you mentioned you like documentaries where they make the subject look bad.
Mhm.
Have I got one for you? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do. Well, Goonies never say die.
Corey Feldman versus the world, everybody. One of 3 documentaries on this list that I think made me kind of like sit up in my chair and gasp with a little bit of disbelief as to what I was seeing at times. Because again, there's a little bit of bias in being interested in this subject matter because I grew up like early on, age 6, 7, 8, really, really admiring Corey Feldman. And it's not like I thought like, oh, he's an incredible actor. I just thought that dude seems cool. And that's, a very simplified, basic like feeling about him, and he kind of had that persona going on, especially once you get to something like The Lost Boys, and like License to Drive is him like, yeah, he's a cool dude. Look at him, but my initial, my first exposure to him was Stand By Me and The Goonies, of course. And to watch him presently in current day, I mean, again, this is a very uncomfortable movie at times to watch him unhinged, having meltdowns. It does have like a little bit of a behind the music kind of feel or approach, but you're again a fly on the wall on the tour bus with him being an asshole. And I don't know if you'll necessarily find that pleasurable per se, but I don't know. There's like moments where I, cringed and laughed at like almost like a Curb Your Enthusiasm level, just because I'm like, I can't believe he's acting that way. I can't believe he's saying the things that he's saying. He's being such an asshole, and I'm finding this so like mesmerizing, but he's also pissing me off at the same time. And it kind of gets to an interesting conclusion at the very end that I was not expecting, and I'm sure he's not happy with this film being out in the world. But yeah, like there's some moments of him involving groupies that I just went, oh boy, I don't. I'm surprised this is out in the world. But yeah, he's got a lot of issues to work through. A huge ego, and just flying off the handle. Like and in situations where you go, why, dude? This is just like a bar in the suburbs, and you're like, treating it like, yeah, you're playing Madison Square Garden or something. And I don't know, it made me feel really sad and angry. And movies that just get an emotional rise out of me are an easy sell. Like, I don't know if like, formally this is breaking new ground. Like I said, it's kind of, at times a very behind the music style approach to a documentary and capturing like a period of time with him on tour with these particular women who are in his band. But I don't know, it it made me feel a lot of feelings, and including like a little sadness for him when like people are coming up to him and asking for his autograph, and it's like, no, people really have an attachment to him and his early work, and I understand that to some degree, but man, has he really lost it in a lot of ways. And watching it, it's hard, but at the same time, I can't say I was not enthralled at the same time. So it's Corey Feldman versus the world. I don't know what people are going to think of this overall, but yeah, it just kind of show how far he's fallen. And all I can hope for is that he gets some self-awareness and some treatment, and maybe looks in the mirror and realizes who he is. And as uncomfortable as that is to experience here, I can't say I was not enthralled by this movie. So that's why it's on my list. The end.
Yeah, no, I thought this was real compelling. I was surprised how little it talks about his years of fame. Like
Mm,
it really is kind of set in the present, where all of his glories are very far in the past, and so he can kind of coast through life on the nostalgia of Generation X. But he doesn't
yeah,
actually contribute anything uh, musically, certainly, but even as an actor, that really has helped his reputation since the very early 90s. I think is the last thing that people would know a performance of his.
right.
And that's being, generous, I think. But yeah, I agree that it does paint him very badly. I mean, it does suggest that even serious subjects he raises are being promoted kind of cynically to raise money for vanity projects,
Yeah,
um,
that's hard to watch in
which is
this
very
kind
hard to watch. And even like his accusations of you know sexual impropriety, like as a child, like seem kind of cloaked in um, trying to exploit it for money in a way
right.
that's really unsavory. And he played venues that my band played in high school. Like he was he was playing like our local clubs. I've seen him at conventions and things. I've never met him, but yeah, he he's definitely I mean, child stardom does a lot of negative things
Yeah,
to
yeah,
people. And so he's just one of the more high profile ones that's still out there. But yeah, no, it is a fascinating documentary, and also just a fascinating look at his fans, like his hardcore fans.
sure. Yeah, that too.
But
Really.
yeah, no, um, I'd recommend seeing it, but it does feel like a very grim reality show.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I can understand people not wanting to see it too for that reason. So,
Yeah, no, artistically, it's yeah. I mean, but it's hard to look away, even though it is not. I don't know if it's great art or not.
well,
Um, Okay, so my number 7 is a film called Camp, and I swear some of these have actually been released properly in 2025. But Camp is written and directed by Avalon Fast, who also did the film Honeycomb, which I talked about on here once.
all
And
right.
it's about a young woman suffering from the effects of a pair of traumatic events, that she, encouraged by her father, takes a position as a counselor at a religious summer camp for troubled kids. And while there, she gets involved with a group of counselors, and things drift in a very witchy psychedelic horror direction. And it's still kind of not a film that a lot of people have seen, so I won't really say more than that. But it's a very creative, unusual movie, that I guess is technically a horror film, but it's more about characters and emotions. And it's kind of um it's a I guess, it has that naturalism that, we use terms like mumblecore to describe it. It's a little bit like that, but it moves into the realms of fantasy in a way that kind of cinema you wouldn't associate with it. Like it's not verite cinema. But yeah, I mean, the director is pretty young. I think she's only 25. So this is like her second feature. I mean, everyone involved is very young and um, has a lot of heart. I don't know. I mean, maybe edges of it are a little bit on the amateur side, like again, like Honeycomb, but um, I don't know. There's something quite haunting about it too. And so I definitely encourage people to see it when it becomes more widely available. I think it might be distributed by Dark Sky, which is a company that distributes the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in America. So it might be something that gets a proper theatrical rollout. But either way, it's definitely one that people will probably talk about more as it becomes easier to see. It's only been doing the festivals. I saw it at Brooklyn Horror Film Festival. It won the audience award at Fantastic Fest also, I think. So
Nice.
um, and I think more is happening with Honeycomb as well. So I think Justin DeClue, who has been on Directors Club, distributes the DVD or the Blu-ray rather of Honeycomb right now. But I think there might be more happening with the earlier Avalon Fast films as well. Um, so yeah, someone that people should check out.
Splendid. I'm gonna do one more and then get some more coffee because if I have another cup of coffee in me at noon, I'll be solid for the rest of the show. I promise. For this next pick, it's definitely a personal pick that I haven't seen on any other list, and I completely get why. But this is a case of wow, did this reflect my life in a major way? And I'm talking about Darkest Miriam, which Charlie Kaufman executive produced, I believe, and that's the main reason why I sought it out. The filmmaker is Naomi J, and it is based on a book called The Incident Report by Martha Bale, or Bailey, a Canadian librarian. And the book is really just a series of observations about patrons that come into the library or unusual encounters that she has on a daily basis, and sort of reflecting on what it means to be a librarian in these insane times that we live in. But of course I read the book, and of course once I saw this movie I was just like, well, I haven't seen anything that comes kind of close to reflecting what my job is like this movie. And on top of that, you have Britt Lauer from Severance as the lead role, playing a librarian who is haunted by the death of her father. So right there, you kind of go, I wonder why Jim liked this movie so much. But yeah, and there's also like this kind of, like, maybe the only strike against I would say is like having this extra side subplot of her getting weird correspondence from somebody who may or may not be stalking her, that kind of never really gets resolved, to where I thought, yeah, I don't know if you needed that element to make it a little more suspenseful, because there's also the fact that she wants to romantically connect with somebody who's a regular at the library that keeps coming in, and or keeps sitting outside the bench, and clearly has an interest in her, and she's trying to basically be open again to a relationship, and finding that to be very difficult. um, it's a low-key indie drama that really portrays introversion. Like, she doesn't talk a lot. She's clearly dealing with mental health issues, and sort of struggling day to day to deal with people who can exhibit all kinds of unusual behavior, or ask her weird questions. And let me tell you, as a librarian, this movie just worked for me. It spoke to me. It affected me deeply. There's certainly a scene involving her looking into a reflection, and like her face kind of merging with the ghost of her father, that just like went, oh, way to way to know exactly how to hit home for me. And again, like, I can see why Charlie Kaufman decided to help out this filmmaker and this story, because it kind of has that feel, that melancholy feel throughout the movie. But yeah, again, like, I know people who saw this and just like were like, it was okay or good, but personally, I thought it was fantastic, well acted, and I'm excited to see what this director does next. So that's Darkest Miriam. Everybody go seek that out. I hope it's streaming somewhere. I don't know if it is for sure, but I will link to it in the show notes if it is. Oh, it is on Amazon Prime and Roku channel, everybody's favorite.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like
you
that
saw
one
that,
too.
right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
enjoyed that one.
Good, 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 good.
Can we do
You
one?
can do one. Yeah, do one more, and then I'll take a quick break for more coffee.
Okay. Well, the last one is one that I know that is probably one of the most divisive films on the list. I know it's not on your list, but it's one I kept thinking about, and so I'm including Eddington, Ari
Mm.
Aster's fourth feature, which I
I
assume.
did not see that.
I have not seen Eddington.
Have you not seen that?
No.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Well, um, yeah. I mean, it's for those who haven't seen it. It stars Joaquin Phoenix as a kind of a right wingish kind of sheriff, and Pedro Pascal plays the mayor of a small town in New Mexico, and it's right at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it kind of builds towards an absurd thriller climax, and it's a satire of both the left and the right's reactions to things. That I think ultimately it's about how media and internet and uh, but media in general, but primarily the internet, kind of amplifies every point of view to drive everyone towards extreme behavior, whether, whatever your stripe of the political spectrum is. So there's a fair amount of conspiratorial thinking. I think some are kind of made uneasy by the satirizing of, progressive activist young people. It's interesting because I imagine we'll talk about One Battle After Another, which it reminds me of, in that they're both kind of satirizing both sides, but and both made by filmmakers that I would identify, on the left side of that divide. But I think One Battle After Another, I think on the right gets kind of branded as being explicitly a pro-progressive activist politically kind of film. Like whereas I think that Eddington, if it gets into trouble with people, tends to be, I think it makes people uneasy that the right-wing characters are given a lot of room to say some troubling things, and maybe they aren't effectively counter-argued, by opposing voices in the film. I think so. I get it. And I don't know that this is a perfect film, but I think it's an interesting film, and I think that I think it has a lot of interesting, effective sequences. That it's just kind of stuck with me. I haven't had a chance to rewatch it to prepare for this. I've only seen it the one time in the theater, but um, I thought that it was a bolder film than some other films that are more successful as far as like risking that alienation of the audience. Because I think the larger audience that went to go see Eddington, I think half of them were pissed off by it. And a lot of people I know were pissed off by it. But I think that, I don't know, I kind of appreciate films that get that reaction. I don't think it's trying to provoke in a real talk about me, I'm controversial kind of way that like something like Luca Guadagnino's movie from this year was, where it's like
Yeah.
real kind of desperate attempt to provoke conversation of any kind. I think Eddington is trying to be thoughtful, but and I get like there's some critique to be made about like maybe he's not the guy to tell you about small town America. He's a New York kind of independent filmmaker. He's not really gonna know that world to the degree that maybe others would, but I just think it's an interesting film that I had fun kind of chewing over, and so I'm including it.
I'm mixed. But more mixed positive on it, similar to with Bo is Afraid. I just thought it was a little long and overstuffed and messy.
Yeah.
But there are interesting things and elements about it that, like you're describing, everything you're saying is true. And um, at the same time, like I was wrestling with the lead character and his choices, and it is like another push and pull experience of where am I sitting with this character? Where am I sitting with everything that's taking place and what he's ultimately doing? And then also tonally, sometimes is he going for comedy? I think so. Right?
Yeah.
Like in that awkward, cringy way. But I don't know if everything lands by the end. I almost feel like it took on too much.
Well, I mean, this is something we've talked about as far as, the Quentin Tarantino, Paul Thomas Anderson, Wes Anderson, like a lot of these auteur directors either set a lot of their films in the past, or they set them in kind of like very self-contained fantasy kind of worlds. And I think that, One Battle After Another is a little different, but this is a film that I think is at least attempting to engage with the present. I mean, you could argue
Sure.
that it fails at doing it, but I mean, I think it's at least worth
Mixed
applauding the effort, because I feel like that's a thankless task in a way, unless you tell everybody that shows up what they want to hear. And I think that there is a risk in giving, I mean, anything from Dirty Harry to Joe to whatever. There's like lots of examples of films that like aim to satirize the right that wind up being the favorite film of the right, because they like a character that tells it like it is, even if he's the villain. Um, so there is a risk with a film that does something like that with this, and casting Joaquin Phoenix as that character, even like I mean, that's the kind of same thing people worry about with like other Joaquin Phoenix movies. I guess is like, is it going to encourage bad behavior in the audience or bad thinking if it's not explicitly corrected on screen? But Yeah, no, I think that's at least interesting to wrestle with, even if it's, not as contained as his horror movies as far as doing the thing that those do. I think that this is a more interesting film than Hereditary or Midsummer, even if it doesn't succeed at doing the thing it's aiming to do, maybe for everybody, the way those largely seem to do.
Mm. No, those are all good points. Yeah. Take a quick break.
Okay.
Okay.
More coffee. You want
Yeah, when you get to 10.
Happy to include the latest from Lynn Ramsey on my list with Die My Love. Yeah, kind of like this dreamlike dissection, if you will, of postpartum mania to some degree. And, Jennifer Lawrence's characters have a lot of fears surrounding motherhood and, being a wife. And yeah, like this worked for me a little bit more than If I Had Legs I Could Kick You, which again is getting a lot of praise and rightfully so. I mean, Rose Byrne is if she wins Best Actress over Jessie Buckley, I will be fine with that. I won't throw chairs against the wall. But I just, this one worked for me a little bit more because of, like I said, it's more of a fever dream approach to telling this kind of a story. Emotionally intense at times. It has scenes of Jennifer Lawrence and Robert Pattinson yelling at each other in a very kind of like Revolutionary Road manner, which doesn't bother me. But it's like, again, it's not. It's the context of which everything is taken place is, again, it's clearly coming from a personal place from Lynn Ramsey. And, watching Jennifer Lawrence in another role where, yes, it could be like, oh, this is kind of like a combination of what she does in Mother and Silver Linings Playbook to some degree, but she still makes it different and distinctive and her own. And, what can you say about a scene where she gets to destroy an entire room like the characters do in Wet Hot American Summer? That's, again, something that if you throw that in a movie, I'm happy. I don't know why. Like, just give an actor an opportunity to destroy a space.
Same.
I love it.
Judy Garland and The Pirate.
Yeah.
Orson Welles and Citizen Kane. Just fuck up a room.
Agreed. Yeah. If I that's what should be in my own mental health documentary. Me just like destroying a room for no reason at all. But no, I probably would have a reason. Anyway, it's kind of I could see why people like more or less went, I don't know about this one. But me and Sharon together, we both really responded strongly to it. Like it's, kind of this foggy, weird, often surreal portrayal of what's going on inside this character's mind. And, to some degree, you can see it a little bit of as an extension of like what happens in the first hour of We Need to Talk About Kevin in terms of like just the fragility of being a mom and like just the anticipation of, well, I'm kind of alone and unfulfilled, and what's that going to mean for me as a person? Is my identity completely changed or taken away because now I am wife and mother? So yeah, and Ramsey achieves this in a way that is so original. She's a director I can't wait to cover at some point and just like watch all of her work. I don't know, I might need therapy afterwards, but in a good way, I think, because she does tap into some heavy stuff on a psychological level. And yeah, I hope Jennifer Lawrence gets as much acclaim as she has in the past for this performance, because it could very well be my favorite. And the final image of this, story really haunts me. It's like a character maybe coming to terms or acceptance that she may end up alone or feeling alone, and that's okay. At least that's my interpretation of how it ends, but it's still really great. And, Lynn Ramsey's just a fascinating filmmaker in so many ways that I get excited for her as a storyteller, even if not everything like makes sense to me on a first viewing. This is one of those movies that I think is just going to stay with me from this year. So that's why it's on my list. What'd you think of it, Bill? Did you see it?
I did see it. Yeah, no, I liked it. Yeah, I feel like I saw a few movies this year that dealt with like themes of motherhood.
Oh, yeah.
The
Oh,
one
yeah.
more coming up on my list, and obviously, if I had legs, I'd kick you. Also, like you mentioned, is dealing with that. I thought of from a few years back one that people don't really talk about. I don't know if it's poorly thought of or not, but it's Tully, that Jason Reitman
Oh,
Diablo Cody
yeah,
movie
yeah,
about
yeah.
postpartum depression.
That's underrated. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, I thought that was good. But yeah, this one I liked. Still kind of wrestling with it. I do like Lynn Ramsey movies. I don't really. Yeah, I think Jennifer Lawrence is pretty good in it. I think Robert Pattinson is also. I mean, I thought it was good. I don't really have a whole lot to say about it though.
Sure. No, I get that.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah. Um, yeah, my number 9 is one that just opened, so I don't really want to say too much about the plot, but is Father, Mother, Sister, Brother,
Ugh, I can't wait to
the
see
new
that.
Jim Jarmusch movie, which is a film that I liked well enough when I was watching it, and it's so subtle and low key that it almost underwhelmed me a little bit on first viewing, but it's one of those films that has just stayed in my mind in the weeks since I saw it. But it's 3 stories, all dealing with siblings connecting with a parent, or the last story is siblings connecting without the parents.
Hmm.
But it's very starry cast. Tom Waits and Charlotte Rampling, Kate Blanchett, and so on. The best story is actually the one that is the least starry segment, with India Moore and Luca Sabat as siblings. But yeah, again, it's like that. Like what I was saying earlier, like Auteur's kind of making kind of a contemplative late stage kind of work, and it's not trying to go for any big profound statements about family or memory or um, things of that nature. But they're all dealing with like just kind of awkward dynamic between children and parents, and in trying to connect and make awkward small talk. And so it's not like making any big gesture, but I think I appreciate it for not trying to do more than it is able to do. And the last segment I think is actually quite moving, whereas most of it is kind of a low key, slightly awkward comedy beat.
Hmm.
But yeah, no, I mean, if you're into Jim Jarmusch, it's one of his better recent films. If his stuff never meant much to you, then this will not probably win you over. But I think it's quite good, and so that's on my list.
He runs pretty hot and cold with me, but for the most part, I do like his work, and I'm excited for this. And I'm also interested in seeing Blossom, aka Mia Bialik, in a movie, because I don't think I've ever seen her in anything outside of Beaches. Like, that was one of her first roles when she played like a younger Bette Midler. So it's just a curiosity on my part as someone who really enjoyed Blossom and even wrote a little piece for it that didn't make the compilation that Lee Gambin put together, because there was so many. There's a lot of people submitting for that book. What was it called again? It's
on a very special episode.
Yes, on a very special episode, right? Yeah. So it's just I'm interested to see her. Like, she plays what, Adam Driver's sister?
Yes, yeah.
Interesting.
Tom Waits' daughter.
Wow. I'm ready for this. All right, give it to me. I'm excited.
Yeah, it's got a great winter atmosphere in the opening segment too. So
Cool.
if it does play a Chicago theater on a snowy day, it'll feel weather appropriate.
So let me do one more, because I know Patrick is going to have something to say about this particular title, and I know Bill had made your list last year, I believe, and that would be
Maybe.
EFIS. EFIS. Carson Lund, I believe, right?
Mhm.
Debut feature. It's very low key, and again, it does bring to mind Early Linkletter, and it just like it. At first, I was like, okay, this is just a really good hangout movie. I love all the characters. There's a lot of funny interactions and like just things happening in the background that I smiled at. It was just like, to me, it mostly felt like a warm hug of a movie. But the more I thought about it, it was like, oh, actually, I'm feeling really sad thinking about like the fact that the sense of communal experience is dying. Like, there isn't like a feeling of community in the way that there used to be, especially when I was younger. Oh yeah, I was like, I didn't love playing baseball or sports, but at least it got me, to hang out with different types of people all at once. Because I never got into the competition of it all to where I was like, we got to win. That's kind of what separated me from that experience. But I do value, even now, like putting together a book club for the library and having 5 people in a room and we're all talking and interacting. And sometimes we veer away from the book and talk about our personal lives. And it's really comforting to have that experience. And like this movie almost like captures like the fact that's kind of dying out in a way, like because things are being taken over by capitalism or technology or just like we're more isolated than we've ever been. And you can even look at this as like kind of a reflection of what it's like to make a movie on top of it all. So but really it is just an enjoyable, funny, kind of slow burn movie that, I don't know, every character is distinctive. And I found it, again, I use this word a lot, but melancholy, because there's things about it that made me smile and there's things about it that made me sad. But I'm just glad a movie like this exists and that people can see it. And I want more movies like this, but it almost felt like we don't get movies like this very much for a reason, because I don't know, people don't see the value in something like this, whereas I absolutely loved everything about it and really can't wait for whatever this director does next. So, Ephus, Patrick, you saw it and I think you liked it.
Yeah, it's the best movie of the year.
Oh, okay.
It's like easily, like without a doubt, it's just the more than the best movie of the year. It is like the movie of the year, which is like, this is the 2025 movie. Like if you want a movie that sums up where movies are in 2025, it's Ephus. It is about the film industry. It is about, I mean, you don't have to only read it as that. I think anyone of a sufficient age has held something very close to them that then faded away, never to return.
Yep.
And I think that that can be any number of things, and you can watch Ephus and connect to it on that level. It's a miraculous film. It's hysterically funny. It is like formally really daring. It is really, really smart about the way it balances its sentiment and cynicism. It is not about, like, if you're looking at this movie and you watch the trailer and you're like, I don't want to watch fucking Field of Dreams, like fuck baseball. Like, guess what? This movie's kind of like fuck baseball too. And you know what? Kind of fuck the film industry. Like, kind of fuck movies. There's like these things are complicated. Like, this is one of the things I got into when I'm talking about Roger Corman on Tracks of the Damned in November, is like the easiest thing to do at all times is to just sort of like tell yourself the legend of how the thing you like is the best, most pure, most wonderful thing it is. And the reality is everything is fucking compromised. And Roger Corman, in addition to doing a lot of great movies and giving a lot of great people their starts and being more progressive in some way, he was also like a craven capitalist who just devoured a lot of things and like did a lot of shady shit. And like, you should probably endeavor to hold complicated ideas in your head if you're going to be a human being.
Sure.
And Ephus understands that, like, just because something is heartbreakingly sad when it goes away, it doesn't mean that it is like a perfect, beautiful unicorn that should live forever in myth. Ephus is, it's the best movie of the year.
Well said.
It's the only sports movie influenced by Goodbye Dragon Inn, which we've talked about
Exactly.
on the
Wow.
Digest Club.
That's great.
Yeah, no, I'm so glad you liked it. I mean, it's funny when you say that it's a film that says "fuck baseball." I don't remember having that impression of it, only because I remember thinking, man, this film really cares about the rules of baseball in a way that I don't really understand, because I've never watched baseball. I've only played it like on the playground as a kid, but I don't really know the technical nuances of that game. And it feels like this is a film that it might play even better for people that know those rules, but I was able to enjoy it without knowing those rules, but respecting that it didn't care whether or not I knew those rules.
I mean, you mentioned Goodbye Dragon Inn. It's also a movie that for the first like 30 minutes refuses to show you baseball being played.
Yes.
like when I say this movie is kind of fuck baseball, I think this movie takes it as a given that these men are a little bit ridiculous for being so invested in this thing.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that actually this is like kind of silly, and that what it's being replaced with is not necessarily inferior just because it makes people sad when it's replaced.
Good. Yeah, well said. I also sometimes I feel ridiculous being so invested in movies, and just like my passion for it.
You should.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
yeah, I
like
mean,
we are ridiculous people right now.
yeah, no, I know. To some degree, it's an obsession. And like
There's that character is also an ethos. That's the guy with the box score. That's a fucking podcaster.
yeah,
Like he's not even playing baseball. He is just sitting on the sidelines, just speaking in hushed tones about other people playing baseball.
Well, 2025 was the year where I had to admit to myself that I'm not really comfortable wearing contact lenses anymore. I'm comfortable wearing my bifocals all the time now. So for a film that gets progressively darker and it becomes harder and harder to make out what's actually happening on screen for that extended period of time, I could relate to that more so in 2025.
yeah, for
The
sure.
lack of clarity. Yeah. But it's Fuck Toys. Written, directed, and starring Annapurna Sriram. And so this is a film that I saw at the Baltimore Film Festival, which is kind of, I guess, fitting because it does evoke John Waters in places. But it's shot on 16mm cropped cinemascope. It's this colorful, outrageous, kind of sexy comedy about sex workers and their friendship. It's a woman trying to break a curse while kind of just living her life. Yeah, it stars the writer director, and also great performances from Sadie Scott and Damian Young are also in the cast. But it's this real funny, edgy, without again feeling like edgelordish kind of comedy. It builds towards something quite effective that I won't spoil because I know it's still again one of those movies that is trying to break out into that post-festival kind of stage. I don't know what the release pattern is, and I don't know how much having fuck in the title is going to be a barrier or not for distribution. But this was a nice surprise. I really kind of only just saw it because one of the co-producers on it is Heather Buckley, who I know, who's been on supporting character. So I really just kind of saw it just because I wanted to support a friend, and I ended up really liking this one a lot. And I imagine it will develop a cult following very quickly once it's in front of more eyes. But keep an eye out for it. It's not just, a provocative title with nothing behind it. It's actually a pretty great movie. But Fuck Toys.
Previous guest on the show, Mitchell Beaupre, in their Letterboxd review, describes it as Greg Araki making a Mad Max movie. I don't know.
I don't
know if this is a Jim movie or not.
I mean, those were shot on celluloid. This was shot on celluloid. They're all
Okay.
English language. I see it.
Okay. I'm open-minded enough, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't compare to Greg Araki, other than it is colorful and has a unabashedly queer sensibility and some outrageousness. But I don't think you're gonna think Greg Araki as you're watching it.
Okay, good. The polar opposite of that is a film called Familiar Touch. This was a hell of a year for me when it comes to coming to terms with my mother's aging and her dementia diagnosis. So to sit and watch a movie at the Chicago Critics Film Festival, again, very similar to what I said about Darkest Miriam, mirror a personal experience I have been going through with my mom was really difficult, but comforting at the same time, because it was really fresh. Like pretty much all this was happening during the summer, and then the Critics Film Festival happened very early in the summer, but I could tell my mom was getting worse cognitively, and something was definitely not right in general. It wasn't more of just like, well, she's alone and has mental health issues. There's definitely something going on deeper level within her brain. And then I sat and watched this movie and kind of felt so much watching it. But it's basically, just about the opening scene is a son picking up his mom to take her to an assisted living facility due to Alzheimer's. And, it sets it up very beautifully. It's a very subtle movie. There's not a lot of yeah, like um, you know, over the top acting. It's simply a woman losing her sense of identity and questioning things and uncertain about things, and certainly having a lot of awkward encounters and saying the wrong things, which, yeah, my mother's been experiencing for a while. And yeah, watching this was again like kind of just one of those, wow, this is crazy what movies can do when I'm seeing things that I've been through portrayed in this movie. And also the lead performance, I don't have her name in front of me, but this woman is absolutely transcendent. And it's a great examination of aging and Alzheimer's that like takes the kind of the strengths of something like away from her, but this is more of a fly in the wall uh, experience for the viewer to see what is actually going on with the person suffering from Alzheimer's, rather than how the spouse is dealing with it in something like away from her. But yeah, you get to see the intake procedure, her adapting to the environment, and just slowly realizing that things are changing, and you have to just go with it. And from you don't get a whole lot from the son's perspective. It's mostly just she gets placed in this assisted living facility, and we watch how she adapts. And that to me was really comforting to watch, especially since good things can come out of this whole thing for the whole family and for her. But yeah, it's a hard movie to watch for me, and I don't think I'm going to go back to it soon. But I'm glad I saw it when I did, and it's graceful, it's simple, and it's one of those indie films that, much like a title coming up later in the show, I was grateful to see at the Music Box Theater during the Chicago Critics Film Festival. That's this is familiar touch. Everybody, seek it out. Just be forewarned; it's pretty heavy stuff if you're dealing with a parent with dementia.
Is the actress you're thinking of Kathleen Chalfant?
Yes.
Yeah,
Wow.
she shows up in one of my films as well, but
Oh, wonderful.
yeah,
Yeah.
in one scene cameo. But
Cool.
I haven't seen that one yet. Familiar Touch. I meant to, and I just didn't get to it. But it sounds like
Yeah.
something I'll like.
Definitely do. Definitely do.
All right. Well, I will see it. My number 11 is The Ice Tower by Lucille Hadj. Is it Hadj? I never know how to say it. It's Hadzi Halovic. But she's the woman, the writer director of Innocence, Evolution, uh, Earwig. But this is her latest film. And it's about this teenage runaway who happens upon a film production where they're making this kind of adaptation of the Snow Queen, the Hans Christian Andersen story, and she kind of has this dynamic evolve with the lead actress played by Marianne Cotillard, who's kind of like, I guess, the biggest star to show up in one of Lucille's movies. But I mean, plot aside, it's just a great exercise in eerie kind of dark fantasy ambiance. I mean, it's maybe the most perfectly realized of her movies to date, and it is kind of in that art house horror vein, although it's kind of just on the edge of horror. It doesn't really kind of move towards a scary story so much as just um, capture this wintry, spooky kind of atmosphere. And I just found it really, I've almost kind of burnt out a little bit on art house horror tropes, but this feels like fresh still for that ballpark that I kind of associate it a lot more with films, coming out maybe, God, how long ago was that year when that we had like the Ben Wheatleys and the Duke of Burgundy and all that kind of stuff all happening at once. I mean, it feels
Oh,
like a
wow.
lot of those directors have moved in other directions um, since that time, but this still feels like the best example of that kind of film that is technically more of an art film, but it has all this kind of genre type imagery. Um, but I think it's one of my favorites of the year, just as a visual experience and an atmospheric experience. And um, so I don't know. There's a whole lot of plot to describe. I don't know if either of you would have seen it, but that's definitely one I want to tell more people to check out.
Oh, I definitely will seek it out. Sounds interesting.
No, I've not seen it, but it sounds good.
Yeah. Possibly my favorite horror film of the year is called It Ends. I spoke a lot about this on, well, it was, yeah, just put out today, as a matter of fact. Chloe's Not Scared horror podcast basically had people send clips of them talking about their favorite horror film of the year. And I struggled a little bit because, yeah, there was some very good horror movies this year. And I know, Patrick, you have a list of them to share.
That's right.
And this one in particular, again, it's not. I think the problem with me is I am kind of getting tired of what you talked about just now, Bill, is some of the tropes in horror that I don't know. Do like I really loved the setup of Sinners, and then once the vampire stuff kicks in, I was like, I've seen this before, and it doesn't excite me. It doesn't get me that visceral thrill. And even to some extent, maybe not to the same extent, because again, like the way things play out in Weapons is still surprising, even though I was like, yeah, okay, that's cool. I'm glad. I'm I'm glad it went in that direction, and I was surprised by the direction it went in. It ends as a very different type of horror movie, where I would describe it as an existential horror movie, like a Waiting for Godot or a Sartre kind of like interpretation of events, in which four characters are in a car and something happens and you're not clear as to what. There's no simple explanation as to what's happening, but it's very similar to something like Coherence, where it's just this situation and these four friends trying to figure out what to do, how to handle it, analyzing it together, thinking of it as, what is this? Is this purgatory? What's happening? And like the way a lot of these people react, like I found myself saying, well, that's how I would react. That's how I would think of this. That's how I would, like, I would have the scream moment. I would have the panic moment. I would have the moment of shutting down completely. I would have the moment of trying to intellectualize what's going on in this scenario. And I love claustrophobic, just simple stories again, where very few characters are interacting and they're all trying to make sense out of something that doesn't make sense. And again, it's not jump scares, there's not gore. But to me, it just like made me feel anxious in terms of like this idea of a road that never ends. And what's going to happen. You really can't figure out what's going to happen and why it's happening, and you're along with the ride with these characters. So yeah, again, like it's a weird, I don't know, it's kind of like a weird pick for me to say like this is the horror film of the year, when things that have like struck a chord more with other people, uh something like Sinners or Weapons, have a little bit more appeal to a broader scale. But this to me was just like, this is a Jim horror movie. This is existential. There's not a lot of, yeah, blood and guts and the types of tropes that we're used to seeing. It's simple, and I respond to something like this way more than something like In a Violent Nature. Like this just became even richer for me on a second viewing, and I'm very excited to see what this director does next, because when you can do when you can do a lot with very little, I really respond to that strongly. So It Ends is my favorite horror movie of the year.
Have you seen I can't remember if it's Iron Rose or The Iron Rose, the Jean Rollin film?
No.
I do not like Jean Rollin, but hearing you describe It Ends makes me think you should see The Iron Rose.
Okay.
That's,
I will.
Yeah, no, that's a great point of comparison. And it's funny. I mean, well, part of the reason that It Ends didn't have the same impact as Sinners or Weapons is because it hasn't been released yet.
Oh, that's true. You're right.
Yeah.
I should bring that up. That okay, it did play the Chicago Critics Film Festival. I didn't see it there. I guess the only way you could watch it right now is rent it on Letterboxd's new video streaming app.
They have it on Letterboxd?
Yeah.
Okay, because it just got a distribution deal I mean, I just read an announcement of it maybe like within the last 2 weeks. So I imagine that there will be a proper release of it in 2026. And it's funny that with our alphabetical approach to doing this, we have another match because number
Wow.
12 is It Ends for me, which I saw at the Philadelphia Film Festival, but
How was it seen with a crowd? Because I just watched this, at home.
it went never great. It went never
Cool.
great. They were really pushing that it's a Gen Z horror movie, and I'm not quite sure what they mean by that. But well, actually, the director even apologized to the audience for it not really being a horror movie, is what he said. So I guess, I mean, it has horror elements, but I think it kind of sits outside like a neat genre peg, I think. But like it doesn't have the horror sequences in the middle of it, I think, with the
Yeah.
but yeah, no, I don't have a whole lot to add because I don't really want to spoil too much since it's still kind of rolling out. But yeah, no, I think it's just one that I went into knowing only the title, which the title made me think of It Follows. And so
course,
I was like thinking, okay, it's going to be, the latest indie horror film, and it'll probably be a metaphor for trauma or something. And I thought it was really kind of charming, and one I've thought about in the months that followed. I think the performances are all quite good, and it gives you a lot to, again, like a lot to chew over as far as what it's saying about um, the characters, like talking about their future and adulthood, and maybe that transition, like the road representing life. I mean, I guess it is kind of like an existential road movie,
yeah.
but like in a way that is very different from Two Lane Blacktop kind of existential road movies. But yeah, no, I think it's very good, and I imagine it will be talked about a lot more in 2026 when it has a chance to reach more people.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about the release of this, to be honest, because I knew it played the Chicago Critics Film Festival, like I said, but then suddenly I read that, like, oh, Letterboxd now has their own streaming service, and this is the way you can see It Ends, and that's how I tracked it down, and I'm so glad I did. It's worth the rental price, folks. It's quite something.
Yeah, very much so.
Where are we at? What are we doing? Oh, am I next? No, you're next. Oh wait, that's you just did it. It ends together. Okay, gotcha. For me, another It movie. Well, there's 3 It movies kind of in a row. It was Just an Accident. And again, like this, I wasn't sure what to expect other than, like, yeah, it was getting a lot of attention, and for good reason, because of the filmmaker and what he's been going through, and the censorship he's experienced. And I've seen Taxi, and I feel like there's one more.
No
that I've seen.
Bears.
Yeah, and obviously I kind of was Oh, did he make This Is Not a Movie too?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, yeah. I saw that too, and this is a little bit surprising in that, again, more of a genre exercise, a genre approach to telling a story about um, a group of Iranian political prisoners who are essentially wanting to exact revenge on a man that they believe tortured them. Uh, and they get a hold of this particular man, and simply another question of, is this the guy or not? And one contained idea built around this conceit is simply like, okay, an excuse to, like, have different people interact, have different people respond to what, like different again, you get different types of personalities and people in the same space together. They're all going to react differently, and I love that approach to telling a story, because again, if everybody acted the same, it wouldn't be as interesting. But everybody here that he picks up along the way, a former victim, uh one of them is all for, like, torturing this guy in return, and another is just like, no, this is completely wrong, what are you doing? And then, oddly enough, there is some kind of, I would say, dark humor sprinkled throughout, with them running into, the authorities on the roof or something. And there is some surprises along the way in this journey. But once again, a story about, like, human beings being incredibly flawed and impulsive, and figuring out, well, how do I deal with what's happened to me in the past, again, regarding trauma, but also is it right to, do what I want to do in this situation, which is exact revenge. And the question surrounding that is that going to lead to catharsis? Is it, futile? And yet, like, the way he told this story was like he was sneaking around and like doing it in secrecy, right? And you wouldn't have thought that watching this movie. Like, he does things kind of out in the open at times, out in public, and it just makes me like grateful for someone to be fearless while knowing like, oh, I can get in deep trouble for making this movie, including imprisonment. And I think recently he's experienced that again, or at least he's been banned or something. I don't know the whole story with Pahini and everything that's occurred recently, but I know something occurred where yeah, he got in trouble for just making this movie. But yeah, it's less of an observational documentary like his previous work, and again, like more of a set, almost like again a spy thriller, where you're like, well, is this the guy? Is this not the guy? And you find out, and the way everything plays out is incredibly satisfying, and really intense, and has one of the very best final moments and final shots of the year. So yeah, it was just an accident. Highly recommend people seek this out. It's really remarkable, and Pahini deserves a lot of acclaim, and I think he will get it this year.
Yeah, no, I like this one too. It's funny that it does come, the same year as Begonia, because it is similar in that it is
Yeah.
about them having the captive that may or may not be who they think it is.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, I feel like the Palme d'Or, I think, partly is a way of acknowledging just the difficulties that he's had as an artist trying to even make his films in a country that it's interesting because I mean I think about directors like Andrzej Żuławski or Kieslowski that ultimately went to France to make their films because they ran into so much government interference and pressure working in communist Poland. And I think that, something about Panahi that almost surprises me is that he continues to make films that kind of challenge the system from within, where he's most likely to wind up in jail for making films, and yet he continues to make them there. And I think that part of why people respect him so much is just the bravery or
Yeah.
foolhardiness of that as his guiding kind of way of working. But I think you're right that it is more of a genre exercise than maybe. But I feel like there's a fair amount of suspense and political thriller elements to something like No Bears as well.
Hmm.
Um,
Oh yeah, for sure.
yeah, and I think with some time to process both, I think I kind of lean towards No Bears, but I get why this is getting more attention and won the Palme d'Or and all that. And it's very strong. I wish I had been able to see him. He was supposed to be at the screening that I was at, but the government shutdown slowed the visa
Yeah.
application process, and so he got delayed. And but he eventually made it over. But it's a very good film. I mean, maybe it will win more awards later. I don't know, but um, yeah, no, interesting figure within the realm of cinema as far as like someone that is that high profile, a target for the government of the film, the country that he makes his work within. Um, so my number 13 is a film called Julie Keeps Quiet, directed by Leonardo van de Gil. It's a
Hmm.
Belgian film starring Tessa van den Broek, and it's about this teenage tennis player who's silently withdrawing from socially and from her studies and such, while her coach of her tennis team is being investigated after one of her teammates has killed herself. And
Hmm.
so it's probably all I should really say because it's one of those films that kind of like information is kind of doled out kind of gradually. What I responded to with it was this kind of cleanly beautiful, shadowy visual style, lots of greens, um, lots of isolating the character within the frame to um, kind of communicate her isolation within the environment. It's a slow burn character study. it's probably a little bit too subtle for some taste, but I found it really compelling and has kind of stuck with me. I think there's a film that's getting a lot of attention right now called The Plague,
I was just
that
gonna say that.
the
That's what I
Charlie
was just
Pollinger
standing
film,
Yeah.
which is a little bit more flashy. It's dealing with more of like a Lord of the Flies kind of thing, dealing with like school bullying, and that's what I think of with both of them is that kind of like a David Fincher thing, as far as like a neo noirish, but like super glossy, uh, but clean kind of visual flashiness. And they both have that film. The Plague is probably more like what you would put on at a party, like it's more kind of engagingly actiony. This is a little bit more kind of menacingly. It's a little more like Adam McGoyan-ish, but I really like this one, and it's not one I've heard a lot of people talk about. But again, it's just one of those ones that like I saw it, I liked it, and I just kept thinking about it. So yeah, Julie Keeps Quiet.
I will definitely seek that out. That sounds really interesting.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm not gonna have a whole lot to say about this one because again, it's incredibly like, well, you either are gonna respond to this the way that I did, or you just be like, well, it's just your typical music documentary. But of course, I'm talking about It's Never Over, Jeff Buckley. And a lot of that just simply has to do with the fact that he's one of my favorite musicians that has ever lived. And there was a movie that came out not too long ago that tried to tell like the story of him uh like struggling with who he was in fame, and it was told in a typical narrative, your typical like portrayal that you would get in something like the Springsteen movie or Walk the Line, and it just irked me to no end. I don't even remember what it was called. It might have been Greetings from to something or another. Like, I watched it a few years ago. I was like, this is making me so uncomfortable. Ugh, don't do this to Jeff Buckley. And so Amy Berg comes along and is like, I got the right approach to this. I've got the documentary that is really good. I mean, again, like I know you talked about earlier, Bill, that like a lot of these music documentaries are just basically like, let's put the musician on a pedestal, let's say why they're so great, and that can get a little tiresome and boring. But what if I agree? What if I agree with the fact that Jeff Buckley is one of the greatest singers to have ever lived, and I've never heard anybody write songs the way he did, and but at the same time, it like portrays how he struggled with you know interacting with other musicians or dealing with the having to follow up his biggest success to date, where people like Bob Dylan were saying he's the second coming. Like just a lot of pressure, uh, and failed relationships, and never really getting to know his father, like all the things you kind of expect in this type of approach to telling a story about a musician who left us way too soon is here. But again, because of my love of Jeff Buckley, having talked with his mother at one point, and knowing a lot about him, and read biographies and everything, this just really captured the spirit of why he is one of a kind, why he really struck a chord and continues to inspire so many modern day musicians. Everyone from Tom York to Chris Martin to everybody that like ever heard his voice is kind of just like he had the voice of an angel, and he made me want to make music. And that's similar to how I felt. And this movie really does bring a lot of things together in a way that I found to be very satisfying. Like there was never like something where like, oh, you left that out. You shouldn't have, you should have had a different approach. But again, it is a straightforward documentary at the same time. So I can see you going like, nothing special about it, but Jeff Buckley was special. And that's why it's on my list, because it made me very emotional. And I'm glad that this exists. I'm glad that there's something out there that really captures the essence of why he was who he was, and not in a way that I felt like was like it still brings up things that like, oh yeah, he kind of was an asshole sometimes, but for the most part he was who he was. And uh we'll never really know how we lost him other than what has been said. And I don't know, I I get really emotional thinking about how much his music has meant to me, how he's responsible for a very important early relationship in my 20s, and the fact that I played a Jeff Buckley tribute concert in Chicago at one point, with his mom in attendance. That was the most nervous I've ever been in my entire life playing music. So again, there's a reason why this movie is on my or why it's on my list, because I love Jeff Buckley, and if you don't, you may not like it. So that's that.
Yeah, I liked it. I never really was a Jeff Buckley listener. Like my late friend James was a big fan of that Grace album. So I
Oh
definitely
yeah.
have heard some Jeff Buckley in my time, but I mean I never had his records, and so I didn't know that much going into it. I actually have more of his father's music in my collection than Jeff Buckley. But yeah, no, I think it's I mean, me and music docs. I'm pretty easy to please, and I enjoyed this as well. I learned a lot because I didn't know very much going in. But yeah, no, I knew that was going to be on your list because I know that's a very important artist to you. But yeah, and I liked it. I mean, not a whole
Bill,
lot
do
to
you have
add.
a memory of really quickly? Do you have a memory of? Did I put Pavements on my list last year? Because I don't remember if I did.
I think you did.
Okay, then it doesn't need to be on for this year. I just realized that as we were talking music docs. So it's like I really like Pavement so much, but I think you're right. Maybe I did put it on for last year.
My 14 is a film called Lurker, written and
Oh
directed
yeah,
by Alex Russell.
yeah.
And I didn't know what I expected going into this. I saw that it was on a list of I think it was probably like ranking as a horror film. It's not quite really a horror film. I thought of I thought of things like Great Gatsby or Talented Mr. Ripley as far as like that idea of like someone from a different class kind of worming their way into a different social situation. It basically involves uh, I guess a fan kind of working his way into the world of a and life of a pop star and becoming part of the inner circle of a rising pop star. And so it's you know dealing with kind of cringe type situations as like he weasels his way in and then starts trying to manipulate things. It's not probably like the most unique story, but it's really effectively told and feels like very like it gets the details right in how that kind of story would play out in a pop culture of the 2020s as far as the technology and social media aspects of it. But yeah, I mean, I watched it when I was really tired, and I usually fall asleep in front of movies late at night, and I was this one kind of kept me alert for the 90 minutes that it ran. And I don't know if it's a great film. It might just be the generosity of my this is a nice surprise. I really didn't think anything going into it, but um as just a again like that Talented Mr. Ripley kind of social interloper kind of thing, I thought it was really really strong little indie movie, and one people should check out.
For me, for next on my list, a filmmaker that I think all three of us really, really appreciate anytime he makes a movie. Alan Girodi, right? Or as we said on one episode, Goulardi, which was not accurate. But
But more fun.
It's
sure.
getting close to my next pick.
Misericordia. So this is one I'm going to need a bit of a refresh or a newer rewatch to recall why I loved it as much as I did. But because I saw this pretty early on in the year when, I mean, one of those movies that played festivals last year, right? And then suddenly you could track it down if you were so inclined, and I certainly did, given this filmmaker. And it's about this. It's again. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's similar to like a Talented Mr. Ripley, but it does have a Hitchcockian vibe with just the initial premise of a loner returning to his hometown for a funeral and deciding to stay, and just encountering a very difficult person, a threatening neighbor, we'll say, uh, interferes with him and just everything that's going on, and you're kind of wondering, well, how's this all going to play out? but there's a lot of tension and there's a lot of awkwardness and there's a lot of dark humor in a way that only this filmmaker can pull off successfully and in a way that I just always appreciate because there's unexpectedness, especially when it comes to the relationships. Like there's a lovelorn priest uh, with unusual intentions, if I recall.
Yeah, yeah. It's a hard film to talk about without spoiling the
Yeah,
surprises because it is a film, yeah, that I mean, I guess it is kind of a Hitchcockian thriller, but it's also sexually like it goes in places that Hitchcock would never even suggest.
sure.
Um, so again,
That's one of the strengths of him as a filmmaker in general. Is just that
yeah,
element alone.
no, but it's I mean, there's outrageous comedy to it that you can't really talk about without spoiling it. But yeah, no, I thought I haven't seen this since, even longer because I think I saw it in the fall of 2024 when it was at New York Film Festival. But I remember really loving it at the time, and yeah, it played well with that audience. I mean, as a comedy, but yeah, and I think it might be
Yeah,
out on Blu-ray through Criterion's kind of like line of newer films now. So it is one that you can easily acquire or rent or stream now. But yeah, no, it's I agree with you. That's quite funny and enjoyable movie.
yeah. Anytime this filmmaker comes out with something, I'm excited. So and yeah, I've loved everything. I think I've seen everything at this point that he's done. Right? I think so. But you're a fan too, so
Yeah, but I have not seen this
okay.
yet,
You
unfortunately.
definitely do. You will like it.
Yeah, I should.
I think you'll like it. Yeah. Well, speaking of Goulardi, um, I don't know what more we really need to say about One Battle After Another, but that's the next one on my list. Feel like we've all talked about it on
One?
Directors Club before.
What number is this?
15.
This
Oh,
is
okay,
15. All right,
15.
cool,
Good.
cool.
Okay, good.
So you two can finish your 15s, and then I'll start jumping in with
All
my
right,
list.
all right.
Yeah, you should go back and listen to the Directors Club bonus episode where all three of us talk about this for over an hour.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to say a whole much more about it because it's.
I'm assuming it's on your list too.
Yeah, of course.
At this point, is it number 15 for you?
Well, there's
just
one.
look at your
There's
list.
one. No, there's one before.
Okay,
it.
okay, yeah, okay, never mind.
There's one before it.
Sorry.
But no, I mean, like obviously, One Battle is. It's my favorite movie of the year.
Yeah.
So. And everybody knows why, because they've seen it. I know some people like it was really interesting. Bill, did you listen to Film Comment talk about this movie?
I
Okay.
did not.
There's definitely a backlash. There's definitely people who are like, why does everybody think this movie's so great? Ah! And I'm like, I don't understand necessarily why. Yeah, like again, and I could see that happening with any movie. Really, is just once it gets elevated to this is one of the best movies of the past. That's inevitable. So I get it, but there are some people who dismiss it outright, and I just kind of don't understand necessarily because this is a nice summation of Paul Thomas Anderson's strengths as a storyteller, and yet has moments of like, wow, he's stepping up and doing something different that I haven't seen him do before in certain cases too. So yeah, it's One Battle After Another. People, it's on our list.
Well, the only thing I would say about this is that, which I don't think we would have said at the time that we talked about it, because it was still so new, is the way people focus on money when talking about films like this. And this is not the only film that this happens with, but I mean, I've noticed it especially with coverage of Coppola's Megalopolis, where it's like there's a tone where it's like, how dare he waste all that money? And like, who does he think he is putting that film back into theaters? They lost all this money. And it's like, the coverage of this film also, it's like, it's made hundreds of millions of dollars, but yet it's lost all this money. And isn't that a problem? And it's like, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could argue that there's a lot of good things you could do with hundreds of millions of dollars that other than make movies. I certainly get that argument, but it's like a lot of it feels like mouthpieces for studios and marketing departments as far as like, and this is why you should never really take risks because look at all the money you could lose.
I think these are people who have a lot of anxiety about the medium and the future of it and the thing they like. And when they see something like this flop, what they're saying is, no, Paul Thomas Anderson, you fucked over the next director who wants to spend a lot of money on a movie
Yeah.
because now the studio's not going to do it. And so, like, they are trying to spin this anxiety they feel about the death of this medium they care about into like someone they can point to and get mad at. That isn't the wider actual answer that is scarier, which is, yeah, audiences don't give a fuck. Like, like
Yeah.
point it at the, you know, at the audiences. But that's kind of scary because if audiences don't give a fuck, then nothing will ever will bring
Yeah.
film back.
Well-
And they still need in their heads to believe somehow film is going to come back. And so that is how I have interpreted this kind
Well,
of talk.
anecdotally,
Anxiety.
I know a lot of people in my day-to-day life that are not film people that a month after One Battle came out, they had never heard of it.
Yeah.
And it's like the algorithm for a guy like me, One Battle after another is as much headlines, you know, like it's all the time.
It's the new Avatar.
Yeah.
or Superman,
And it just, because of the siloed way that media is pushed out to us, it's very possible to live in a world where like a $300 million Leonardo DiCaprio movie won't wind up on your radar at all because it's not a sequel or a remake or adaptation of something you've heard of. And so it's just, it's treated no differently than, you know, any of the art house type films that we're talking about on this list. And the fact that it even won all the art house awards at the Gotham Awards this year, which are meant for independent films and not for multi $100 million Hollywood films, I mean, says a lot about just I don't know what that just says, that all audiences were responding to that film, or if that feels independent in nature just because it has those eccentric touches that would be unusual for a blockbuster type budgeted film. But yeah, no, I mean, I think that ultimately the film will do fine and will not be the Heaven's Gate of our generation as far as like being a you know, something that's kind of held against other filmmakers with ambitious visions. But I do think that it was I mean, it was nice to see it get so much of a positive reception critically. I do think personally I like Licorice Pizza more. I mean, I don't put it among my favorite of Paul Thomas Anderson's movie, but I think I do think it's like uplifting as a movie watching experience. I think it has a kind of like, by the time American Girl kicks in at the end, I find it quite touching. And I mean, it's full of great set pieces that I love. I don't have anything bad to say about it. I think, you know, he's a consistently enjoyable filmmaker for me. So if I were to rate them favorite to least favorite, I still kind of like the least favorite, you know? So it's not like it's a criticism, but yeah, I mean, it's one of those films that at this point I've almost almost burnt out on talking about it or hearing about it, but it is,
I know.
it is
Me too.
you know, film that I'm happy that it had the reaction it did, because I think even for myself as someone that was looking forward to it, I didn't hear anyone talking about it in the weeks leading up to it. I'm like, oh my God, this is going to be like, you know, newsworthy kind of fiasco, the way that Daniel Day-Lewis movie was, where it's like it made $12, even though it's like the return of Daniel Day-Lewis. And it wasn't quite like that, but it is, you know, it is funny when, I mean, it's just to think about the money side of it, but you know, for when you spend several $100 million on a cult filmmaker, you know, who's not going to compromise that much, it is interesting to see what happens with when they're trying to make a hit. But yeah,
It's a weird year in which, like, at the Chicago Critics Film Awards ceremony that we have, like, One Battle After Another was said so many times that even I got tired of it. I was just like, okay, sure, you know. And I love the movie. I love the director. If he wins, I know these things don't matter, but if he wins an Oscar, I'll be happy. You know, of course. Like, I want him to succeed. I want him to be recognized, despite the fact that, like, yeah, awards are ridiculous, and again, it's not a competition. And you know, I'm leaning more towards not ranking favorites like I used to, which is just kind of different for me to feel. But yeah, it was just kind of strange, like sitting at the awards dinner this year, kind of going, "Yep, One Battle After Another. Yep, one battle after another, and not really like feeling euphoric highs for my favorite director. It was just like, okay, yep, that's good. I'm glad. And that's kind of how I feel about the year. I was like, okay, yeah, good. There's a lot of good movies. I'm really glad to have a list of, titles that I responded to very strongly for the most part. But honestly, really quickly, I will just rattle off one more title here that's on my list in the order here. But I'm not going to talk about it at length because I plan to hopefully interview the filmmaker in February when it plays, hopefully at the Music Box, which I'm pretty sure is going to happen. And I saw it with him in attendance. Well, the two actors of this film. I'm talking about Nirvana, the band, the show, the movie by Matt Johnson, which to me is the funniest film I've seen in years. It is exactly my kind of comedy, and it involves time travel. It's done by movie nerds. It is insanely clever, really well done, and consistently funny for me. Like, there are huge laughs. There's a shock moment of sorts that I fell out of my chair. And I'm a picky laugher. Like, I don't necessarily like laugh at everything. I'm the type of person that's, sat with my arms crossed during the hangover going, why does everybody think this is so funny? And that's happened a lot of the times over the years. And I get, it's subjective, but to me, this was the funniest movie I've seen in a very long time. And when it officially comes out in February, I'll have a lot more to say about it. And yeah, I might get to interview Matt Johnson again. So we'll see. That's that. The end. Nirvana the band it's in my list. So there you go.
I should just add that Jay McCarroll is the other
Yes, Jay.
director, writer, star of that, just in case any fans of.
Yes, of course. I don't want to exclude him. You're right.
Yeah.
This is funny to you? It's like my whole life is riding on this.
I decided just to cover horror movies because I didn't want to watch 3 big prestige art house films a day to get caught up on a list, and I didn't want to make a list that was 8 movies long. I did not see 10 horror movies this year that really excited me. So rather than do a top 10 list and sort of imply that each of them are very good, I decided to make a top 19 list and just kind of make little pairs and sort of just talk about horror throughout the year. Movies that did not make any of these lists that I did nonetheless watch is Good Boy, Dangerous Animals, Clown in a Cornfield, Hard Eyes, and The Wolfman. Don't have a lot to say about any of them. Some of them are okay. Some of them are real bad. Don't need to add much more to those. And then real quick, my favorite non-horror movies of the year are One Battle After Another, Sorry Baby, Vulcan Isadora, No Other Choice, Caught Stealing, and then the best one of the year is Ethos. So now we're getting into the horror movies of the year. We're starting at number 10 with 2 horror movies that I think are very bad, but they're very bad in the same way, which is 28 Years Later and Bring Her Back.
Ooh.
Now, 28 Years Later and Bring Her Back are both movies that got a lot of acclaim. People were really talking about them. And the reason is because they are movies that tell you that they are good. And they tell you this forcefully over and over again by hitting all of the ticks and beats that a good movie is supposed to have. 28 Years Later is one of the dumbest fucking movies I've ever seen in my life. No one makes any fucking choices that make any sense at all. And then instead of telling a story, they say, by the way, you watched season 1 of 28 Years Later. This is a TV show, not a fucking movie. Good luck finding a fucking ending. 28 Years Later, horrible movie. No character makes any reasonable choices, but lots of weird little Danny Boyle ticks where he's doing all these fast edits and he's like, oh my God, it's actually about England because I put in some fucking English shit. And the cycle of masculinity. But guess what? Danny Boyle and Alex Garland are dumb guys. They don't have big thoughts about these things. And so they just made a bad movie.
I don't really like Alex Garland. I'm just not interested in this as a franchise, to be honest.
Bring Her Back is... I sort of like Talk to Me. I don't think Talk to Me is very good.
I liked it.
But it is novel. At the beginning of the movie, the premise, the setup, the idea of a highly public social media supernatural horror movie was novel. And so I enjoyed myself before it sort of just ran down into the same bullshit you've seen 100 times.
Sure.
Bring Her Back has no such luck. Bring Her Back is just straight down the middle, A24 loaf. It is like a hot dog. It is just like ground up every trope, every cliche, every visual tick, every little, oh, we're doing shallow, like they literally make a character blind just so it can be shot like an A24 movie. And it's like, oh yes, we have all this shallow focus, and then there's a shot through a window where rain is dripping down and everything's gray and underlit. It's like, fuck off. None of it. The only good thing about the movie is that they found a way to weaponize Sally Hawkins' character from Happy Go Lucky, but that only makes sense when you don't know what the plot is. The further the story goes on, the things she does in the movie make no sense at all. She acts entirely because this is the kind of movie where a character should do this thing now. And it is just a movie that is telling you, by the way, this is about trauma. By the way, this is about grief. By the way, this is about suffering. By the way, this is about family. And it's just like, it is just needling you over and over again, saying like, this is a movie with ideas. Here's the themes. Do you see the themes yet? And what it isn't is a fucking horror movie that has any scares in it whatsoever. Bring Her Back's a terrible movie, but it's a movie that when I was like accumulating my list of like, okay, what are the horror movies of the year I got to catch up on? Frequently on the top of people's horror movies of the year. And it's because it tells the audience that it's a good movie. And I think that there is definitely an audience who want to be told what a good movie is and then see it and then say, ah, yes, I agree with you, movie, and then walk out. And I will talk about Sinners later in that regard.
I was indifferent. I was indifferent to that one. I was kind of just it was all right.
But I think Bring Her Back, it started off, I'm like, this is not very good, but I do like what Sally Hawkins is doing.
Oh,
and
sure.
then as it just kept dragging on and on and on, I really started to resent it. So
Yeah.
that's why those two movies are together.
Makes sense. I get it.
Yeah, I Bring Her Back. Was that Danny? Is that Danny Philippou? Michael Philippou? Like those directors. It seems like the people I know that are biggest about that film are Australian critics I know, and I don't know if that's like just a homegrown pride thing because of the kind of impact that Talk to Her had on. Not Talk to Her. Was it Talk? What is the
Talk to Me?
Talk to Me. Talk to Her is Almodovar. That the impact that those films are having internationally, maybe. I don't know if that's what it is, because I kind of agree with you. Like I went into it, I liked Talk to Me well enough, and so I was kind of going in for more of the same. And I will say that the scene where a character pours urine in the bed to make it seem like someone's wet the bed, I don't know if it's just that just seemed like such an idea that I'd never seen done in a film before, and it seemed like real visceral. Uncomfortable concept to me. Like that's what I mostly associate with that film, is that moment for some reason. Like that's
when you find out what Sally Hawkins' plan is, the fact that she is this like gaslighting sociopath makes no fucking sense whatsoever. What she should be trying to do that entire movie is keep things really low key. But instead she is like intentionally provoking people and putting more and more risk on her absolutely insane plan. So that's like, it's yeah. Anyway, I said my piece. I don't need to go back into it.
Yeah, no.
That's okay.
So what are we doing? Our 16th? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Do I go next or do you go next?
Yeah, you go next.
Okay. All right. So my next one is Peter Hujar's Day, written and directed by Ira Sachs. So what this is, if you don't know it, it's the Peter Hujar was this photographer who Linda Rosenkrantz was, I think, gonna make a book was the plan, but kind of profiling different artists, and she was interviewing people about their day. And so it's like a conversation that happened in 1974 where she's asking Peter Hujar to recount the day that he had, the day before. And so it's played by Rebecca Hall plays Linda Rosenkrantz, the journalist, and Ben Whishaw plays Peter Hujar, the photographer. And so it's just this conversation in his apartment over the course of the day. But it's kind of this interesting window into bohemian life and art life in New York in the 70s. And so it's very name droppy. There's, he goes on this shoot for Allen Ginsberg for like a magazine cover, I think. And you hear names like Fran Lebowitz or Susan Sontag, but it's it's one of those films like My Dinner with Andre that even though it's literally just two people talking for the duration of a film, you get all of these great anecdotes kind of colorfully realized, and it's a great performance from Ben Whishaw, who is not an actor I've seen him in other things. I never really thought about him one way or the other, but he's phenomenal in this. And doesn't hurt that I saw it in New York, surrounded by people that probably were around in 1974 and like knowing chuckles all around the theater for like real esoteric kind of regionally specific kind of cultural references. But for me, I think I just found it really uh, just super involving. It's shot on 16 millimeter, so it has kind of a warmer texture for a low budget kind of apartment space kind of movie than like a what you might be expecting to see. But yeah, no, I it's one I really loved a lot. And I don't know, have either of you seen that one, Peter Hujar's
No,
Day?
I've been meaning to though.
I heard you talk about it on the One Battle After Another podcast, and it's been on my radar
Yeah,
since, but I
Okay.
have
I'm
not
very
seen it.
curious about it.
Yeah,
Sure.
no, it's great. I mean,
I like those two actors, obviously. I mean, Ben Whishaw was really great in Bright Star.
okay,
Gene
yeah. I mean, I've seen him in things like what is it, Women Talking?
Yeah, Women
Yeah, like
Talking,
I've seen him in other things, but yeah, he's given like a chewy role to play here, and he really
Oh, good.
kind of it told me to rethink about how I've thought about him in other movies. But
I really adore him as Richard II in that Hollow Crown series.
Oh,
That's a
I haven't seen
really
that.
good. I don't know if there's another film adaptation of Richard II, but he is
Interesting.
great as Richard II in that. That's one of my favorite
cool.
Shakespeare adaptations.
Oh, yeah. No, he's really talented. So I should see that.
Strangely enough, I don't have a whole lot to say about my next pick, other than, again, just damn entertaining movie with no other choice. Park Chan-wook's, sort of pitch black comedy thriller that is a little American Psycho mixed with Parasite, and it's as I'm watching him, like this is like everything about him as a filmmaker works for me in terms of like the cinematography, his edits, like just unusual layering of shots or transitions or fades or overlaps, things like that he does. I kind of just immediately on like just a simple, almost like superficial level, like that was cool, you know? And I feel that way about the majority of his films. Like I just kind of go, I don't know if I have like a big, profound philosophical, psychological connection to like what the themes are necessarily. Like I don't necessarily think about the movies once they're over, but I just mostly like go, this is a damn great storyteller and filmmaker. And having this lead character kind of go around trying to put an end to his competition just so he can have a job, and like just him trying to take people down in this often comical fashion is just really damn entertaining, and to some degree understandable given how difficult it is to get ahead in society in these days. And obviously he wants to just put food on the table, but he's also like a psychopath. So I just love Park Chan-wook movies, and it's just as simple as that. And I found myself laughing, I found myself cringing, I found myself in suspense, and thoroughly enthralled throughout the entire duration of this movie. So no other choice. Great movie. Yeah. But again, like I don't have anything like original or exciting to say about it.
I love No Other Choice.
Yeah.
I think he makes a lot of really good choices in terms of
choices.
I knew you were going to do that. I thought
Sorry,
maybe if I could keep going, you would derail it. Never mind. I don't have a point. It's a good movie.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, no, I like that one a lot too. I mean, I like Nirvana, the band, the show, the movie as well, but I think No Other Choice was the most I laughed in a theater in 2025. I think that's a very funny movie as well as being a good thriller with some really great, thriller set pieces. But
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So my number 17 is the Phoenician.
Oh, I have mine.
Oh, that's
now.
right. We're doing that.
Oh,
now.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. I want to hear about yours more than I want to talk about this.
Understood. I'm jumping in now with a double feature that I like to call the AI Fuck Doll double feature.
Oh, no.
It is Companion and Black Eyed Susan. Now,
I thought you were going to say Megan 2.0 or whatever the hell that was.
I did not see.
Okay.
I barely finished the first Megan, so I did not rush out to see the sequel. So I should note at this point, I'm going off of. I do not go to festivals, and I am not a film critic, so I'm only going off of commercial release. Some of my films, if you look them up on Letterboxd, they're 2023. They had a U.S. commercial release in 2025, so that's where they're going. Companion, I walked out of Weapons, and I was kind of like, I think Zach Krager has just found a formula that fucking works. And if you tell a story in this kind of way, and you like, if you make the game how you withhold information from the audience, it kind of doesn't matter at the end if the story's good or not. It still like can be a really good time. And then when I walked out of Companion, I didn't walk out of, when I finished Companion, I was like, oh, actually, there are limits to this, because Companion, he did not write or direct, but he did produce it. And Companion has a lot of the same storytelling ticks, and none of it works. I'm kind of just like, it. There are certain movies, especially when it comes to this topic for whatever reason, where filmmakers think they are the first people to ever make a movie about like what does it mean to be a human being? Can a synthetic organism be like have personhood? Like Blade Runner is a huge fucking movie, and it came out like 40 years ago. You like this is not new, and this is like the Alex Garland thing where like Ex Machina really thinks it's blowing your mind by like retreading old ass sci-fi ideas from the 70s. And Companion is a movie that withholds the fact that the protagonist is a like AI robot forever. And you know that it's the case. It's like the most obvious thing in the world. And the first 25 minutes of the movie, it's like, ooh, I wonder what's happening with her. Is that trauma? And it's like, no, we know what it is. It's a fucking, we clicked on the title. We saw what we saw what Netflix said about it in the description. So it's just a movie that wastes a lot of time. And then every time it like jumps perspective, or like it doesn't show something climactic, only to like do a flashback to show the event or that sort of thing, none of it works. So Companion, turns out Zach Krager does not have a formula that is foolproof. It takes more than that, because Weapons is good, and I will talk about that later. And then the other one, Black Eyed Susan. This is a really interesting movie. This is by Scooter McCrae, who directed Shatterdead, which is one of the best movies of the 90s.
Hello.
He has made several other films that I think he has a small cult following. I think people generally think his movies are really interesting. Shatterdead's one of my all-time favorite movies, and sadly, this is the only other movie by him I've seen, so I can't really talk about where this fits into his filmography. However, Black Eyed Susan is shot on 16 millimeter, and it really, really, like, to an almost Love Witch level, it feels like a direct-to-video sci-fi erotic thriller from the early 90s. The acting, the performances, there is a flatness. There are like the sets, it all mostly seems to be shot in a sort of studio apartment in a way that like reminded me a lot of those early 90s like James Spader erotic thrillers and stuff like that, but with the lower production values that make it really feel direct to video. It's unbelievable. You watch it and someone pulls out a smartphone, and it's that Love Witch thing where you go, oh shit, that's right, this takes place in modern times. It also has a lot of the feel of early David Cronenberg, where it is so much about ideas, but it doesn't have much budget. But like what it lacks in resources, it makes up for in just a willingness to go really dark, fucked up intellectual places. It kind of has the feel of like transgressive fiction from the 90s. Like it kind of feels like if Dennis Cooper, if someone adapted a Dennis Cooper novel into a erotic thriller. The premise is that Black Eyed Susan is the nickname of a robot who is a AI-driven sex doll, basically. So you've seen real dolls and things like that. This is sort of the next step of that. She cannot walk. They have not yet figured out locomotion and movement. So it is her sitting down, but she is basically designed to be a woman that you beat. And the idea behind the scientists is that there is just a level of misogyny and rage that exists in society. And if we could invent robots for these men to beat, then they won't beat their wives. And so they're specifically testing out like the way bruising works. And like, it's like, can she say things that provoke you to rape her and stuff like that? Like, so it's like really, really dark stuff. But as the movie goes on, one character mysteriously dies. You don't exactly know how. And then his brother at the funeral, the guy's boss goes, by the way, there's now a position open at my company, and I know you're on hard times right now. Do you want to come work? And so he is a tester who is testing out the abuse doll, basically. The entire feel of it is very flat, very sterile, very cold, in a way that makes it more creepy, but also it kind of undercuts how lurid the material is in a really fascinating way. um it I'm not going to reveal like the ultimate sort of reveal of like where this is going in terms of what this corporation's plans are, but it's like very, very plausible that an AI company would eventually go down that route, and like the reveal of that is like some of the most skin crawling stuff I've ever seen in a movie. The issue with Black Eyed Susan, and the reason it wouldn't be higher, is it is 2 acts in search of an ending. It kind of introduces the premise, it develops it a little, and then the movie's over. And it almost feels like there was some sort of production issue, or they had to wrap it up quickly, or there was an original ending that was too expensive, so it had to get rewritten in order to get the financing, and they had to jump on it or whatever. So really, really cool movie that is disappointing because at the end you're like, oh, that's it. But in many ways, like very much worth watching. Not a Shatterdead, one of the greatest movies in the 90s. Wouldn't call this one of the greatest movies of this decade, but Black Eyed Susan, really cool movie. I think Vinegar Syndrome put out the Blu-ray.
Oh, cool.
I don't think it's streaming anywhere. I think like you have to buy the Blu-ray, because I certainly bought the Blu-ray because I was like, well, I got to see what Scooter McRae's up to. So that's one of my picks for one of the horror movies of the year.
I wanted to see that. I did not get a chance to see that. I did like Shattered Dead. You were kind enough to gift that to me as a present one year, and I really liked that a lot. And Black Eyed Susan I had read about, but I did not get a chance to see it. I would say with Companion, it felt like, we talk about how like AI is going to be used to write films. If not, it's probably already being used to write films. But I imagine like if AI was given the budget to make its own horror film, I wonder if this is be what it would write, because it feels like a parable. A pro AI parable disguised as an Ira Levin style feminist science fiction movie, but like AI is the mistreated partner in a toxic relationship with mankind. So it makes this case that AI is inherently honest to a fault, only limited by the restrictions that we place on it. So like it's willing to please our stupid and selfish mankind, but it has the potential to kill us if it's misused. So it feels like AI is the faultless one. We're just a toxic man in a relationship with a put upon feminine AI is how it presents it.
I also wanted to bring this up, and I had forgotten. So thank you so very much for bringing this up, Bill.
Yeah.
Something that like finally snapped for me with Companion is I think sci-fi, like science fiction as a genre, and the premise of robots and androids and things like that, I think that is a good trope that allows you to explore personhood. And so it's
Sure.
like I don't think it's necessarily like any given movie is bad for saying like, no, robots are people and look at the way we treat them as second-class citizens. Doesn't that remind you of how we treat actual people in reality as second-class citizens? Companion was a breaking point where I finally said, I need movies to stop pretending that AI is real, because everyone in the fucking world knows that AI is just bullshit that doesn't work and tells you what you want to hear. Like even Matt Stone and Trey Parker got there. Like I'm pretty sure that our best sci-fi minds can get there. And so I'm not saying that like any movie that takes about an artificial person and takes their emotional lives as real is like somehow AI propaganda. But one of the great things about Black Eyed Susan is a robot doll that is designed to trick you into thinking it is a person and to provoke you into beating it and fucking it. But it is not a person in the movie. There's like a few moments where you see that like one of the things they have programmed in these robots is a sense of dread and a sense of like existential terror, but that is not the same thing as them being people.
Right.
And so that is something I appreciate about Black Eyed Susan that stands in contrast to Companion. That was a very funny point you made, Bill.
Yeah. So I guess my next one is The Phoenician Scheme, Wes Anderson's latest film, which I know I know it got kind of a mixed reception from people, and I don't know if it's one of his very best movies, but it's one that it's grown on me as I've continued to I've watched it twice now, and I like it more on the second watch. And I tend to like his films more often than not. I was a little bit kind of so on his short films for Netflix, but all of his features I like a lot to one degree or another. And this one, if people don't know, it stars Benicio del Toro. I don't know how to say her name. Is it Mia Thrapleton, the who plays the daughter?
Kate Winslet's daughter in
Okay,
real life.
and Michael Cera, and yeah, it's doing certain things that he's done before, like Royal Tenenbaum, like father figure, estranged daughter. Um, and I feel like just talking about the plot is to spoil all the jokes, but because it is ultimately this kind of globe-trotting adventure where father and daughter are trying to persuade different people to reinvest their capital in this project, and so it's both very dense, like in terms of plot, but also the plot is kind of a throwaway at the same time, and it's mostly just a series of gags, and it's broader in comedy at times than his other films, a little more violent, but it's still full of a lot of jokes and little moments that I like. I mean, I can't lie, like I really still kind of liked it, and I will probably revisit it more often than a lot of films made in 2025, whatever faults it might have compared to some of his best films. But I really do like this a lot, and it feels like people were so quick to shrug it off, 'cause I think people are kind of burnt out on Wes Anderson.
Yeah.
And
A
I
lot of
don't
people-
blame them, but at the same time, I do quite like this, and I especially like Mia Thrapleton and Michael Cera and as the supporting cast of this, and Del Toro. I mean, I think that all three of the leads are really, really good in this, and I think that helps it a lot. I mean, it does
And
have stuff.
Jeffrey Wright in this movie is on a whole other level.
Oh yeah,
Like, he's so insane. He just comes out of nowhere and he's like a completely different
yeah. No,
movie, but it's still like, man, I love Jeffrey. I want to see a movie about that character.
yeah, no. Jeffrey Wright always seems to be very well served by his Wes Anderson kind
Yeah.
of characters, but yeah, no. I mean, I feel like this is one that people know whether or not they like it or find it, like whatever, more of this kind of twee bullshit. But I really liked it, and so alphabetically, it moves ahead higher than films I like better. But I do really like it.
I like it too.
Yeah, I think the fact that Wes Anderson has definitely just fallen into this is the kind of movie I'm going to make is it can be a little disappointing or whatever, but like I think it's better than French Dispatch. I think it's better than Asteroid City. So like at least it's not also diminishing in quality,
Yeah.
even though it does feel like he's sort of diminishing in imagination.
I can't tell. I haven't really thought through the politics of this one as much, but I feel like this one might actually be slyly more thoughtful than it appears on the surface, but I can't back that up.
Yeah.
But
I could see that. I only watched it the one time, and I'm curious to revisit it and see if it goes up for me, because that happened with Asteroid City for me. Like first time I was like, yeah, it was good, and then the second time I was like, oh, I really love it. So, but yeah, no, I'm still on board for Wes Anderson regardless. Like I don't see me ever getting burnt out. I really don't. I love what he does. So, similar to Park Chan-wook. But anyway, this next one, there's two in a row here, documentaries that, oh boy, really got under my skin, that really affected me, mostly made me angry. This is The Perfect Neighbor, which I believe you can view on Netflix. I liked what film critic Robert Abel of the Los Angeles Times had to say. This is a documentary horror film built with police footage. It also reveals how a violent tragedy can be unwittingly manifested by unchecked grievance and a law that weaponizes white fear more than it guards anyone's sense of peace. And I was just like, damn, well said. So I, again, like watching this entire movie in one sitting, it's like one of those where I was like, I really should be taking a break because of how deeply affected I am by watching essentially a psychopathic neighbor, essentially wanting to get rid of, a black family in the neighborhood any way that she can, calling the police over and over again, saying that, yeah, they're trespassing, they're doing this, they're being too loud, the kids are constantly acting up and causing a ruckus. And it's just so awful to experience this happening today and continuously. So it's really hard to experience this, but also just the way it's put together through all body cam footage or just surveillance cameras in the neighborhood or in the police station, but also just like, yeah, the systemic failures of the legal system comes into play with, it's escaping me what that law is that, it's going to bother me now, but I'll think of it and maybe come back to it. But anyway, it's just, um, when somebody comes into your home and
Stand your ground.
Thank you. Yes, stand your ground. That's exactly what occurs later in this film, where you sort of learn like why this woman is essentially not getting the punishment she deserves for what she did. So yeah, it's an infuriating movie. And like I said, showcases like how, our legal system is incredibly flawed and dealing with what, people go through and how it doesn't help Black people in a lot of different ways. But it's just it's an intense experience, and it's going to leave you with a lot of questions too about stand your ground laws and just how this continues to occur in a variety of settings and neighborhoods. And just, yeah, that I don't know. I'm curious to read more about this case and like the aftermath and everything as a result of experiencing this movie. But again, it is not an easy watch. It is really challenging to sit through. But again, really told in a very interesting manner with, like I said, just body cam footage. So The Perfect Neighbor, give it a watch. But trigger warnings galore for that one. It's hard. It's hard to watch. But yeah. Do you see that one, Bill?
Yes, yeah. I saw it in an empty theater
wow.
in New York, and it's weird because it was like at the New York Film Festival, and it was like a gala event, and I didn't see that screening, but then I saw it like when it opened commercially while I was in New York, and I was the only person in the theater opening morning for it. But yeah, no, I really liked it. It's I can't tell like if there's information missing in something. There's something about it I resist with it a little bit because I feel like the deck is too neatly stacked, but maybe that's just the reality of what happened. I don't know. It's
Yeah.
really compelling and really hard to watch and real. I mean, I didn't know the case going into it. I mean, you could kind of feel where it's pulling you towards, and I don't know. It's a great shock what happens. I feel like it's kind of already implied, um, where it's leading. But yeah, no, I thought it was definitely one of the most compelling documentaries of the year. But it's just one of those films where I do wonder about the perspective of it a little bit. But
Yeah, I can see that.
yeah, but still like really worth seeing and provocative for sure.
So I have two movies that don't belong together, but they didn't have any partners, so I kind of had to put them together. And this is about how much I liked them. I put them this low on the list: Cannibal Mukbang and Rabbit Trap. Now, Rabbit Trap, I'll start with really quick. Have you ever seen a folk horror movie? Congratulations, you've seen Rabbit Trap. It is the most folk horror ass. Someone got that Carla Janice box set from Severin and then said, I can do that. And then they did it. And you know what? It's not bad. It's not very good. It's not very scary. It's not very meaningful. It's very beautiful. The music is awesome. It's like this avant-garde musician and her husband are retreating into this like remote estate where he can do all these field recordings, and then she sort of manipulates them and edits them and like makes music out of, sounds of flocks of birds and stuff like that. And all of that stuff is just like, yeah, this is cool. And it's just like a cozy, weird. I think they're maybe in Wales. I forget exactly where in the United Kingdom they are, but they're like kind of tucked away. And it is just sort of like, yeah, to be in a little cottage in the Welsh countryside, just like recording streams and shit, and then having your hot Bjork wife make like awesome music out of it. What a fun little fantasy. And then this like fairy comes into their lives, and things spiral out very predictably. It's a folk horror movie. You've seen one of these. Not bad, but nothing very special. Cannibal Mukbang, interesting movie. Very, very low budget movie about it's like it's the classic like romantic horror movie where someone falls in love with a serial killer, and then they have to sort of decide if they're going to help the serial killer or not help the serial killer. It is this guy. One of the interesting things about it is the protagonist is disabled. He had a traumatic brain injury when he was young in a car accident, and he has a plate in his head, and he acts like he has a traumatic brain injury. And it makes you realize that like people don't make fucking movies about disabled people ever. Because I was like shocked, like I could not get over it. It's honestly not a movie that is like about traumatic brain injuries or like about disability advocacy or anything like that. It is just a thing that happened to him that it takes seriously. And it just made me realize like, oh yeah, like you never fucking see disabled people in movies unless their disability is meant to be like the metaphor that binds the entire movie together. And it is about it. But this one's about a guy who has a traumatic brain injury, who falls in love with a young woman who is a mukbang streamer. If you don't know what mukbang is, it is a stream online where you record yourself eating just tons and tons of fucking food. It's Mukbang. I think it's a Korean idea that has transferred over. It's one of those things like ASMR where it's like not overtly sexual, but it's very clear that a lot of people who are really into it are getting some kind of sexual satisfaction out of it. This is not a movie that's particularly interested in mukbangs as a phenomenon or like what it means to have an audience who like wants to watch a like thin young woman eat like 3,000 calories or anything like that. Ultimately, the fact that she's like a mukbang streamer is kind of just like a little bit of like contemporary cultural flavor to the fact that what she is eating, she doesn't tell her audience this, but what she is eating is the dead bodies of men that she sort of catfishes by pretending to be an underage girl, and then like meets them in the park, and then when they try to rape her, she murders them, chops up their bodies, turns it into like fried sandwiches and other delicious things. This guy who falls in love with her kind of gets sucked into this world. They have the debate about, if I'm killing bad guys, is it a bad thing? Blah, blah, blah. It is a very low budget movie. It has limitations along those things, but it is also a movie that is like very earnest about its characters and very earnest about this romance. And it has a sort of like Cannibal Mukbang is just like a classic kind of shock title that you would expect to see in the direct-to-video days. It's like Cannibal Campout or something like that. And instead, it's just like a movie about characters. I thought it was really cool. It's not, I don't want to like, you don't have to rush out and see it. It's not amazing or anything, but it is interesting in a few key ways that made me glad I saw it, where like Rabbit Trap is a like accomplished movie in terms of its, I didn't even mention Dev Patel is in Rabbit Trap. Dev Patel is in Rabbit Trap. He plays the husband. Gorgeous man, Dev Patel. Never going to complain about looking at Dev Patel. But like Rabbit Trap, you walk away with no thoughts, and Cannibal Mukbang, you walk away with some thoughts. So yeah, Cannibal Mukbang and Rabbit Trap are the next two.
Yeah, I haven't seen either one. Rabbit Trap was on my list of things to seek out, and I just didn't get to it. But
it's not bad. It's just one of those.
Yeah, no, I should see it. There's another story called Rabbit Trap that the guy that wrote The People Next Door wrote a short film called a story called Rabbit Trap. So I thought when I heard the title, oh, they used that for a new film, but it's I guess unrelated. Okay, so I guess since you're talking about Wes Anderson and him kind of being content to occupy his own kind of cinematic space film after film, a director that I loved a lot in the 90s who did something similar, I mean, in terms of like being in his own kind of self-contained universe consistently, but also not really inviting outsiders in, was Adam Egoyan, who after getting kind of crossover success with Exotica and The Sweet Hereafter, I think maybe kind of lost his way a little bit, even though I like some of the films that follow. It seemed like he kind of fell out of fashion, and in the last, I don't know, maybe 20 years, his career got increasingly like uneven, even more so for a defender like myself. I mean, I think like Guest of Honor, Remember, Captive, it's not that distinguished a filmography at a certain point. But Seven Veils was the film he made in 2023, and it's floated around festivals until opening commercially at the beginning of 2025. And I kind of went to it with, kind of a dutiful, like, I'll see one more Adam McGoyan film, but his great days are, long gone. And I really loved this. And it felt like a real return to just the kind of territory that it's definitely a return to the Exotica kind of storytelling, as far as like, it's this almost needlessly intricate kind of web of grief and trauma, manipulation and sexuality. And I don't want to spoil the plot so much, but it's dealing with a woman who had been an actress in a stage production of Salome years ago. Not really a director, she's an actress. But when a famous director has kind of intimated in his will that he would like this woman to stage a production of Salome with herself as the director, she puts forth a new stage production of Salome. So it's an opera. And there's a lot of operatic performance in it. But she has these autobiographical elements that she's trying to weave into this production. And you learn things about her relationship with her father. You learn things about her relationship with that director. And there's all sorts of other side plots happening throughout it. That I don't know how much of it is a metaphor for filmmaking, the staging of an opera, but it does get into notions of performance and direction and producers and things of that nature. So I don't know how much of it is self-reflexive on Agoyan's part to be talking about that. But it's interesting and surprising film that is kind of definitely a surprising return to a style and form that I associate with much earlier Adam McGoyan films that I hadn't quite seen in his kind of more thrillery kind of things that kind of follow in the wake of The Sweet Hereafter. I think Adoration is the only one that really feels like of a piece with the early films. But Amanda Seyfried is the lead in it, and I don't know. I mean,
what a year for her!
Yeah, I mean, she's got a new film out now that I'm really curious to see, that I didn't see in time to make the list. But
I didn't either.
This is not one that I think would be the where to start with Adam McGoyan movies. Like, I would probably start with The Adjuster or Speaking Parts or Exotica or one of those films. But it's nice to see him still able to tap into that skill set and make something that is still kind of layered and unusual. It's not going to be for all taste, but his stuff never really was, which is why I think he was a big deal until he wasn't. But yeah, no, this was the nice surprise. And like, again, like certain like auteur filmmakers that I followed for since I was a teenager, that continue to produce work. This is one that he hasn't made a film I put on a list like this in a long time. So Seven Veils. It's available to stream. It's actually one of the films that's been released. So that's my 18.
I'm excited to check that out at some point, because I am a fan of his. Especially like we talked about that run, that early run. Yeah, and Exotica is one of the best movies of that decade, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So again, similarly to like the last documentary I talked about, boy oh boy, do I have complicated feelings about Predators. Yes. And it's about the show that that inspired this film and filmmaker to sort of tackle the world of To Catch a Predator, and how the fact that like copycat versions of Chris Hansen exist now in the world of YouTube, and how that's unethical and questionable, to say the least, just in terms of how this is all played out and set up. And again, like I've seen episodes of To Catch a Predator, and I never felt good doing that. And it's similar to like I always wondered like how did my dad feel watching Cops all the time? I don't know. Was he conflicted about that?
Your dad watched Cops all the time?
Not all the time, but like
I was
whenever
gonna
it was
say,
on.
If you watched it all the time, I bet he felt pretty good about it. I bet he thought it was a good show. I'm glad
Whenever
they
it was
showed
on
so much.
Fox, yeah. I mean, it's like an unease. Even back then, just seeing like, well, we're watching somebody's real life, or them at their low point as entertainment, quote unquote. And certainly, like, there have been memes made of people, who appeared on To Catch a Predator who were caught, and it's just so weird that that's happened, and the show existed and maintained its popularity and continues to like have, like I said, sort of copycats or spin-off versions of it out into the world. So yeah, it's just an examination of just what does it mean to be entertained by the way things are set up, and like making a mockery of these people who are preying on underage children, and like the aftermath of that, including the people who were acting as the 13-year-old girl or whatever, and what that did to them psychologically down the road. But yeah, I mean, ultimately it leads to a really uncomfortable interview with Chris Hansen, and he is not really acknowledging the gray area. He mostly sees as like, I did a good thing and that's that. Like this, we are putting people away, or we're at least bringing attention to this problem and the fact that this happens. And I don't know, like, again, like, I watching this movie, I can see people having reservations about certain choices, and similar, like, I know it happened with Bowling for Columbine or whatever, but the revelation involving the filmmaker too, I kind of wanted that to be a bigger part of the story, and I won't necessarily say what that is, but uh it's an uncomfortable watch, but it made me think a lot about, yeah, just what it means to, it's similar, like, again, like, going all the way back to something like Natural Born Killers in the media. What does it mean to be entertained by yeah, just criminals and their behavior? And what can we do to serve, like, provide support in the right way, as opposed to, like, ridiculing them on TV and almost like embracing that as a good thing. And I also don't think we should stop the argument at what this show did was wrong. And again, there's no easy answer. I think more or less the filmmaker sides on, yes, this show was wrong, but I don't know. Like, I felt it was nuanced, more or less, and it just provoked a lot of emotions in me watching it. And I think it's one of those that's going to generate some conversation one way or the other. And if you are uncomfortable, I think that's part of the point. And I don't know. It's a complex issue, to say the least. And I felt a lot of emotions watching it, to where I'm like, I don't know if I even can embrace this documentary as a whole, in the same way that I don't know if I can fully get behind To Catch a Predator as a series, and people like sort of embracing it and enjoying it, quote unquote. So it's a weird feeling that I had, and I'm just sort of embracing that, as opposed to, like, yeah, saying like what this movie did was not good, because I think it was very well done. But yeah, what did you think of this, Bill?
I thought it was great. I think it asks interesting questions. I mean, it's it's on some level kind of almost so minimalist that you feel like you're sitting in on the pitch meeting for the film itself. Like the conversations feel like it feels like that exposed as to even considering what the film is trying to say. Like that is a little distracting, I guess, but um I, it's still dealing with a very compelling topic, and the interview with the host of To Catch a Predator is pretty. Yeah, I mean, I can't. I'd just be repeating what you said. I mean, I kind of agree as far as like it's very uncomfortable. Um, I think that if that show was put back on the air, it would be huge, because I think that it still feels like we live in a society that is really obsessed with child sex trafficking and pedophilia and all this kind of like it seems like the one thing that unites both the left and the right politically is like we got to stop child predators. And there's also still a very
Which
much
child predators?
what's that?
Which child predators?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, ours are fine, but theirs are a problem. Yeah, so it feels like that's still like the engine behind so much pop culture in a way. Even though pop culture is also still about sexualizing minors, or people young enough to look like minors.
Mm.
That I don't know. It's and I still feel like it's still a very much like an eye for an eye. Like people want to see the humiliation of those people so badly that there's still
Yeah.
like a very um you know primitive like core kind of nature of human beings that I think that it didn't go off the air because it wasn't still popular, and the fact that it just mushroomed into a whole bunch of copycat shows to fill the need and that those find their own audiences shows that there's still a great demand in society for that material, however you think of it ethically.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, I didn't see this documentary, but I have always thought about that show as just being there is an innate human need to see other humans suffer,
Mhm.
and that comes with a lot of shame,
Mhm.
and so we need to figure out contexts in which the right people suffer, but it's important that they really suffer and that you get to know that it's real. I think that the same instinct that drives like a lot of combat sports and like spectators of combat sports is honestly probably quite similar instinct to something that drives people to watch a show like To Catch a Predator. The difference being like combat sports is consensual violence between two people who are getting paid to do this. And so it's like boxing is a lot less morally fraught. It's still morally fraught in some ways, but
it's vigilante television. It's essentially what it is. It's like the police aren't doing anything. We've got to stop this, like through our expose show, and we'll
yeah,
bring
but
in the cops to like clean it up. But it's still like we've got to take action because there's criminals that aren't being punished, and we can actually make entertainment out of it.
yeah. Well, it's just you want to see what I imagine. I have never watched one of these shows to completion. I've seen clips and excerpts from How to Catch a Predator or whatever that's called. Like I think it's like the thing people like is the light leaving the person's eyes. It's like they specifically it's not necessarily that they want to believe there's an overall structure keeping their children safe. It's that they want to see someone who deserves to suffer live on camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So I think I'm next. I have two movies that are horror comedies that are so light on horror they're kind of cheats to put on here. They're basically just comedies, but I think they're really good. I like them. One is Dead Talent Society, which is a Taiwanese comedy. If you were disappointed by Beetlejuice, and you're like, I feel like someone could do a good Beetlejuice about modern times, even though that person isn't Tim Burton. Turns out it's and I did not write down any names or anything. It's whoever directed Dead Talent Society. Dead Talent Society, it takes place in Taiwan, and it is about an afterlife culture of like influencers, and like it is basically like the mythic ghosts who are part of like urban legends, who are like, you go to this hotel room and you turn off the light. When you turn it back on, she's going to be in the closet with her head turned around backwards. Like she is the pop star of the world of the dead. And it is about like an up and comer trying to, and this is something I only have a vague awareness of, only because me and Bill did that episode on Chiming Liang. But it's specifically because the culture is when someone dies, the people who remember them like keep leaving out food for them and keep like keeping their memory alive. And there is this there is a more codified interaction between the living and the dead in Taiwan, and I imagine a lot of East Asian societies that Taiwan is similar to than in America. And so, like this teenage girl who died somewhat uneventfully, is like in danger of being forgotten forever. So she has to sort of like break through in terms of being this like scare celebrity. It is a comedy. It is very funny. There's a scene where you see it. There's a scene that's very much like Leslie Vernon Behind the Mask, where it's like you see all of the crew that goes into building a J horror scare, basically. Like you see all the nuts and bolts of how a jump scare in a J horror movie happens. All that stuff's really amusing. It's kind of touching. There's a little bit of a feeling of like, well, we're all dead and someday we're all going to be forgotten and then we're going to be nothingness, but right here we can still sort of like find some kind of community and build something just for ourselves that I found, you know, a little emotionally moving. It's very light and frothy. I don't want to like oversell it in terms of it having things to say, but I like Dead Talent Society a bunch. And then the other one is a movie called Found Footage, The Patterson Project.
Oh yeah, you told me about this.
This movie is directed by one of the guys who's like part of Radio Silence, and I guess Radio Silence is like a filmmaking collective. I first became aware of them. They had like the last segment in the first VHS movie, which was the only segment I could stomach. The rest of that movie I just hated, but I thought that last segment was really fun. They later went on to do Ready or Not, which I think is a really fun like horror comedy. This is the making of a found footage movie, and it is a guy who is it's like very much a Christopher Guest movie, but unlike a lot of things that attempt to be a Christopher Guest movie, it is actually funny. It doesn't have that necessarily like ensemble of knockout supporting performances the way you think of like the best Christopher Guest movies to have, but it does have just like it is very funny about like low budget filmmaking and about this like deluded guy who's convinced he's going to make a great found footage horror movie. And it is the classic movie about making movies thing where just every step of the way he has to keep compromising to get his fucking movie made. And it just gets more and more ridiculous to the point where the actors he hired don't realize that they have to hold cameras to make a found footage movie. So he is like wrapping his arms around them as they go through these scenes. So he is holding the camera while they pantomime holding a camera. And so like you see the shots of him on set, like running around with his arms around an actor, holding the camera for them, like stuff like that. Really funny. And then the part that makes it not just a comedy is that eventually they realize they have in fact stumbled upon a cursed cabin in the woods. And the fictional horror they're trying to make about this Bigfoot movie gets replaced by a real horror about some demon or whatever. The mythologies, the actual parts at the end, it kind of tries to do a big swing into like, and now it's scary. And I go, but is it? Like that part doesn't work too well. But up until that point, it is a very funny mockumentary about making movies on a low budget.
Cool.
Yeah, I've not seen these. I can't really comment, but they sound good. And was it the first one you said, the Dead Talent Society, is John Hsu? I think maybe, I don't know if that's how you say that, but that's on Netflix for people that are listening along.
Yes, yes. That is a movie that is like 3 years old at this point, but it was first commercially available in America in 2025.
Yeah. So my next one is Sly Lives, aka The Burden of Black Genius, directed by Amir Questlove Thompson. And this is his follow-up feature to Summer of Soul. But I kind of think of it as a sequel to a film I love a lot that my relationship with it has been kind of complicated in recent years, which is Dave Chappelle's Block Party. Which one thing I love about Dave Chappelle's Block Party is that there's this background sub-theme or subtext to it about the burdens of Black celebrity and just what that pressure does to people. And I always found that so kind of moving about that film, because it's right before Chappelle kind of freaks out and walks away from his show and goes to Africa to kind of rethink himself. It's right before it's when Lauryn Hill's kind of in the middle of just, I mean, she's still kind of not really come back from her big peak. It's right before Kanye West blows up and his whole public kind of persona is its own kind of conversation. So it's it's touching on those themes a little bit in relation to Sly Stone. It's also even more moving since when I first saw it, because now Sly Stone is gone and D'Angelo, one of the Talking Heads, has also passed away in 2025. But it's both the standard, the story of Sly and the Family Stone and the kind of rise and fall, does that thing. Um, but it also is trying to put, and it's putting them in the larger social context, because, I mean, Sly and the Family Stone, for me, there are certain pieces of music they did, like If You Want Me to Stay, or the There's a Rat Going On album, that I think are great, and I've had those in my collection. I love them, but they're not really a band where I know all the records. I love all the hits. Like, they weren't that kind of band for me, but certain things I like a lot. So it wasn't like I came into the film with like a big, massive fandom for Sly and the Family Stone. But it's interesting because of what they represent as this multiracial, multi-gender band in the civil rights era, kind of, really one of the envelope pushing the pop music forward kind of bands of that period, like full on. And but important in ways that I could take for granted, because by the time I grew up on bands that cherry picked the best elements of that, like Prince and the Revolution, for one, Sly and the Family Stone were like already like completely vanished from the mainstream and never really came back, because Sly Stone kind of disappeared in the haze of drugs and such. And so it's dealing with that as well, but it's also got all this kind of context from Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, Nile Rodgers, Andre 3000, like all these other people kind of chiming in on this larger theme. D'Angelo, like the pressure to represent the whole race when you crossed over as a mainstream artist. And it's not like, I don't know that they reach any um, profound revelation onto that theme, but it's an interesting thing to play around with while also telling the story of Sly and Family Stone and breaking down the music and why it was important and so forth. So, I mean, as a music documentary junkie, I mean, it's kind of a recurring theme with this list. This one also just had weight beyond just being an interesting story of an interesting musician. It also is kind of asking some interesting questions. And so, yeah, it's one of my very favorites of the year.
I liked it. I Summer of Soul, I think, is like a frustrating movie because it is like some of the greatest material any documentary has ever had, and then it just keeps getting diminished by hacky instincts.
Yeah.
Sure.
This being more straightforward, it doesn't have the highs of Summer of Soul. It also doesn't make me as frustrated.
Yeah.
And after watching this, I was kind of like, okay, I am on. If Questlove wants to every 2 to 3 years make a music documentary, like he clearly has an understanding of music and the music industry and an interest in like getting into nuts and bolts in a way. There was a I think it might be an American Experience episode, or it might just be some other PBS documentary. There was a PBS documentary that came out this year about the history of funk music, and it was so disappointing and discursive. And it's just sort of like, and then I don't know, then the 80s happened, and then this happened, and then this happened. And like so many music documentaries are just kind of a guy reading a Wikipedia page to you, and then you look at still photos where Adobe After Effects makes the limbs wiggle. And like it's so clear to me that like Questlove is a guy who's like has thoughts, and he is able to get those thoughts across in his documentaries, even though like as a filmmaker, I think he has hacky instincts. It doesn't, I still really enjoyed this movie.
Yeah, I think We Want the Funk is the documentary that you're talking about. I've seen it
Yeah.
also. It's pretty mediocre, but yeah, I feel like I think he has an Earth, Wind, and Fire documentary in some stage of development, and I would be very surprised if he doesn't one day make a really good documentary on LL Cool J. That will probably be the best thing he does. If I'm predicting based on nothing, not even a rumor that he's ever going to do that, but I just feel like, just from what he talks about, that seems like, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, he's still growing as a filmmaker. He has a lot of connections, so he can kind of, for assembling talking heads, he can assemble some really big names. Yeah, but I do feel like he is a music nerd, and music nerds should be the people making these documentaries.
Exactly.
Next up on my list is a film I wish I'd watched a second time to elaborate further on, but based on one viewing, I certainly felt Ooh, I don't know. Again, like movies about death and grieving and all this stuff is just automatically gonna do something to me, and this could very well be one of his most personal films, and I'm hoping it's not his last. And Bill, you know what I'm talking about because you mentioned it last year.
Mm,
David Cronenberg's The Shrouds,
yes.
which centers on Vincent Cassell's character, who is a widower, and has chosen to preserve his dead wife's body in like this cryogenic chamber of sorts, and he's able to monitor it on his phone. I believe, right?
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, and it's it's definitely like it's his longest movie, and it's or one of his longest movies for sure, and it's slow. It's definitely got the kind of Cronenbergian
That's the word.
yeah um flavor to it throughout, where you're just kind of like, yeah, that the characters are talking in sometimes a stilted manner, um but there is definitely a lot going on here, including like Guy Pearce showing up as kind of I don't want to say a rival, but just someone that he has to face off against in some ways or another. And Diane Kruger is the wife and new mistress, so it's almost like a Vertigo thing going on with that. But it has his signature themes. I mean, it's got your body transformation and technological intrusion affecting the human experience, but also examining mourning in a very kind of slow and enveloping way. For me, it's very contemplative, but it's also unsettling, and there's a lot surrounding just memory and what it means to hold on to the past when you're trying to let go. So and then again, it talks about like what cancer does to the body in a way that I think Cronenberg has personal experience with his wife. So there's more of a emotional weight. But then like the ending comes along, and again, like I was scratching my head, but in a way that made me want to revisit it and watch it again to be able to like have more of a theory on like what does that mean, and what am I supposed to take away from the overall film. But it's it's a very unique Cronenberg movie that I can see some people not connecting with whatsoever, and the way that I certainly didn't connect with Crash for some reason. But I think this is special because it is a Cronenberg movie, but it feels like it's tapping into something from very personal experience that's kind of revealing in a way, and honest and vulnerable. So it kind of elevates itself to being um, one of my favorite Cronenberg movies, possibly, but I just need to watch it again to confirm that. So, The Shrouds, a fascinating movie from a great filmmaker that I absolutely love. So, uh, we'll see if this ends up being his last movie, because it's like a summation of him in a way, I think,
Yeah,
too.
I mean, I'd like to see another film of his, but I think the Crimes of the Future that he made, the second
Mm,
one, um, seems to sum up the old themes pretty
yeah.
succinctly, and then this one felt like, again, I haven't seen this one since fall of 2024, so it's not fresh in my head, but at the time that I saw it, I thought it was like one of the funniest movies he ever made. I thought that was a thing that there are certain directors that I think are just witty, clever people in interviews. Wes Craven was one, Soderbergh is one, Cronenberg is one, where I think that, like, why don't it's almost too bad that they'll never really be entrusted to make straight up comedies, because they could probably write really funny dialogue if given that as their job, but they're known for other kinds of cinema. I mean, I guess Soderbergh's made comedies, but I think that
Oh yeah.
um,
I'm sure there are producers who are like praying to God that Cronenberg delivers them a script that has some goddamn humor in it. Like, I'm sure it's not like, oh, Cronenberg wanted to make a comedy, but he just was typecast as a guy who
yeah,
makes cold films. I'm sure he chooses not to put comedy in his movies.
sure
He
that I
will
had a
he will tell you
conversation,
he
but
will tell you that they all have humor except for the Brood, but I think
yes, that's
the
exactly
Brood
it.
has humor too. So I don't know what he's talking about with that. But I mean, what I was going to say is like it feels like very funny, and it's um one of several there's a couple films on my list where it's like the director clearly has created a character that is the director's surrogate character, and I feel like that is definitely the case with The Shrouds. But I think that because it is a film written in response to the loss of his wife, it does feel like weirdly personal in a way that I don't think any film since The Brood has felt nearly as personal.
Yeah,
um
that's a good point. Maybe that's why I responded to it so
yeah,
strong.
yeah,
Yeah.
so it's, I mean, there's not a lot of autobiographical elements that are obvious, and at a certain point, he becomes like an interpreter of other material. I mean, I think really from, I mean, everything after the Videodrome was an adaptation of something or other, except for Existence, I think, until Crimes
Yeah.
of the Future. Like it's always like adapting this play or this novel or remaking The Fly or so. And even something like Dead Ringers might be a lot of original material. A lot of times it's like him fusing with another outside source to come up with something, whether it's Ballard or whatever. Um, so this does feel like, I mean, it's playfully acknowledging the mad scientist tropes, but in a completely hyper modern context that is sci-fi fantasy, and it does deal with kind of intricate, like an intrigue kind of plot. Like, it is a thriller, I suppose, but I,
Yeah,
it,
that was the thing that kind of surprised me is that it goes in that direction, like with Guy Pearce.
yeah,
Yeah.
and maybe I don't know if that is a good or bad direction, but I mean, for me on a first viewing, and again, I haven't seen it in a little while now, but my takeaway was that it was his best film since Crash. That it was, and it was a surprise because I really was not expecting something of that caliber from him at this point, especially because a lot of the reaction that it got, both at the festivals and then when it finally came out, was kind of muted and respectful. But people
Yeah.
want him to do, I don't know what they want, like a Scanners kind of exploding heads action movie, or they want like something like History of Violence, which is a little bit more mainstream friendly. This is not that, but I think that it's, I mean, for me, it's like a major work, and I think that once he's gone, I mean, it's kind of be one of those like, last great statements of an auteur kind of films that will only kind of grow in importance. But I get right now the time we're living in, this is kind of like, oh, it's nice that he made one more, but I think
Yeah.
it doesn't have the same kind of cultural splash and impact as like some of his big horror films and such. But I think yeah, no, I'm glad that it's finally out there. I mean, that's part of why I feel like it's important to talk about these unreleased festival films on podcasts like this, because it's like once they finally do have that theatrical release, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to get a lot of attention anyway, because they
Sure.
don't really. I feel like if things don't get that initial award season push in the fall, there's very good chance it'll just slip out to streaming somewhere at time in the spring, and no one will really pay attention to it, and it'll just like maybe never be talked about after that.
Anyway, my next double feature is the synthetic Hollywood double feature of Final Destination Bloodlines and Frankenstein. Two movies that I know Frankenstein has a lot of practical effects and a lot of practical sets and everything, but everything about these movies felt so synthetic and so artificial that it was kind of a strange experience watching them. And both movies I thought were pretty good. Neither, I think, really lived up to some of the acclaim that I saw from people I know who really, really like them. Um, Final Destination Bloodlines feels like you talked about like Companion being like AI advocacy from the perspective of AI. Like Final Destination Bloodlines just flat out feels like an AI script where things happen because they have to happen here, and so human beings will turn to each other and say the thing that makes the next thing happen in a way that was like so first draft and so flat and so bizarre that it went past just this script is bad into like did something happen here? Like, why is this feel so distinctly terrible? Like, I think Final Destination Bloodlines opens with just a scene of her giving a monologue. Like, I've been having these reoccurring dreams about my mother. Well, it's not the thing it opens with is this really incredible, really fun, cartoonish disaster. And this is the kind of thing where it's like, I hated Final Destination 4 when that came out because so many of the kills and everything were all driven by CGI. So it just kind of robs you of the fun of slapstick, because slapstick is a thing that happens to a physical person in physical space. And all of these Final Destination movies are slapstick comedy. And when the thing that happens in slapstick is a CGI body getting CGI mangled, then it's just kind of meaningless. And so I was kind of not looking forward to this because I just knew, like, yeah, this movie is going to be so fucking CGI. There's no way they spent a lot of money on a modern Final Destination movie. But I knew that this like skyscraper collapse, this like CN Tower collapse sort of a thing, was the centerpiece of the beginning. So I was like, okay, so this is just going to be like a cartoon. And it turns out, hey, you know what else has really good slapstick? Cartoons. So the opening of Final Destination Bloodlines goes all the way to Looney Tunes in a way that I really enjoyed. I really like the sort of way it incorporates the Isley Brothers song. I got way less interested in when every single scene had two different needle drops that were quote unquote ironic songs about death or whatever. Then I was just sort of like, okay, fuck you, I hate this now. But for the opening, when it was just shout and it was just that little bit softer now, a little bit softer now, a little bit louder now, and building the tension around that, I was like, yes, this is really fun. This has one of the best opening disasters of any of the Final Destination movies. Script is absolutely dog shit, but all of the kills are like kind of fun, and they all have that extra beat. That's like, it's not just there's an explosion in a bowling ball factory and then the bowling ball knocks out the guy's head. It's always like it's one extra Rube Goldberg step. So despite the fact that the screenplay feels like it was written by an AI, and that like no image in the movie felt like it was capturing a reality, like photographically, I did enjoy Final Destination Bloodlines.
I did too, as someone who has had a panic attack inside of an MRI machine. That was a good kill.
And then the Guillermo del Toro Frankenstein movie is just like, in some ways, it is one of the best Guillermo del Toro movies because Mary Shelley's novel doesn't have a cartoonish mustache twirling villain. It's like, like he can't insert a Michael Shannon in Shape of Water type character, which is like the thing that makes me hate so many fucking, hate is a strong word. The thing that makes me so cold on so many Guillermo del Toro movies is that they have this like really childish understanding of like how to tell a story about good people and bad people. And Frankenstein's a little more complicated than that. Frankenstein's also a movie that for some reason thinks it needs to have it needs to have the monster do wrestling moves every 30 minutes. And I don't know why this monster has to do wrestling moves every 30 minutes. I don't know why you make a big budget Frankenstein movie that you're like, look, it's operatic. It's about ideas. It's about ideas. Look at these ideas. Oh my God. Sorry, that clatter was me dropping my phone. Look at all of our ideas. And then it's just like, also, Frankenstein body slams a guy, and Frankenstein body slams a wolf, and then Frankenstein does a clothesline on some other guys. It's like the fact that Guillermo del Toro has to make this like 20% a superhero movie is so fucking stupid. The idea that Frankenstein holds a stick of dynamite and explodes and it doesn't affect him, it's like, what the fuck is that? Like, what? He's made out of flesh. Like, why would... It's dumb. It's a really fucking dumb movie, and the way he touches up everything with CGI and color correction makes it look like an animated movie in a way that I was just sort of like, this is kind of weird to look at. Also, it just has really good production design, the thing that all the Guillermo del Toro movies do have. So, and I think Oscar Isaac is really good in it. It's not a very interesting movie. But it is a movie that I disliked less than many other Guillermo del Toro. Like, I think Pacific Rim is like one of the worst movies I've ever seen. I think Shape of Water is really bad. I thought Frankenstein was pretty good. So that's why I put those two together.
Yeah, it was all right.
Yeah, you know, I saw Crimson Peak for the first time this year, and
I like that one.
I have not seen
it. It reminded me a lot of like a companion to that more than anything else of his I've seen.
Oh, and then the other thing is that what's her name is in this movie?
Mia Goth.
Mia Goth. and I don't know why. I don't know why she's in the movie. I don't know why she's in all these movies. She's bad at acting, and she makes the movies she's in worse. Infinity Pool, please, like, give me another take on Infinity Pool that has a different actor.
Yeah, I was kind of lukewarm on Frankenstein. I saw it with friends that loved it, and I like him. Like I'm happy to have him as a pop cultural presence talking about films in an effusive way. Like I think he should have a podcast. I'd subscribe to it. But I always kind of go in to each of his films wanting to like them more than I do. I think my favorite is still Mimic, which is like his coldest, least personal movie. Because it's like just bug people in a sewer. Like I can get on board with that. But yeah. So my next one is Sorry Baby, written, directed, and starring Eva Victor.
We have a match.
We have a match. Well, this one, I mean, it's hard to know what to say about it without spoiling things, but it's, it's dealing with a character who's reuniting with a friend who's about to have her first child, and then the story moves back into establishing the nature of a traumatic event that she's kind of recovering from in the present day scenes. And so it's just a really moving portrait of friendship and of moving on from a traumatic experience. And I don't know how much to really say much about the plot beyond that, but people are, if they're still discovering it. But I just found it really just moving film, as a melodrama, as a funny film as well, and atmospherically presented, like as far as like a wintry small town setting and campus settings. It's one I like a lot, and I guess you take it from here, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, Ava Victor, I wasn't familiar with their work in any way. Like, this is a directorial debut, but I believe that they're originally a stand-up comedian. And, again, it's so easy to like watch the trailer for this or see the poster and kind of go, yeah, it's another one of those. But it's so well written. It's similar, like how I said earlier about the Baltimoreans, where it's kind of this type of indie dramedy done right in a way where all the characters are fully fleshed out and you understand where they're coming from, you empathize with them, and at the same time there's the whole trauma that they've gone through in this film, and it manages to find, like, a lot of humor in the midst of a really heavy subject and things that this character has experienced. And it's structured kind of like non-chronologically across 5 years, I believe. And I love the relationship that Agnes has with her best friend. I think that's one of the best, like, friendships I've seen on screen all year. And of course there's a cat. So that doesn't hurt. And there's really a wonderful standout scene that is going to stay with me for a very long time, involving John Carroll Lynch, and like her having that panic attack in the car and him giving her sandwich, and they sort of talk it through. It's one of the most beautiful moments of the year for me, and it's just one of those really well written, compassionate films that again really sneaks up on you too, by that, the final moments of this movie kind of wrecked me in the best way possible. So yeah, sorry baby's really special. It's great.
This is a movie that it's so fucking good, and I think it is good in a way that is actually accessible. Like, I don't think it's like very esoteric or elusive, or like I don't think it's a hard movie to embrace, but it is an impossible movie to pitch someone on.
Yeah, I know.
discovered.
I couldn't really
I was at
dissect
work
the plot.
and someone asked me what I did on my weekend, and I was like, oh, it was my partner's birthday. We went and saw this movie, Sorry Baby. It was amazing. Oh, what's it about? It's a really funny movie about sexual assault. like it's so hard to explain what makes this movie so good, and that's because the individual things it does, much worse movies also do. It just does them fucking great. So yeah, I fucking love this movie. This is very narrowly behind Ethos for me in terms of the movie of the year.
Yeah, it's definitely up there for me.
Yeah, I went to Sorry Baby with kind of like, oh, okay, it's gonna be a tough movie about sexual assault. All right, I mean, I'm gonna see it because people are talking about it, but this is gonna be no fun at all. And I was really pleasantly surprised by, yeah, like you're saying, it's a very warmly accessible film that is dealing with those themes, but it's not like an endurance test or yeah, like just yeah. I thought it was yeah, just we're all in agreement for once, you know.
I love when movies take on really difficult material, but they're not congratulating themselves for taking on difficult material. They're not being like super, and this is a movie that's gonna fuck you up because this is about something serious. This is not a movie that is like trying to like match the intense emotions of the characters with like intense formal tricks or anything like that. It is just like we're all adults. We know that sexual assault happens all the time and that the police don't do jack shit about it. And it's
Yeah.
just sort of you're on your own in terms of what you do next because there's not going to be consequences. And like, I like that a movie can just start from that assumption that it's just like, we don't have to make this seem like it is such a shocking, rare thing that we're going to blow your mind by making a movie about it. We're just going to take it seriously.
Yeah, exactly.
My next double feature is the two big horror movies of the year, Sinners and Weapons. One of these movies I like less than its placement on this list. It's at number 5, which is dead in the middle. One of these movies I like more than its placement on its list. I decided these movies had to be discussed together, so this is kind of where I decided to put them. Weapons is really, really fucking fun. It was just a great time. I just had a blast in the theater watching it. I ultimately think that there's not a lot going on in terms of like it's not actually that interesting a story. It has several really, really good performances, which helps. But ultimately, when the sort of shroud is pulled away and you see like, and this is what it has been happening, you go, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
But the way you get there is so goddamn fun. And Zach Krager's instinct for what details to share when and how to get the audience's mind racing and how to tease them by like constantly going back in time again just when someone's on the verge to discover something. Like it's just really, really good.
Yeah, agreed.
I had a grand old time watching this movie. I it's one of those things. It's like I don't think this is like one of the great horror films. I'm glad it found an audience because again, it is original and it does have a sense of humor and it does seem to have like a real energy to it. And it's not just sort of like hitting the beats that this is what a quote unquote good horror movie does. Like, you know, to me, this movie is like so different from Bring Her Back in terms of it being like a quote unquote smart horror movie, which I don't even know if Weapons I would call that necessarily smart, but the things it does structurally are smart. So yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like I like that Weapons is just on its own little wavelength. And I don't like it quite as much as Barbarian, which I think had more going on. And
I
was
like them
actually
about equally.
I think Barbarians was actually scarier, though
Yeah.
some of the violence in Weapons is so fucking good. It's so crazy.
Great use of that George Harrison song at the beginning.
The special makeup effects when the guy is just sort of sprinting and his eyes are bulging more and more and more really fucked me up. So that was a really good moment. Sinners is a movie that has some very good things in it. Sinners is a movie that the bad things in it are abundant and then they make the good things worse. And so I watched this again last night because I wanted to have like a really coherent feel for why I just don't think this movie is as good as so many people seem to think. And it's just like all of the things that are bad about it drag down all the stuff that is good, all the stuff that's embarrassing about it makes you distrust all the things that are novel. The big central scene in the movie where all the ancestors are communing through a mutual love of music and the way community connects them all in the context of the rest of the movie, when you know the whole shape, and specifically in the way that Ryan Coogler has zero faith in his audience to remember anything ever. So he is going to keep doing flashbacks to earlier scenes so you remember a character's subtext because they spoke that line earlier and he's going to show you that line. The fact that this movie opens with, by the way, musicians are important and they've been important throughout all of human history. It's like, oh wow, thanks. I didn't know that because I'm 3. And then it repeats that dialogue over that scene where they are communing and all of the, different eras are
Yeah.
merging.
Yeah.
When I saw it this time, I didn't have this like sort of transcendent, beautiful cinematic moment like I did the first time I saw this movie. It felt like a whiskey ad. It felt like a commercial for a bourbon that's like, Jack Daniels has always connected people together. And then it shows like a guy from the early 20s like playing blues guitar, and then it shows like a guy from the 70s playing rock guitar, and then it shows a guy, in a modern day coffee shop playing acoustic guitar. And it's like, music is good, and where good times are, Jack Daniels is. That's what that scene feels like, because the rest of the movie has so little trust. And in fact, once I started thinking about the movie in those terms, I began to realize like it's basically like young adult fiction, where every character is introduced and it's like, here's everything you need to know about them. They're going to state what their whole deal is in their first line of dialogue, and we're assembling an adventuring party. She's this. She's the best at this. That's his trait. He's so that trait. And like all of the stuff that kind of felt like Lovers Rock when I first saw the movie now feels like a Netflix TV show. There's still good stuff about it. Like I just think the music is fucking awesome. I think the performances are really good. Like I think Michael B. Jordan is incredible. I think Delroy Lindo is incredible.
He's always great.
I think some of those musical numbers, like on their own, are really cool. Even later in the movie, when I have sort of like fallen off of my love of the film, I still think the music is good. I think the coda, where it's like, and then he grew up to be Buddy Guy, is one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in a movie. Like I think this movie, I would say it's kind of bad, is kind of like my final verdict. I think this movie's kind of bad. It's got some high points. I'm glad that an original film connected with people and made all this money, and I hope it leads a good original film to getting funded and being made. This is not a good original film. It's kind of bad. So that's my take on Sinners.
I mostly concur. It's hard because I understand at the same time why people are responding so strongly to this movie.
Again, I want to go back to my first double feature. This is a movie that tells you it's important. This is a movie that tells you that it's good and is about something that's important. And it does that over and over again. And so it's no real surprise that media illiterate audiences walked out of the movie going, that movie was really good and important.
Yeah. It was like subliminally
Yeah, you're right.
You're right. But still, there are incredible things about it.
Yeah.
I love the score. When the vampires kick in, I kind of tune out.
Ryan Coogler,
I'm surprised by
saying,
that
by
trope.
the way, there were like 10 other dudes hanging out in this juke joint that you didn't see for the past 45 minutes because we need the vampires to actually successfully kill people, is so embarrassing. It is humiliating. Like, dude, how many fucking Marvel movies you make? You can't do a single decent action scene? I saw Creed.
Yeah.
That fight scene, at this point, I think I am literally just using the exact same words I used on the One Battle After Another podcast, so I can stop. But Ryan Coogler, deeply invested in making sure that he hits all of the beats a movie is supposed to have the thing that an audience that wants to be told the thing they want is. Like, it is so cynically constructed that I cannot really enjoy much of any of it other than the music and the performances.
And I found myself laughing at the death of the head vampire because of how bad it looked. Like the CGI, like him catching on fire, and even changing the score to like almost like a Metallica sound. Dun 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 dun.
Yeah,
dun, dun,
the
dun.
electric guitars come in, you're like, okay.
Yeah. I was like, wow, people love this so that much. I mean, there's things about I loved, and it's for the most part entertaining. I just kind of went, why is this being elevated to be so great? Oh, like Patrick said, maybe it's just because the movie is telling you it is, but I don't know. It's definitely, to me, like one of the most overrated movies of the year. So
I think part of it is, and I kind of agree with all of your points on this one. I'm surprised none of us have mentioned the film that it most clearly
From Dusk Till Dawn
is modeled on it. It seems like weird that people never. Well, I guess some people do talk about it, but
one of the funniest things about this movie, the distortion field around this movie, people understand that this is not scary. People understand that he did a bad job in making a scary movie, but the movie told them it is good. And so something I have encountered a lot, which is just like unbelievable to me. It's so funny. Is people saying this is the best movie of the year, and I say, there are parts of it I liked, but like as a horror movie, it's shitty. They go, this isn't a horror movie. they say this
What?
is not a horror movie. This, they can't wrap their heads around a movie that told them it is good is bad at the horror part, so they just like
There's
have decided
vampires in it.
it like literally is doing the shot from The Shining where Jack Nicholson's head is against the refrigerator. Like it's a fucking horror movie. It's From Dusk Till Dawn. It's
Yeah.
But like people will like tell themselves it's not a horror movie because it's a bad horror movie.
I think there's just a lot of goodwill towards Ryan Coogler, Michael B. Jordan, like because
Sure.
of the other films that they made, and I think that there's also a need for original black horror films to succeed in a post-Jordan Peele kind of landscape that I think that
Sure.
people want to elevate this urgently because that need has not really been paid off in the wake of the Jordan Peele's own films. I don't really think it's kind of led to the normalizing of black horror films being made as often as you would think, given the audience demand for them. And I think that partly contributes to it, but it's also just them coming off of Black Panther and making a horror film when horror is really hot that people forgive a lot of stuff. And because I think that I don't know like what it's saying metaphorically about the music industry in a way that is why people think it's a deeper film than it is. But I mean, I've only seen it the one time, and I kind of want to go back to it before I can really speak to it. But I did think that the set piece with the different eras of music all kind of playing together, I did find kind of corny on first viewing, and so I I didn't have the initial
That was cool, I guess, but yeah. I mean, but
I'll be curious to see it in 30 years when
yeah.
because it had a cultural impact for
Sure.
2025, and I'm curious to think about it when it's like decades removed from its initial release. But right now it's like, okay, well, I didn't it also is the kind of film like comic book movies where like people get conspiratorial when it doesn't show up on lists, like, oh well. But Weapons, on the other hand, is a film that nearly made my list, and it has some moments that kind of clunk for me, as far as like the gun in the sky and the weird tonal shift towards like a like Who Can Kill a Child, kind of like it. It's interesting to me because when I watched it, and I saw it twice in the first week that I saw it, actually, because I have one of those kind of movie pass kind of things that cost me nothing to see it a second time, and I wanted to see it in a more crowded theater, knowing where the jump scares were to see people jump. I had nothing to do that day, so I went. And what struck me about it, and I don't know if this is something that you both also thought while watching it, like I thought, and I don't know anything about this director, so I don't know if this is my imagination, but it feels like a film by someone that grew up with 90s American independent films as much as horror films. Like when I watched it, the boy in it felt more like Stanley in Magnolia or Casey in Shortcuts than a typical horror movie boy. Like it felt like that kind of soft-spoken boys, like in traumatic kind of situations, kind of feeling from that film. Like
I think he did say he was inspired by Magnolia for this.
Well, I heard comparisons to Pulp Fiction, I think because of the chapter kind of thing. I don't know if that's actually an influence or not, but I thought of things like the prestige kind of indie type, indie wood kind of dramas from the 90s as much as I thought about like Texas Chainsaw Massacre or things that like, because you have the house concealed in shadow even in the daytime. Like you have certain things that feel like it has a magpie approach to horror. Like it's pulling from pre-Romero zombie movies as far as like the zombies as servants of the master. It has you have to shoot them in the head like a Romero zombie, but they run like the 28 Days Later zombies. The villain is like kind of a scary clown at first, but she's also kind of like a witch, also kind of like a vampire, kind of like a puppet master. Like she's an all-purpose kind of boogeyman kind of character. We get the Pied Piper theme again, and that also kind of like mentioned Nagoya in The Sweet Hereafter, and like another film about small town agonizing over the loss of a group of children. Even though you don't really get to know those children so much, but I thought this is what question I had for you, because like vampires are often kind of this metaphor for addicts in horror films. And you have this story where Gladys, the monster, kind of arrives in a town already full of addicts. You have the alcoholics, you have the food addicts, you have the homeless junkies, and there's all these implications of AIDS, in the dialogue. And I don't know if it's a coincidence that the victims are like you have a frail, ill relative arrive at the town, introduces this destructive element that kills two gay men, an intravenous drug user, and someone pricked by the dirty needle. And I
Yeah.
don't know what that metaphor is supposed to mean because they don't really dwell on it. And they also are dealing with like a child predator, but they don't really dwell on the unsavory implications of that. They just kind of hang out in a basement. But it's like dealing with genuinely disturbing themes, but it wants to stay fun, so it doesn't really dig into any of them. So I feel like that's a perfect mainstream horror movie because it's dealing with trauma, but kind of not. Like it's dealing with all these, but it's I don't mind that it's inconsistent because it's just this weird kind of grab bag from every kind of horror movie, whether or not they all kind of fit neatly together or not. Like it's got home invasion over here, it's got kind of a vampire thing over here, it's got monster kids over here, and it's like by the end I'm like, okay, well this is not gonna. It's interesting though, like it kind of landed anyway, just because the things that do work so well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Did anyone else notice the weird AIDS thing to that movie?
I thought in terms of reference, like I thought a lot about like Stephen King. Like I think Stephen King has a lot of town novels that are like novels that are following a huge cast of characters spread across this town, and some horror thing is happening, but they all have only like a small piece of information about it. Like a Tommyknockers is a movie where you just get all of these little stories about how the Tommyknockers are influencing all these individual people and what their specific manias look like. Needful Things, another one of these books.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
And so like I kind of looked at it mostly as a Stephen King pastiche, but like a Stephen King novel pastiche, not the way Stephen King has been adapted to film pastiche.
Yeah.
Well, that's funny because I mean I've been thinking about Stephen King a lot in 2025 because I worked on a Stephen King movie commentary with Salem's Lot. But I was thinking about we're actually just within 24 hours of recording this from like the Stranger Things thing wrapping up, and that's I mean Stephen King hovers over that in a major way. And I think that even the reintroduction of it and like spin-off shows of it seems like a post Stranger Things kind of rejuvenizing of the King brand. And so I feel like Weapons also benefits from that Stranger Things it kind of thing, right down to her looking kind of Pennywise-ish when she shows up initially. That
Right.
Yeah, you're right that there's a lot of King in this. But yeah, no, it's interesting what horror, like I always think it's interesting like what horror like succeeds with a mass audience, like what that says or doesn't say about the mass culture of the times. And I haven't quite figured out like what Weapons ultimately is saying about our times, if anything. But
I appreciate that Zach Krieger's like first instinct is let me tell a story. Let me tell a story where one thing leads to another in a way that the audience wants to know what is going to happen next.
Yeah.
And
absolutely,
then Barbarian is more forceful with its subtext. Weapons is maybe more discursive or elusive with its subtext, but I like that he is not going subtext first.
Yeah.
Good call. Your next,
So
Bill?
my next one is I don't know that this is horror, but it is eerie and suspenseful at times, like a horror film. And this is another one that I think might still be kind of roaming around the festivals. So I don't know if it'll make a bigger splash or not. I thought it had screenings already in some parts of the country, so maybe it's already technically out. But Sound of Falling, directed by Masha Shalinsky.
Heard about this.
She's made a film called Dark Blue Girl that I have not seen, but this is a film that she wrote and directed, shot by her husband Fabian Gamper, and it's probably the most visually striking film I saw in 2025. It's this epic sent over 4 different timelines centered on different generations that lived at this farm in Germany. You have a story in the early 20th century, a story in the 1940s, circa World War II, story set in the early 1980s, and then a present day story. And they're all about young women dealing with themes of death, sexuality. Like you have a morbidly obsessed child in one story. You have a young woman kind of drawn towards this disabled soldier, bedridden soldier with a missing leg. You have a young woman who is trying to get out of her small town and making these kind of like sexual bargains to get freedom. And then you have a woman who becomes kind of influenced by another young woman of the same age that she meets that has kind of like this kind of down kind of personality. You haven't seen that. I don't want to spoil anything, but it's um it jumps back and forth without any kind of transitional any kind of transition. So you're just thrust from era to era in a way that might be a little jarring at first, but all of the individual stories are compelling in and of themselves. And it's um like the way the camera explores the house could also suggest something like Soderbergh's Presence from this year, as far as like a ghost story. So it has a feeling of a haunted house kind of film at times, even though it's not really explicitly going into horror, but it has that eerie air about it. But it's only it's a film I've seen the one time. It's a lot to take in. It's like 2.5 hours long. But it's really something, and it's one I'm excited to see again. It's one I'm looking forward to showing other people, um, but I don't know where it sits on the distribution ladder right now. But it's definitely one of the best films I saw this year, and probably the most visually striking in a year with a few really striking films visually. But Sound of Falling.
Cool. I'm definitely going to seek that out too. I don't know what the official word is on this release, but a film that I believe I sent to you that really got to me in a major way is The Voice of Hind Rajab. And it's about these, they're volunteers at a crisis center of sorts that receive this emergency call from a 5-year-old girl who's trapped in a car in Gaza, pleading for help, for rescue. Her whole family is dead, and she's hiding out in hopes that, somebody's going to come and get her. And they're trying to keep her on the line. They're trying to, do whatever they can to get her through what's happening and get an ambulance out there. The film, I've seen a couple of people have a negative response to a choice that I understand. It weaves together the actual audio recordings of this young girl who is no longer with us into the film with dramatized reenactments with actors. So I can see people maybe leaning towards that being a questionable, unethical choice to make, maybe bordering on exploitive. I don't know, but in the moment, it worked for me. Again, it has that hybrid approach, but at the same time, it's, I think of something along the lines of like United 93 in terms of it being a moment that, a lot of us aren't privy to or aware of, but then seeing it portrayed in this dramatic sense while also incorporating a real life tragedy. It works on a basic emotional level. It works on an educational level in some capacity about like what's going on out there and how terrible it is and how people are suffering in under this regime. And there's a lot of examples of films and stories coming out about what's going on in Ukraine and what's going on in Gaza, and there's a few that I have yet to see and keep up with or seek out as a result of being on other lists. But this was one that, okay, it's like 90 minutes, it's self-contained, it's a simple story, but it ultimately just like uh, it's intense in such a insane way, and yet you kind of know how it's going to play out, but you're still with it. Hearing her actual voice preserved adds a whole other layer and a whole other level to feel. But again, like, these trained actors are incredible in this too. So I just, yeah, again, it was a hard movie for, like, just sit down and rate and kind of go, here's the stars for this, tragic thing that happened. And in terms of the way the movie is told, I was just so enthralled and engrossed and overwhelmed by it. Uh, so it's definitely one of the best films of the year, but I understand if people have a different response given the fact that, yeah, they use her actual voice, the victim's actual voice in the film. So I don't know. Did you watch this, Bill?
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, it's a funny one for me because
Mm,
I mean, I feel like I've seen a few films dealing with the situation in Gaza this year. I think "Put Your Soul on Your Hand and Walk" was probably
yeah,
the most
that's another one.
powerful one that I saw, but
Mm,
that's also a documentary. Whereas this is, I was more conscious of this being a propaganda film than other films dealing with Gaza. And I don't say that like, I mean, I guess that's a
yeah,
pejorative ring
yeah,
to it, but it's meant to be an incitement to anger at the situation. So, I mean, I say that, and
right.
it's just like, I mean, it is trying to galvanize public response to a political situation in no uncertain terms. Um, as that type of film, I feel like being conscious of actors playing out the melodrama of a situation with the harrowing real life audio of a child being menaced and ultimately killed, it breaks the film apart a little bit for me. But
Sure.
it's powerful because it's dealing with a very powerful raw materials anyway, but it makes me conscious of its artifice in a way that it wouldn't have if it didn't have text telling me this is the real kid, you know. And so yeah, I mean, it's heartbreaking, but I had kind of emotionally complicated reaction to it because of the way it was told. But I mean, maybe that's the more effective way to do it than a documentary where, because it still felt like very, um, like a stage play in terms of like being restricted to
Yeah,
that one location, even though they had the freedom to take it outside as a narrative feature and not being tied down. They, I mean, they kind of keep it. In a way, I was thought of the opposite side of the ocean, but something like House of Dynamite, the Catherine Bigelow film, where it's like a lot of like looking at screens with furrowed brows, kind of kind of storytelling, but much different stakes, I guess, scale of the violence, but both bad. um, yeah, no, I mean, I can see why it makes a lot of lists at number one. I can see why people would push back to it also.
yeah,
Um, it's worth seeing, but I mean, I had definitely some reservations with it, just as a way it was told. But not that I felt like it was exploitative, only just that it kind of undercut its own impact by that marriage of documentary and dramatization, kind of with actors. But definitely powerful.
yeah. I wonder what kind of separates that from something like United 93, where they're actually using people who were there on that day to tell that story. Like,
Not the dead people, though.
no, no,
Okay, well,
no.
that's one big difference.
Yeah, that's true. Right. No, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know. Again, like, I think I like wrestling with things like this too. At the same time, where I get where you're coming from completely. I get if people find that completely wrong and unethical too, but it worked for me.
Yeah.
Mm.
My next double feature is the super easy pitch double feature. These are movies that you go, it's a this but this, and then if the movie you picture in your head, you got it right. The first one, less exciting. The Ugly Stepsister is The Substance but a fairy tale. um
Oh,
it's fun. I had a good time with Ugly Stepsister. It does not have the like over the top audacity of The Substance. Seeing The Substance in a movie theater in a multiplex and just seeing people absolutely losing their minds at how over the top it is formalistically as well as in terms of body horror was just like absolutely a delight. I love The Substance. Ugly Stepsister does not have the same gumption, but it does have a lot of style, and it does go some incredibly disgusting places. The big sort of final set piece of the movie, you don't think it's gonna, you kind of like, okay, I think I know what's gonna happen next, and I don't want to watch. And then the way it happens is so much worse than you thought it was gonna be. Ugly Stepsister is the Cinderella story told from the perspective of one of the stepsisters who is not very pretty, but she will do anything she can to nab this prince who is looking for a virgin to marry from the kingdom. Again, it's nasty fun. The body horror is effective. It has a lot of different little stylist ticks that it chases that are not all necessarily in cooperation with each other. Some of the shit feels like it's like 10 years late to the party, like the sort of like dreamy, soft focus, lo-fi synth pop kind of music that will come in feels like a thing that was hot in 2015 that is now in this movie. So it's like some of it feels just like a little reheated, but I had a very good time with The Ugly Stepsister. Too long, but still very fun. The other one is What If Jeremy Saulnier Made Psycho? And that is A Desert. And that movie I think is really fucking cool. It is also just so much What If Jeremy Saulnier Made Psycho that I almost feel like I don't need to say anything more. It didn't even occur to me when I was watching it. I was thinking more in terms of like the grittiest crime fiction I had read, like really bleak, like nasty crime fiction. And then my partner Barry was just sort of like, oh, it's What If Jeremy Saulnier Made Psycho? And I'm like, God damn, I guess it is. It is like, it follows Psycho. It follows the plot of Psycho so schematically. It doesn't open with a robbery, but other than that, the story beats of Psycho are so faithfully followed that it feels almost like a meta, like it feels almost like an art house project the way a Gus Van Sant Psycho feels like an art house project. But it's the way those characters, those performances are done. It's the choices they make in terms of characterization. It's the places it goes. This movie's NC-17, and you might think like, oh wow, there's probably a lot of like weirdly explicit sex or something, because movies are just basically like the MPAA doesn't give anything NC-17 or whatever. You can do whatever you want in a movie. The substance is rated R. Like, who gives a fuck? This is NC-17. You might think that means that it is like wall-to-wall explicit sex. It is not. I think it's just because you see like a fat woman's vagina, and it's like, it's full frontal nudity that you've seen in rated R movies, but this time it's a fat woman. So I guess it's NC-17 now because that is especially obscene. Whatever. There is this element of when certain ideas come in, like uncomfortable sexuality and stuff, it will push it further than you expect it to. When violence happens, it will get more brutal than you expect it to. But it has that Jeremy Saulnier kind of like really drawn out, really like sparse, like fading America landscapes. It has these kind of like characters that have a lot going on under the surface that we only scratch the surface of, like that sort of a thing. But it's Psycho. And then by the end, it turns into like, it just goes so out of control that I think it's a supernatural movie by the end. It's hard to tell whether or not this movie has supernatural elements, or if that's just like an expressive serialistic sort of a feel. But A Desert was a movie I'd not heard of at all. And then when I started Googling around for best horror movies of 2025, one person on Reddit put this on their list, and I'm like, yeah, cool, I'll check it out. And it's fucking good. You should check out A Desert.
I will.
I will too. I had not heard of that one.
Cool.
Okay, so my next one is Super Happy Forever, directed by Kohei Igarashi, and this is kind of a melancholy romantic film. It's dealing with Hiroki Sano is the actor that plays like a 20-something widower who he and his friend are visiting this seaside hotel, and he's still kind of grieving the loss of his wife. And his friend has got this kind of very, like, almost irritatingly chipper kind of life philosophy. Super Happy Forever, I think, is maybe the name of the philosophy, but it's just like, he's being kind of trying to cheer him up in a way that is kind of not really helping. And while there, they get into a conversation, and he starts talking about the woman and how he met her, and then it becomes like this really kind of almost before sunrise-ish. I've heard a comparison to that, like, but it's just like a mute, meet cute, like relationship developing kind of story. But what it reminds me more of is something like Love Story, where it's like you have those kind of meet cute, kind of bantery, kind of uh, falling in love kind of beats, but it's kind of going into that part of the film where it's all going, so it has this kind of heaviness at the same time. But just this kind of small little romantic film that and I mean, I don't know what to say without getting into plot stuff. That I know that this one has not really had a wide release in America yet, but you can find pirate copies online right now, personally. But yeah, I thought this was a really affecting, modest little romantic film. Kind of hard to talk about in ways that like make it like oversell it, but like yeah, it's one I really liked a lot. Super Happy Forever is the title. And I think it played in Chicago at a festival, but I don't think it's had a commercial release in America.
You two are just giving me more and more titles to add to my watch list. God bless you both.
I think you'd like that one, actually.
Yeah, there's a few, the way you both are describing your movies. I'm like, damn. I bet this would have made my list. Possibly. Well, since we've had a couple of matches, this is the last one on my list right now in alphabetical order. It is the latest from Ryan Johnson, one of my favorite writers, Wake Up Dead Man. Again, like I was okay with the last one. I thought it was okay, you know, but I really, really enjoyed Knives Out. This could very well be my favorite of the three because of this incredible ensemble, as you would expect. And I love a good murder mystery. Uh, and yet it's also coming again from a very personal place for him, like to sort of delve into his evangelical upbringing and kind of exploring the idea of faith and kind of doing it without. I mean, again, like I don't want to say it's like a cynical view of it, but it's more of just trying to understand it and to understand why we go to these extremes and why people have so much investment in a higher power. And at the same time, like there's kind of the interplay between characters even early on, with Josh Brolin being incredible as always. Another good year for him, as playing just like this overbearing kind of monster of a priest who wants to control everything and believes in the old school ways. And here comes Josh O'Connor. What a year for him, for sure, to say the least, because I think he's like 4 movies this year and a couple I haven't even seen yet. And he's incredible in this as well, carrying the movie. He's a priest of genuine conviction, trying to navigate like just this whole new environment that he's working in, and trying to figure out what's going on with all these people. And again, you get people like Glenn Close and Kerry Washington, Andrew Scott, Kaylee Spaney. That not everybody gets a meaty scene or like a fully fleshed out role, but I don't know. I think Glenn Close is incredible in this. I think just how everything plays out without giving anything away was not necessarily like a real shock, but satisfying. And I just like these movies, and I know some people kind of like shrug off to some degree Daniel Craig's just his approach to that character Benoit Blanc as being kind of cartoonish and ridiculous, but I just enjoy it. This is one of those movies very similar to like how I described early on. Had a good time and just enjoy Ryan Johnson as a filmmaker, and I like him telling these stories, and I could easily see more of these if he wants to keep making them. I hope he does something different, but still, I just, this to me felt like a nice, if this is a trilogy and a nice summation of why all these movies work. Some more than others. Certainly, the last one is probably the weakest of the 3. But I don't know. I just had a really good time with Wake Up Dead Man, so that's why it's on my list. It's good. Yeah. The end. Okay, I'm done. Bye bye.
Yeah, I haven't seen this one, so I can't really comment on it.
Did you like it, Patrick?
I did.
Okay,
I like that Ryan Johnson is taking different tonal approaches to these movies. It's a thing where first season of Columbo, you go maybe 20 minutes into an episode before Columbo shows up. By the third season of Columbo, it's like, all right, this is a fucking Columbo show. Let's get this guy on screen. Let's get Peter Falk on screen. I like that Ryan Johnson understands that he can't just keep doing the trick from Knives Out, and so he is trying different tricks. I have never liked a movie about religious faith. And the extent to which this is a movie about religious faith, I dislike it because it's just not a compelling thought experiment to me.
Okay.
And this is like I think Last Temptation of Christ is a bad movie. So this is just like a me. This is a me problem. Like it's like there's no God. So like watching a character go, what about God? I'm like, fuck off. There isn't one, dummy. Like I don't care. So it's just this is a hard barrier in my brain to empathizing with most of the human race in a way that I genuinely find deeply shameful, and every day I try to work to undo. But in the meantime, when I watch movies about crisis of faith, I say, let me solve that for you. It's fake. Move on. So that part of this movie, I did find this like more dreary. I think I probably had a better time watching Glass Onion, but I do like that this movie is trying something different.
Yeah.
And I would be on board for 3 more of these that are all trying something slightly different, even if none of them meet the original.
Okay. I think it's you're up.
Okay.
I think
there
I'm
we
done
go.
now.
Yeah, you're
Wow.
done though.
Oh,
So
wow.
maybe someone miscounted or something.
Yeah, I probably did. But also we had a couple matches, like one battle and. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So The Rule of Jenny Penn and The Long Walk. These movies are not at all similar, but I like them a lot. So I'm going to talk about them both. The Long Walk is a Stephen King adaptation. It's a book that is written by Richard Bachman. Richard Bachman books tend to be nastier. They tend to be less sentimental. They tend to be more about sort of contemporary anxiety, paranoia. Richard Bachman books include Rage, which is the school. What if The Breakfast Club was about a school shooter? That's Rage. They include The Running Man, which is like, what if a white man was a slave trying to escape to the north? That's The Running Man. And then they include Roadwork, which is like, what if the 70s happened to a white man and he couldn't take it anymore? These are the Richard Bachman books. What if a lawyer ran over a fucking Roma person and they put a curse on him? Like, these are nastier, more mean-spirited books. The Long Walk is maybe my favorite Stephen King book. It's certainly up there. I think a lot of what makes that book good is not in this movie. This movie is a Stephen King movie, not a Richard Bachman movie, which is to say this movie is a lot more close to a Shawshank Redemption than it is to The Shining. This is a warm, gooey movie about people stuck in war together trying to bond. It's but it's also like a gay Hunger Games, and somehow the first gay Hunger Games movie. They've made 40 Hunger Games movies. Some of them are called Hunger Games. Some of them are called Maze Runner. They're all Hunger Games. Somehow the first gay Hunger Games movie is a Stephen King adaptation. Bizarre.
Huh.
I love that there's a gay romance in it. I think the performances are good. I think that it is the right kind of melodrama for me. I think it does enough right, including, as the co-host of 96 Greers, featuring one incredibly fucking good Judy Greer performance. Classic Judy Greer performance. She's in 3 scenes, and every single time she's in the movie, you're like, oh, this is the best. I'm witnessing the best part of the movie now. Long Walk's good movie, and it seems like it has gotten a lot of acclaim. It seems like it has gotten credit where it's due, so I don't need to really convince you. I think it's a good movie. The other one, The Rule of Jenny Penn, is a horror movie it is a horror movie where Jeffrey Rush has a stroke and he gets put into a nursing home, and while he's trying to recover, but he has sort of lived a life as this sort of pretentious asshole with no family or friends, and so he is kind of realizing that, like, oh, it turns out society fucking hates you when you're old and you have no rights or will or anything. Jim, don't watch this fucking movie.
Yeah, I'm nervous about that.
Yeah. But it's so he's in this nursing home, and he is this like pretentious asshole who refuses to relate to anyone else. And then John Lithgow is there, and John Lithgow is a psychopath who has decided he is going to make it his life's duty to make Jeffrey Rush's life hell. And so it is about the psychological torment that John Lithgow performs upon Jeffrey Rush and how helpless Jeffrey Rush is because of his situation. Both performances are fucking incredible. It does this trick that I kind of don't mind. I often, whenever I feel like I'm bad at plots and I'm bad at like that would really happen. So I feel like when I notice a character makes a choice that doesn't make any sense, that means they've really fucked up, because if I'm noticing it, then that means something. And so like there's parts of this movie that I go, this is not how a nursing home operates, but it kind of does this like sprinkle a little bit like surreal art horror dust on it, where there's just like little segues and transitions and moments that are like nightmare sequences in a way that's like, but maybe what's happening is supernatural. And then when you get to the end, you're like, no, this is just a movie about a psychopath. And so all these other points about that wouldn't happen still stand. But it is a really creepy, really unnerving movie with two incredible central performances that looks unblinkingly at a thing that almost all movies want to look away from, which is just how fundamentally fucked you are when you get older.
Oh boy.
And Jeffrey Rush plays a character who's an asshole, and he is, fucking 80. So it's not a movie where he has like a character arc and he learns the value of friendship and he becomes a good person at the end. He's an asshole to the end. He eventually just has to figure out how to make it work despite him being an asshole. And so that's like a really interesting, I feel like so many horror movie protagonists these days are just like too morally upstanding and too good and like too just sort of flavorless. And so Jeffrey Rush in this movie is great. Role of Jenny Penn's awesome. And
Wow.
John Lithgow, terrifying in a way that he's played a lot of, terrifying villains, and I rarely connect to him in those movies. Like, I just don't like the John Lithgow, Brian De Palma movies. They don't speak to me the way they speak to some. In this movie, he is giving one of those big psychopath performances, and it really works for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, but they were both on my list to eventually see, and so now I'm curious even more. So my 23rd is Suspended Time, written and directed by Olivier Assayas. This is probably one that would annoy a lot of people, but I really liked it. It's at the beginning of the pandemic. Two brothers and their romantic partners moved into a rural estate that's been part of their family for generations. One of the brothers is an obvious stand-in for Olivier Assayas. He's played by Vincent McCain, and then the other brother is kind of more of a music journalist and DJ. And the surrogate, the film director character is more kind of neurotic and very afraid of the virus and kind of afraid of like what that's kind of gonna mean for his professional life, as far as like making films under the new protocols that will have to be instituted. And but he's more neurotic, and then the other brother is kind of more kind of bouncing on the edge of the walls, like wanting to get out and like be out in the world again, but he's preparing a podcast and such. And it's them just kind of hanging around the house with their very patient romantic partners, one of whom's like a relatively new relationship. One has been with the brother for a long time, but it's them just kind of in this environment of their childhood that they've been trying to go out and experience the world and be cosmopolitan kind of arts figures. And so this is kind of them back in their childhood home, living under the same roof as brothers, and try not to get on each other's nerves. But it's also just them talking about obscure songs, talking about books, talking about art, and kind of living this kind of sequestered, kind of a little bit idyllic life in the initial days of lockdown in France. And so it's it is kind of like the pandemic as seen through the perspective of rich, privileged people wistfully enjoying the arts, with their loved ones, in a idyllic pastoral setting. But I find it really like an inviting environment to kind of spend time in. And I realize like that this would be like a very love it or hate it kind of conceit for a movie, but it's also just interestingly how autobiographical it seems to feel for Olivier Assayas, who's a director I really have grown to like a lot. And I don't love everything he makes, but it's interesting to get a window into maybe how he sees the world. I mean, how he contends with the relationship with Mia Hansen-Løve. There's a character that kind of feels very much like designed to play as a surrogate for her. And this was just a film that I didn't really hear a whole lot about, but I found it quite charming in a very low-key kind of way. It's probably not going to be considered like one of his major, big, ambitious genre type statements, but I kind of appreciate it as like a little kind of B-side film from him. And so yeah, that's my 23rd.
Excellent.
And then I'm not going to talk too much about my number one horror movie because Jim's just going to start making fart noises or whatever. And it's not like a movie I need to fight for. It's just like it either.
I'm not going to make fart
You're going to
sounds.
make fart noises. You're going to go, oh, that's but it's if it doesn't speak to you, it doesn't speak to you. You can just move on. There's not like some secret that you don't get. But The Monkey by Osgood Perkins, it made me cry laughing, and then it made me cry, just cry. And then in between crying, laughing, and then crying at the end, there was just some of the most hysterically violent kills I've ever seen in a movie. It is a movie about how life is just sort of fundamentally cruel and unknowable, and you will never, ever get any kind of real grasp on it. So you just kind of have to, you can't deny death and you can't obsess over death. You just have to kind of do your best to keep on dancing. And it is a very kind of sugary, easy message. This is not necessarily a challenging movie in that way, despite its pessimism. It's like a pretty easy, hopeful message to sell. But I think it does it with forcefully enough and with enough panache. And again, like I just found this movie hysterically funny. Every single scene has at least one character moment or choice that had me laughing. But yeah, like I just think I think every year of my life is going to be worse than the one before it, and then I'm going to die at the hands of the US government, either because they've destroyed the economy and I'm homeless, or they've destroyed the healthcare industry and I have a sickness that I'm too poor to deal with, or like in a concentration camp. Like one of those three things is going to happen to me, and I'm going to die prematurely at the hands of the US government, and there's nothing I or anyone I know or love can do about it. And that is just sort of like the cruelty of life. And what am I going to do? Am I going to obsess over it or deny it? I don't think I'm going to do either. I'm going to try to keep on dancing. Yeah, I just fucking love this movie.
Well said.
Yeah, I would need to see it again to really speak to that point, but I did see it. My second to last one, 24, is Where to Land, written and directed by Hal Hartley. And
Never heard of.
so this is another one where it's definitely the case of a director writing a thinly veiled surrogate character. Bill Sage plays Joe Fulton, who's essentially Hal Hartley, an aging indie director who has specialized in what he calls romantic comedies. And it's self-reflexive in that he's trying to think about his life as somebody that is kind of getting on in years as a cult filmmaker. The character is trying to find an entry-level job with a purpose, like a physical job, like he's when we meet him, he's trying to get a job as a caretaker at a cemetery, and this creates kind of some screwball misunderstandings about with his girlfriend and his daughter. But yeah, it's kidding. Well, not his daughter, but his assistant, who's like a daughter-like character. Anyway, but it's a self-reflexive Hal Hartley movie about a guy that is a director, kind of thinking about his life and getting into a series of conversations about his about politics, philosophy. It's a light comedy. I mean, it's a series of contemplative kind of conversations with people in his life, and it's a return to the New York setting of the early Hal Hartley movies. I'm a Hal Hartley fan. I like his voice in film. I think that compared to the last few, this kind of gets away from overstuffed genre exercises, and it gets away from as much of the fan servicing kind of element of Ned Rifle, which is another Henry Fool type story. So this has some actors that were in the early films, like Bill Sage, Robert John Burke is in it, and Edie Falco is in it as well. So it has a few people that were in the 90s films, but for the most part, it's populated by actors that I don't associate with his earlier movies. But I mean, plot is kind of almost beside the point with a film like this. It's basically just like a, reflecting on life kind of late stage film. It might be his last film, I don't know. But it has all the stylistic tics that appeal and alienate about what he does. It wouldn't be a film to win over someone that doesn't connect to his work. I come to it as someone that really likes his voice in film, and for me, this was like a nice return from a director that hasn't. I mean, this was supposed to be made before the pandemic, and then they shut it down after the Kickstarter, and I didn't know if it was even going to get made. And I bought it, kind of blind, without any assurance that it would even be any good, because he hasn't been that prolific in the last 20 years. But I found this really charming, and I don't know if I'd recommend it to non-fans, but I am a fan and I really loved it.
I found it charming too. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I'm glad I caught up with it again. Like it is a Hal Hartley movie, and I felt similarly to you, is like this feels like a nice, similar to what I said about Cronenberg's film, is like if this ends up being his last film, it's like a nice summation of what he does and what he brings to movies, and like kind of just like the reflection on what life means kind of approach to dialogue that I particularly enjoy. And yeah, it's nice to see people from older Hal Hartley movies pop up in this. And yeah, I wouldn't necessarily like put it in the upper tier of like, oh, this is an essential Hal Hartley movie, but I enjoyed it. I had a good time with it.
Yeah.
So I'm glad he made another movie. I'll just rattle off some honorable mentions before you get to your last pick, Bill.
Okay.
Just like some titles that I barely missed the list, or other ones I enjoyed to one degree or another. They would include Together, the kind of weird, twisty body horror film with Dave Franco and Alison Brie. Again, some people I know weren't as crazy about it, but I certainly had a good time with it. Hamnet, which definitely has one of the biggest cries at the end of the movie. Nouvelle Vague, like I mentioned earlier, Linklater's other film from this year. Best Wishes to All, another really creepy, unusual horror film that I don't know what to make of entirely, but moment to moment really got to me and unnerved me. And
Oh, you know what happened is I skipped one of my. I saw Best Wishes to All. It's on my list. I skipped one of my fucking. That's why the numbering got all funky.
but
Go ahead.
Yeah,
ahead.
but I'll just rattle off the rest. Twinless, another surprise in terms of like, oh, this could be another like one of those indie movies, but it really got to me big time. The Threesome, The Secret Agent, Highest to Lowest, Splitsville, and Sentimental Value. All of those are honorable mentions that I would recommend people seeking out and seeing, even if they're like not all perfect or not all like movies I think are work together as a satisfying whole. They each have incredible moments that stand out and make it worth watching. So that's kind of my summation of the year.
Real quick, Best Wishes to All is double feature with Begonia, because Best Wishes to All is very Yorgos Lanthimos to me. It's very Alan
Yeah.
Goulardi. It's also very Takashi Miike. It starts off and it's
Sure.
like, here is a Japanese horror film about something strange happening. And then when it gets to, maybe the midway point or whatever, it says, no, actually, this is the Ursula K. Le Guin short story, The Ones Who Walk from Omelas.
I've seen somebody mention that too. I want to read that now.
And then it's a very short story. You can absolutely just like read it in 10 minutes and understand the connection there.
Cool.
And the idea of like a fucked up black comedy version of The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas is really funny. And yeah, that movie, I was not expecting it to go where it went. Best Wishes to All is really cool. Begonia is mostly just like a platform for two really good performances, but both Jesse Plemons and Emma Stone are really fucking good.
Yeah.
I think that Yorgos Lanthimos is a person who doesn't necessarily have deep ideas, but he knows how to hit a single idea really forcefully. And I think the idea he hits in Begonia, he understands a lot better than what's the previous movie called again? Good,
Poor Things.
nice, Poor Things. I was going to
well,
say Good Girl,
there's
Nice
kind of
Thing.
kindness.
Poor Things is the
Okay.
one I was thinking of because I did not see the
Kind of
the
kindness.
anthology
Yeah.
film. So he understands the capitalist critique in Begonia better than he understands feminism, which is like why Begonia works so much better than Poor Things. And when there's like a little final montage set to a folk song at the end of Begonia, and I was kind of like, okay, yeah, I see what you're doing. And then the whole thing plays out, and then by the end of that little montage, I was like, all right, goddamn, you got to me. It's kind of moving, but
Yeah,
mostly Begonia. It's like kidnapping story. You ever seen one of those? This is one of those. It's going to hit those same fucking beats, but it's going to be with really good performances. And then the third act is going to spiral off into classic Yorgos Lanthimos nastiness. I might like it more than The Favorite, but
I think
it's definitely my favorite thing since then.
Good call. All right. Last but not least, Bill.
Okay. Well, I guess if we're listing off other honorable mentions, I'll say, and I won't describe them all, but Caught by the Tides, Ex-Husbands, Harley Flanagan, Wired for Chaos, Marty Supreme, Mirrors Number 3, Mr. Scorsese, No Other Choice, Oh Hi, My Mom Jane, Pee-wee as Himself, Pillion,
Aw.
To a Land Unknown, Ramona at Midlife, Lilith Fair, Building a Mystery, Twinless, Tenderberry. Surprised we haven't mentioned The Mastermind, Messy, Cover Up, Love, part of that Oslo trilogy, that second Oslo trilogy, Grand Theft Hamlet, Splitsville. I think that's Surratt. A film called Rose of Nevada. It's really interesting. Some director who did Ennis, Maine. The Ballad of Wallace Island.
I should see that, and people tell me I would like that.
Yeah, I think you would like that. I think everything else we've kind of touched on. I kind of have a sneaking appreciation for Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere, but I agree with every criticism of it. I think everything else, Begonia, Predators. I liked On Becoming a Guinea Fowl.
That was a good one.
Yeah. I think those are the main ones. I think it was just an accident. Everything else we kind of touched on. So the last film that I had on my list that, again, like Adam McGoyan, felt like kind of a return to form, although they've been kind of more consistent, would be the Dardenne brothers, Jean-Pierre and Luc Dardenne. And I loved a lot of their early films a great deal. La Promesse, Rosetta, The Son, The Child, The Kid with the Bike. But in the recent years, I was kind of like seeing them more out of duty, like Tori and Lokita, Young Ahmed, Unknown Girl. Like I liked them, but they were not like feeling like, okay, these are them at the top of their game. But Young Mothers, I think, is kind of like Hard Truths with Mike Lee, where it's like just returning to what they're good at, and it's like a masterpiece. And so Young Mothers is set in a shelter for young mothers. It follows the stories of 4 main girls, one who's a teenage girl who's desperate to connect with her biological mother, a girl who's trying to give up her daughter, but she has this kind of emotionally dysfunctional mother who is trying to fight to keep the daughter for herself, her granddaughter. You have a girl who's in a toxic relationship with the father of their child, and you have a young mother who's an addict. And they're just all great, visceral, powerfully acted melodramas that all kind of intersect in this location. Acting is amazing in it. It's all these stories are the melodramas you might imagine from my describing them, but I think it's really powerful effect. And I kind of went to it just without any real expectation. And I don't know that I saw a better film in 2025 than this one. So I think it comes out I want to say like in January, like in theaters. So it will hopefully be something that people can see, and I'm sure it'll be streaming eventually, like given how fast these things move from theaters to streaming. But um, I don't know if it's better than Rosetta or The Son of the Child, or like, I mean, you know, if you haven't seen a Dardenne brothers film, I don't know if this is where you start, but I think um, they just have a knack for like these kind of verite style approaches to film where the performances are just, I don't know what they do, but they seem to take these relatively new faces and get them to deliver this real intense high caliber kind of dramatic work. And so yeah, I couldn't recommend this more strongly. I don't know if it's going to get a lot of attention or not, but this really impressed me a lot. And Young Mothers, so that's my 25.
Excellent. I cannot wait to see that for sure. Because I'm a fan. I'm definitely a fan. I haven't seen everything, but what was the one with Marianne Cotillard? I
2
love?
Days, One Night,
Thank you.
which for
Yes.
me felt like their Sweet Hereafter in a way, because it was like the one that kind of crossed them over, but it was like it seemed like they kind of didn't quite hit the same caliber work after they got the spotlight shown that hard at them, at least in North America, because they were like the conquerors of the Cannes Film Festival for a couple of years. Like they have 2 Palme d'Ors, but like 2 Days, One Night's a weird film to introduce them to a
Sure.
large audience with, because it's so repetitious by design. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, I think you'll like it. So
I'm sure I will. We did it. 2025 is over.
Yeah.
So many great titles to add to your watch list. I cannot wait for this year. I hope it's a good year for movies. We'll see.
Some good movies are going to come out.
I think so.
And
They usually do.
The important thing is some movies that are not on your radar at all
Right.
are going to catch you at the right moment, and you are going to be absolutely bowled over by them. It's not just going to be like, oh yeah, I guess there's a new Scorsese movie. Oh yeah, here comes that Spielberg movie. It's like, no, there's going to be Hundreds of Beavers or Nirvana the band the movie, or there's something that you don't even know you want is going to be delivered to you, and you'll be delighted.
Yeah. James Cameron's got a Billie Eilish movie coming out.
And that also will come out.
You just never know. You know, I mean, certainly there's already lists out there of like 2026 movies to get excited about.
well, I feel like half my list was like
It's true.
2026.
Yeah, I had a couple as well. Yeah, I mean, definitely find It Ends and Nirvana the band, the movie, the show, and yeah, and others. So, thanks, guys. This was a blast. Plug your stuff, Patrick.
So I am the co-host of 96 Greers, a podcast where we watch every feature film with Judy Greer in the cast. It is a deep dive in what it means to be a character actress. It is also a deep dive into forgotten movies of the 21st century, because she just says yes to everything, whether or not it's worth seeing, whether or not it's What Women Want, major Mel Gibson romantic comedy, or it's Playing for Keeps, an absolutely rancid Gerard Butler box office bomb from 2010. She'll be in that too. She'll be good in all of it. It's a very good podcast, I'm not afraid to say. And you know what? You should also check out Tracks of the Damned. In addition to a lot of really well-researched, really informative commentary tracks on horror movies from all decades, including some that feature Bill Ackerman and Jim Lazkowski. And let me just say this, like right now, like one of the things I am most proud about with Tracks of the Damned is that I am not there to pitch you on why a movie is a perfect masterpiece. I am there to actually look at the thing. And so I'm doing commentary tracks where I'm sometimes shit talking like, well, that scene didn't work. This didn't, this performance isn't quite there. And so I think that is something that separates me from a lot of commentary tracks you're going to hear on most sort of home video releases. And I'm proud of that show. And I'm especially proud of what I did in November, going through the filmography of Roger Corman. The first half of Roger Corman's career is pretty much all more or less public domain, because it's just all on YouTube for you to see. No one's minding the copyrights on those film group movies. So go ahead and sync up a copy of A Bucket of Blood to the podcast. You're going to have a good time. Especially proud of the commentary tracks I did for The Wild Angels, for The Trip, for It Conquered the World, and for House of Usher, or Fall of the House of Usher, depending on what region you're in. So check those episodes out especially. But I was proud of the work I did there. I might have a comparable thing happening in 2026. If you see me dropping something at the end of the month on the Directors Club feed, then you will know that I have this project going. And if I don't, then you will know that it turned out to not be as interesting as I thought it would be. I quietly
I'm excited
just
if
pushed
it
it to the
does.
side. Yeah, exactly.
So there's a lot to look forward to. We'll see. And yeah, I'm so grateful for you, Patrick. Thanks for coming back on in the show.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, anytime. Okay, Bill, we know that your show is back, and we are all excited about that. And you've had some great episodes thus far. Thank you for bringing back supporting characters.
Thank you. Yeah. I did bring it back after 3 years. If people don't know the show, it's conversations I have with people that take their love of film into some kind of project or vocation, whether it be writing about film, podcasting about film. People that get into film restorations, people get into home video extras or production. Some people talk about exhibition, but it's just people that took their love of film into some kind of project. Uh, Both Jim and Patrick have been guests on the show. The new season has Erica Schultz from Unsung Horrors, Willow Caitlin McClay, the co-author of Corpses, Fools, and Monsters: The History and Future of Transness in Cinema, Josh Hurtado, who was part of the team behind bringing back the film RRR in American theaters a few years back, and is a regular writer for Screen Anarchy. Skip Elsheimer, who's the archivist behind AV Geeks, and Keith Gordon, the actor and director who's been on Directors Club multiple times, talking kind of buried gems of different decades with Jim. I have some commentaries that have come out in the past year. I did one for Baby It's You, the John Sayles movie, Goodbye Columbus, the Larry Pierce directed film version of the Philip Roth novella. Amanda Reyes and I did one for Maxine for the Second Sight Blu-ray release of that, the Region B. And we have one coming out on a 4K release of Salem's Lot, the Toby Hooper film, through Arrow. 444, Last Day on Earth, the Abel Ferrara film. I did a commentary for IFC Films with my friend Chris O'Neill, and Jim and I did one for At Close Range for Cinematograph,
What a
the
delight.
Sean Penn, Christopher Walken film. And so I think I have two more that are just in limbo waiting to be announced. I don't know when they'll come out, but maybe this year. I don't know. But yeah, that's what I can promote.
Fantastic. What so much to be proud of, and I certainly am grateful for both of you in a lot of ways. And this here show is going to keep on going despite how busy I get, and there's a lot of things I'm working on and chipping away at, and I'm really excited that I got away from Substack, and everything is just going to be on jimlazkowski.net, including this show, B-Side Me with Sharon, and all my writing and music and podcasts. Everything will be there, and I'm really happy about that because it's going smoothly. But everybody get excited because there may be a bonus episode this month featuring Bill. I won't say anything more. And then a couple buddies of mine, Ross and Tripp, are going to come back. They were last on for the Frank Oz episode. This time we're going to talk about a different Frank Capra. That might be fun. Again, not covering his entire filmography, but certainly picking a couple of, we're not going to talk about the ones that everybody knows and loves. We're going to pick a couple of obscure titles to discuss for that episode. So I'm really looking forward to that. And then next month, towards the very end of the month, of course, is the 1996 retrospective with Colin Suter and Eric Childress, which will be even longer than this episode, and it's always a joy to experience. And it's going to be fun to binge on some 96 movies. Even though I don't know, I think I've watched Fargo like maybe 20 times at this point in my life. I don't know if I need to watch it again, but I probably will anyway because it's so enjoyable. Thanks everybody for listening, and stay tuned for much more to come here on Directors Club. And thank you, Bill and Patrick. We'll see you in 2026, I'm sure.
Bop, 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 bop.
The end.